This time on Monkey Life. Alison heads north to bring back Ruby, a marmoset with attitude.
Oh, are you threatening me already?
And a bit of a weight issue.
She's a nice little chunky lady.
Yeah,
she's not skinny. You're not skinny, missus.
Baby orangs Rieke and Bulu Mata discover the ups and downs of life in the nursery.
They find each other hilarious, so they spend their days doing this, playing around.
And after some home renovations at one of the chimp enclosures, it's young Thelma who leads the way. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
They're all going to have a chance to live proper lives again. Perfect.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. Today, Park Director Alison is heading north to Grimsby to rescue a marmoset, a small species of monkey the park is regularly asked to rehome. This time, it's a black-tufted female called Ruby. In the last 5 years, the team has come to the aid of more than 50 monkeys, all victims of the British pet trade, something Alison has campaigned against for many years.
We've built 2 separate facilities to house all of these animals, and I've still got a waiting list. Ruby is one of the lucky winners because she's advanced to the top of the list because it's a female. And right now we're having difficulties with a couple of particular individual males, which we think would do better, perhaps having a female as companionship.
Ruby's owners called Alison because the marmoset is increasingly aggressive and biting members of the household. They just can't cope.
Yet again, another well-meaning person and family who have spent a ton of money trying to make a good home and environment for this wild animal that simply isn't going to make a good pet. So I've agreed to take Ruby on, and we're off to collect her now.
Ruby lives in this bungalow with her animal-loving family, Dawn and Tony, and their 2 dogs, 2 cats, and several rabbits.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Tony.
Yeah.
I'm Alison.
Hiya.
Pleased to meet you.
Pleased to meet you.
Hi, boys.
It doesn't take long to meet Ruby. She comes to introduce herself.
Hello, missus. Hey, you.
Monkeys kept as pets are often overweight, overfed by well-meaning owners who don't know enough about their natural diet.
Oh, are you threatening me already? You don't need to do that yet. Hi, you. Are you a good girl?
She's a nice little chunky lady.
Yeah,
She's not skinny.
You're not skinny, missus.
What's this? You're going to have to come see me.
Good girl. Excellent job.
She loves that.
Yeah.
It seems Ruby has no problems with eating, mobility, or confidence.
What made you decide to get a marmoset?
Well, we didn't decide to get one. Somebody had told us about her and said that she wasn't being treated very well. So we basically went and rescued her.
And was she in a poorly state when you got her?
Yeah, she was a bit timid when we first got her, and she wouldn't come to us, but she soon come out of her shell.
Ruby.
In fact, Ruby got so overconfident, she started interacting with the family's other pets, grooming the cats and teasing the dogs and attacking the rabbits.
Oh, and hello, bunnies. Yes, we're going to save you.
In theory, Ruby lives in this parrot cage, but the door is always open.
That's how it is all the time. It's just open. She comes and goes in it as she pleases.
And that would be what you normally feed her of a day?
Yeah, we just give her some mixed fruit and obviously bugs. Bits of veg I give her.
Okay.
It seems Ruby has the run of the house and is basically ruling the roost.
She even goes in and out the cat flap on her own. So sometimes she goes out even when we're out.
Oh, you're joking?
No.
Did you want some more?
The challenge now is to get her into the crate.
Well, you'll have to walk over, actually. I'm not going to deliver all of them.
Ideally, Alison wants to limit any stress by getting Ruby to walk in by herself.
Look, it's lovely in there. It's your bed in there. And if you just go inside...
Look, I'm putting it all the way in the back. And then it's in there. Really impressed. She's very calm and cool about this whole thing.
It's clear that the family are upset that Ruby's going, but they know they're making the right decision for her future.
We'll take good care of her, and I will text you along the way and let you know as soon as we're there, and then let you know how she goes with. All right, look after yourself. Aw, sweetheart. Yeah. She's not freaking out. She's not doing anything. No, this is going to be far harder on you guys. We'll speak soon. Bye-bye.
It's an emotional goodbye for the family as they watch Alison and Ruby set off for the 5-hour drive back to Dorset. With Alison and Ruby on their way back to Monkey World, Steph from the primate care team is preparing a bedroom for the new arrival.
It's always interesting for us when we get an animal like this into the park. We do typically find that a lot of them have been taken away from their parents way too young, so they actually develop slightly strange personalities. They don't behave in natural ways to marmosets. They just act a little bit differently. They don't communicate in the same way. They can have a lot of things like stress-related behaviours that they've picked up in their time in the pet trade. So it's finding a group that she can interact well with and help her as she settles in, but not a group that she's obviously going to be feisty with, which we think she could be a feisty female because of the interaction she's had with her owner's pets. So it'll be an interesting challenge for us, finding a group that fits for her.
Last year, the park opened the new marmoset complex with 14 bedrooms to try and cope with the influx of pet trade victims. Some were rescued from appalling conditions, others because the owners couldn't cope. So each new arrival comes with its own set of issues.
It's like playing a game of marmoset Tetris. It's kind of like who fits in with who. Obviously rescuing the guys from the pet trade, they are coming into a better life with us straight away, but it's not as simple as soon as they come in, that's it, job done, everything's going to be wonderful. It's a complicated sort of business of working out who your personalities are, who you're going to fit together, who's going to be best in the long term. And even when you do get a new group formed, there's no guarantee that in 6 months' time you're not going to get one of those group members pushed out, and you'll have to reshuffle and think about how you can introduce them together.
Alison has reported back about Ruby's keen appetite, and the team are poised with the marmoset weighing scales.
Ruby's sort of an average, good-sized marmoset. She should be around the sort of 400 mark. If she's a bit on the chubby side, she'll be closer to 500, and then we'll have to look at her weight when she comes in. We'll weigh her when she does come in. And if she is a bit chubby, we'll have to react accordingly, put her on a little bit of a diet, just restrict her food a little bit to try and get her within the normal sort of range for a marmoset.
The marmoset scales could be in for a bit of a shock. There's another group of primates who've had a weight problem in the past, but life is now blossoming for the residents at the Stumpy House, and they're about to get a special lightweight treat. The stump-tailed macaques are known affectionately as the ugly monkeys, and today Nicola from the primate care team has brought beautiful camellia flowers and apple blossom for their breakfast. There are 9 members of the group, but low-ranking Flo, one of the females, doesn't often get a look in when they all emerge together, so she's let out first. Flo arrived last year from a rescue centre in Munich. She's still finding her feet, so to make sure she gets enough, she gets a bit of a head start. While Flo tries to work out if she prefers the white or the pink blossoms best, the other 8 Stumpies head out to see what they've been missing. Sam, the leader of the group, isn't overly impressed with the colourful breakfast. But Charlie is delighted. It seems she has a taste for apple blossom. While the rest of the group gets stuck in, Flo backs off and bides her time. Jonathan is another low ranker. He tucks in before Noreen moves in and takes over his stash of blossoms. With everyone else enjoying the delicacy, Sam opts to give it another try, and this time decides the apple blossom tickles his taste buds. Miriam's happy to have Charlie's leftovers. While Sam, having now approved the white flowers, examines the pink camellias. One sniff, and they're ejected. But Sylvie and Charlie both rate this morning's breakfast as a gourmet meal worth fighting over. Top female Kelly, with Noreen as backup, wades in to sort it out. But the squabbling pair aren't giving up easily. Meanwhile, the tasty treat has put Maureen in a good mood, with Flo the beneficiary of a quiet grooming session. But it only takes a rumble of thunder and a summer rain shower for the Stumpies to forget breakfast and head back indoors. Only Flo stays outside, taking shelter and keeping an eye on the rest of that breakfast. Once the rain stops, there'll be a chance of second helpings. It's worth the wait. At the top of the park, the Orang Nursery has some new and very special residents. 18-month-old Rieke and 2-year-old Bulu Mata have got their very own playroom. It's recently been finished, and the care team have made sure there's plenty to keep the two youngsters entertained.
This playroom is big enough for both of them to have plenty of space. It's tall enough for them to learn how to climb up high and to not be scared of heights. We have a lot of housing quite close together, so they always have a bit of hose within reach, so it makes it easier for them to climb around.
But life hasn't always been great for the pair. Both babies are orphans. Bulu's mother died when he was just a few days old, and he came to the park from Budapest Zoo at 3 months. Rieke arrived from Berlin after she was rejected by her mother just weeks later, so the pair have been hand-reared together by the park team and are great friends. And now they're big enough to spend all day playing in their own specially designed nursery.
They have all their meals in here, and they have 3 bottles a day, but also we feed them solid food. We put solid food near the top bit of the enclosure, so they have to climb up to eat, just to encourage them to move around and to search for their own food.
As orphan babies, it's been great to have playmates their own age.
For Rieke, it's really good having a little orangutan that's a bit older, just a bit older than her. She follows Bulu around. If Bulu climbs up high, even if it's a bit scary for Rieke, she will follow him. But Rieke is braver than Bulu. She's catching up.
Because the playroom is right next to the older nursery orangs, the duo can meet them safely through the mesh. This means by the time they're old enough to join them, they'll be very familiar and comfortable with the whole group.
They are really close to the other kids, so they are really used to them. They really know them. They hear them, they smell them. So it's really good that they are 24/7 here with the others.
Lewis and the team still play with them a little, so they're used to being handled. But the goal is for the pair to be fully independent.
They pretty much spend the whole day together, and they don't really need us that much. They love each other, they spend the days playing with each other. They find each other hilarious, so they spend their days doing this and jumping on top of each other and playing around.
The park has 4 chimp enclosures, one for the Bachelor boys, another for Paddy's family, plus Sally's young group, and one led by Hananya, who was rescued from the black market trade in Israel. The maintenance staff have spent the last few days at his enclosure, replacing some of the older, worn-out structures and adding new climbing frames, bridges and tunnels to make things fresh and interesting. It's ready to be unveiled to 20 stir-crazy chimps who've spent the time indoors, unsure what's been going on outside. They're pretty keen to find out, but they need to wait for the primate care staff to do one final check to make sure nothing's been left behind. The staff are also putting out breakfast, distributing it around the newly transformed enclosure. Once the slides are opened, it's a big rush to the outside, and it's Hananya who leads the way. As always, Patricia combines exploring with eating, scooping up a handful of food before climbing one of the new posts. As the group's leader, Hananya tests the new poles to make sure they're strong enough. But top-ranking female Cherry is a bit unsure about the new look. And Patricia needs a helping hand, plus a bit of encouragement from the youngest in the group, 2-year-old Thelma, as she crosses the newly installed bridge. And that's not the only thing the chimps are wary of. A rather large vertical tunnel is somewhat perplexing. What are we supposed to do with that? Again, it's up to intrepid youngster Thelma to show them how it's done. Thelma was born at the park 2.5 years ago. Hananya is her dad, and high-ranker Cherry is her mum, which means she'll always be top of the tree too, as youngsters inherit their rank in chimpanzee society. Thelma loves playing with the adults, and they're happy to give her attention. She has lots of loving aunties and uncles. Auntie Cookie is persuaded to carry her across a rope bridge from above and below. But for the others, with the new apparatus having been given the once-over and approved, it's on with the important job of munching contentedly on breakfast. Marjolaine is hoping Cherry will share her branch full of tasty leaves. So when little Thelma takes over the branch from her mum, Marjolaine takes advantage and purloins the branch for herself, showing that youngsters only get so much leeway when mum isn't there to help. But it's no big deal for little Thelma. She knows there's plenty more and heads down to ground level, with a little help. Testing out new home renovations is exhausting work, so time for a nap before lunch. At the top of the park, there's an important arrival. Ruby the marmoset from Grimsby has made the long journey south with Alison.
She's absolutely brilliant. We've put her in the box and she's traveled down, had snacks along the way. I'm really impressed. She's quite a strong little character. We just have to hope she's going to be as good with the marmosets.
After a long debate about which group Ruby might get along with, the care staff have 2 adult males in mind, Jock and Colin. Jock is older by 2 years, and the pair have a sort of father-son relationship. The hope is that Ruby will bond with Jock and accept Colin as part of the family.
The question is whether or not Jock is dominant enough over Colin that Colin will act subservient and that the 3 of them might go together. Otherwise, it might split up just into her pair bonding with one of them or the other.
Despite the upheaval, Ruby seems totally unfazed.
She's tubby. I don't think anything's going to stop her eating, so...
For the first day and night, Ruby will be in a bedroom opposite Jock and Colin. That way they'll get used to the sight and smell of each other before they meet. It's very different from the life Ruby's left behind.
She would go out the cat flap and over to the neighbors next door who were an elderly couple and say hi. And so when they'd come home, she'd either be returned to the house or she might be visiting next door.
Are we ready?
Yeah. Come on, Rubes. Come on then. Take your time, Steph's coming.
Okay. Hey, Rubes.
Ruby is straight into her new home. She's remarkably swift and agile for such a well-built marmoset.
We were talking earlier about how 500 grams is slightly on the chubby side and around that area. Our Miss Ruby has weighed in at 630 grams, which is a little on the large size, sort of double XL for a marmoset. But she looks pretty healthy despite that. She's moving around really, really well. She's using the enclosure. She's able to leap around on the branches. So I guess over the next few months, while she gets used to our food and our diet, we'll just work on trying to shave a few of those extra bits off. But right now, she's definitely in the more to love category.
All the marmosets in the park get vitamin D3 and calcium for strong bones. Clearly, Ruby has had a substantial diet and spent a lot of time outside, but it's still likely she'll need the vitamin supplement to stay healthy.
This. Delicious. She seems like she's taking all of this really in her stride. Her feistiness will be interesting when it comes to introducing her to new friends. But yeah, I'm really happy because it's not very nice when they come in and they're obviously terrified of what's gone on. So the fact that she's very confident and seems quite sure of herself is a good step.
Next time on Monkey Life. An unexpected arrival is on the way and causing concern at the golden-cheeked Gibbon house.
There is no sign of that baby coming out naturally, and have actually called out the vet and we're just waiting on him.
And it all goes nuts in the Capuchin enclosure. This time on Monkey Life, an unexpected arrival is on the way at the golden-cheeked Gibbon house, and it's causing concern.
There is no sign of that baby coming out naturally, and have actually called out the vet and we're just waiting on him.
A female from France fails to charm aging Saki monkey Jethro.
Jethro doesn't seem that bothered, to be honest.
But the care team are optimistic.
Hopefully they'll just get more and more used to each other as the days pass.
And it's all gone nuts in the Capuchin enclosure. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Smells a bit macaque in there, but yeah, we're good.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. All the primates in the park enjoy the companionship of their own kind, and many close relationships are formed. None more so than golden-cheeked gibbons Kim and Tien. They're totally loved up. Put together as young gibbons just 2 years ago, they bonded quickly. Now they're rarely out of each other's reach and are often found snuggled up together.
They will usually hug when they're just sitting up in the trees. They will hug when they're sitting waiting for their dinner. They will hug in the morning when they're watching up the hill for us to come down with breakfast. They are an incredibly close couple and usually having some kind of physical contact.
Because Monkey World is a rescue centre, most of the female primates are given contraception to control breeding. But recently, keepers began to suspect Kim might be pregnant and did a test. The result was negative. But this morning, the team arrived to find Kim curled up on her own, hugging her tummy and showing signs of distress.
Straight away, it was very obvious that Kim wasn't quite herself. She was lying down on top of the radiator and she was stretched out and just looking in a very uncomfortable position and clearly not very happy.
Testing gibbons to see if they're pregnant isn't easy, and it's notoriously difficult to get accurate results. So the keepers kept a watchful eye on the young gibbon. And now, Kim's unusual behaviour this morning and the way her stomach is contracting has led the care team to believe she's definitely pregnant, and what's more, could be about to have the baby.
We're hoping what we're seeing right now is Kim going through the early stages of labour, and we're going to let nature run its course and obviously try to not intervene or give her any stress or anything. Just keep quiet and keep a close eye on her over the next couple of hours. Hopefully later on today we will see a little baby and a very happy Kim.
Another primate at the park who could do with a little love and companionship is elderly Saki monkey Jethro, and today he's in for a big surprise. Jethro is a 26-year-old white-faced male Saki monkey. He was hand-reared and lived as a pet until 4 years ago, when he arrived at the park. Since then, he's had company, but not of his own kind. And nowadays, he shares an enclosure with the squirrel monkeys. Jethro is an extremely popular pensioner at the park, with a gentle nature, but he likes to keep himself to himself. He spent a long time living with humans, but he does have some natural Saki behaviours. He knows how to flirt, which Saki monkeys do by flicking their tongues, and it's hoped he may use his moves on a new companion. What he doesn't know is that Alison has been working hard to find him one, and she's on her way.
We actually have a new arrival at the park today. Her name is Chloe, and she's a white-faced Saki monkey, and hopefully she's going to be a new friend for Jethro.
Unlike the males, females are brown. Chloe has arrived from a zoo in France, where she was living with a group of young Sakis. She's also in her 20s, and it's hoped Jethro and Chloe will live out their twilight years together. It's going to be a life-changing day for Jethro.
He hasn't lived with another female Saki in quite a few years, since his sister died when he was still being kept as a pet. So we're not really sure what he's going to do. He is quite human-focused, so he might not really pay her a lot of attention, or he might have missed Saki company quite a lot, so then in that case he'd be really interested in her. There you go, baby. You have to let go. That's it. You wanna come out? Oh, hello. Hi there.
Before being introduced, the team placed the pair in adjacent bedrooms so they can see, smell, and hear each other. Jethro is a quiet and gentle geriatric, and the team feel he's more likely to be bemused than aggressive when they meet. Luckily, it seems Chloe's a pretty laid-back lady, and the prospects for friendship look hopeful. But introductions are a serious business, so they take place in the bedrooms where the team can easily intervene if necessary.
She's pretty calm and chilled out. I don't think she's panicked in any way.
She isn't, but she has spotted Jethro.
She's already showing lots of interest in him. When we walked her in the crate, she was at the front of the crate looking at him straight away. And there is clear perspex between the two rooms, but it's clear perspex that she has been able to see him and she has been watching him already. So she knows he's there and she looks quite eager to meet him.
And with Jethro looking calm and mellow about the whole business, the team decide they can meet. Chloe walks very slowly and cautiously into Jethro's room. The first thing she does is go over to introduce herself. But Chloe might be a little too forward for him. After all, it's been a long time since he's had a lady friend.
Jethro seems a bit confused, maybe, by her. He's moving away from her a bit, but she seems very keen on him and is following him around and sniffing at him. So yeah, it's going really well so far. Just need Jethro to realise that she's actually just going to be a friend and not to be wary of her.
Having been slightly rebuffed, Chloe sets off to explore her surroundings and is pretty confident despite the new environment.
She's been all the way around and knows where everything is, so she seems quite content.
Jethro, meanwhile, is scent marking, rubbing his neck on the branches to show it's his territory. Although not aggressive, he's not used to sharing his space and wants the new arrival to know exactly whose territory this is. Despite him trying to guard his patch, Chloe isn't bothered, and as far as she's concerned, this is her new home.
Jethro doesn't seem that bothered, to be honest. He's quite happy with her just being in the room with him. Hopefully they'll just get more and more used to each other as the days pass.
Over in Franco's Capuchin group, it's going to be a morning of monkey puzzles. Most of this group are youngsters, and since they were rescued from laboratory cages in Chile in 2008, they've grown up a lot. They've learned great moves and many natural foraging skills. Today they've been given 2 puzzling treats: nuts in their shells and frozen mango. Capuchins are clever. In the wild, they smash open shellfish, but frozen mango just won't crack. Picking bits off is the answer. Fabian knows to crack this problem, he's going to need a bit of peace and quiet. Marcy tries the tooth cracker approach, cleverly turning the nut to find weak spots. William opts for brute force, repeatedly bashing the nut on the wooden beam. But Eliza hasn't quite got the hang of this yet. She won't get anywhere hitting her nut on a rubber hose. But clever Frida is working on the theory it takes a nut to crack a nut, and is hitting hers against the metal nuts and bolts of the climbing frame. Finding one isn't enough, she tries all 3 in the pipe shelter. And she's in. For Franco, a laid-back, relaxed approach has brought rewards. But some of his friends are finding the whole thing very frustrating. The last puzzle is in the pond. Capuchins don't swim, so how does a hungry monkey get to a floating nut? Franco plays the waiting game, till it drifts into range. But Frida loses patience and pushes hers away by mistake. For youngest lad Fabian, it's mission impossible. So he hops down to prove the youngest can be the cleverest Capuchin of all. At the Gibbon house, where keepers suspect golden-cheeked Kim is about to give birth, the young primate is still looking uncomfortable. It's been several hours now and there's been no change in her condition.
We're starting to be really quite concerned now. The labour that she's going through doesn't seem to be progressing at all. There is no sign of that baby coming out naturally, and have actually called out the vet as well, and we're just waiting on him. We're also noticing that Tien's just kind of hanging back out of the way. Normally he's very attentive and giving her lots of hugs, but he's just keeping out of her way right now and letting her get on with things.
Most primates at the park give birth on their own. Bringing in the vet signals real concern amongst the care team.
Hello. How are you?
Vet Thazar thinks they've made the right decision.
Okay, but she's been actively straining since the morning, since early morning.
Since 9 o'clock, yeah.
So we are already the process has started. I think it'll be silly not to do something about it now.
And that means Kim will need to be sedated so she can be taken to the park's hospital for Thazar to examine her.
Okay, let's go.
Grab a plate. It's bug again.
If Kim is in labour, she may need a caesarean, and there's only ever been 2 of those in the history of the park. It's a big worry. The whole team are here to help, and Alison has been called in too. Kim is given an anaesthetic so the vet can perform an ultrasound to check that there is a baby.
It's moving. Whether that's her moving it or it moving, it's moving.
The scan shows a definite heartbeat, but there could be a problem.
This is low. This should be faster than that. Obviously, it's got a massive head. Look at it. Look at that head.
Thazar's going to have to perform an emergency caesarean to get this baby out in time.
I think now time goes against us a bit. Is that be big enough? No.
No. It's huge.
As the baby appears, there may be a clue why Kim was so uncomfortable. Her waters haven't broken, even though she's been having contractions for hours.
Okay,
look at the head. That's it. Perfect.
But there is something wrong. The baby should be breathing on its own by now. This little one looks like it needs help.
Just a shame that there was
Okay, all yours. So if he goes with a clamp, you can get rid of the clamp whenever you want. That's great, thank you.
The first job is clearing the airway. And rubbing should stimulate the lungs. But Alison's worried.
I'm not convinced that we're doing a whole lot here, Thazar.
For the next 20 minutes, Alison uses all her experience to try and get the baby gibbon to breathe.
Come on, gag, gasp, do anything.
But it's not looking good.
I'm not seeing any breaths, I'm not feeling any breaths, there's certainly no gasping.
Nothing is working.
I think we've lost him. Anybody disagree?
All the team can do now is concentrate on Mum Kim and hope they can successfully bring her round from the anaesthetic. At Lavar's woolly monkey enclosure, there are hard-to-get treats on offer. Pine cones packed with raisins, nuts and seeds. Pine trees grow in the enclosure, so the woolies are used to pulling apart these cones to look for insects and nuts.
Lavar's group are really good with enrichment, anything that's a bit of fun, a bit different, and obviously you've got some nice tasty treats in there. They really enjoy them.
There are 5 woolies in Lavar's group. Younger boys Enzo, Manny and Bueno Jr. are all lower ranking. The only lady is Quapper.
Guapa's quite a feisty, dominant female, so she takes no nonsense from the boys. Lavar's very laid back, chilled out, dominant male. Does like to have a good old play session with the boys when he's feeling jolly. Other than that, he kind of just takes a step back and lets everybody else get on with it. And then you've got the three young boys, which is a really nice combination. They like to have a bit of fun, have a good play session together. So overall, it's a really lovely group that works really well.
And they're all pretty switched on when it comes to treats. Feisty female Guapa starts hoarding hers, while Bueno Jr. takes his away from other prying fingers. And Enzo doesn't hang around to eat his.
They've got such delicate little fingers that they're really good at manipulating things, you know, getting the tiny seeds and raisins out of the pine cones, small gaps, anything like that there. And they'll spend a bit of time trying to do it. If they really want something, then they will put in the effort to get it out.
Once the pine cones have been plundered, it's time to see what else is about. Enzo's keen on some greens. Lavar has added juicy melon to his 5 a day. It's so good, Guapa's prepared to go to any efforts to reach it. Four-year-old Bueno Jr. is the most recent addition to the group. He was rejected as a baby by his mum, Sarah, following an emergency cesarean section. But now he's thriving.
Bueno Jr. was one of our hand-reared woolly monkeys, but he really seems to have taken a shine to Lavar when he got put in the group. Kind of must see him as a bit of a role model. He kind of tries to copy him doing certain things and follows him around a lot. And Lavar's very good, he's very patient with him, and he does enjoy having a play session with him as well.
It's been a sad afternoon at the hospital. Kim, the golden-cheeked gibbon, has lost her baby following an emergency cesarean operation.
I think we've lost him.
But now the focus is on Kim. The team are waiting for her to wake up from her first ever anaesthetic.
Oh, Miss Kim.
They need to get her back into a crate and keep an eye on her as she comes around. It's vital she's closely monitored, so Vet Thésar checks her heart rate. He's keen she doesn't go back to sleep.
Come on.
Gimme, gimme.
Okay. I know. You're a bit sleepy and you're already happy there. What I would like you to do is just keep bothering her.
Yep.
Yes, don't let her go to sleep.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys want to take an extra big blanket with you or get one, because then when
The other issue is the cold. She needs to stay really warm as she comes round. So once she's back home, the team put a blanket on the floor under her crate. But within minutes, an unsteady Kim gets out of the crate. Gibbons live high in tops of trees for safety, so her natural instinct is to try and go up. Tien isn't sure what to make of his wobbly partner. Normally, Tien would give Kim a hug, but she's behaving differently, and the smell of the hospital and people is probably confusing for him. So he leaves Kim curled up in the corner to recover on her own. Next time on Monkey Life. Ruby, the park's newest marmoset, gets to meet the boys. But it doesn't all go according to plan.
Hey, yeah, I'll give him a little squirt.
And after a breakfast of fruit and jelly for the orangs, Roro's left with the washing up. This time on Monkey Life, Ruby, the park's newest marmoset, gets to meet the boys.
Hey, missus. Good girl, Rubes.
But it doesn't all go according to plan.
Hey, yeah, I'll give him a little squirt.
Lola, the chimp, is diagnosed with an eye condition.
Hey, loving.
The care team must teach her to allow a close-up examination.
Eyes. Good girl.
And after a breakfast of fruit and jelly for the orangs, Roro's left with the washing up. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I think this one's a little boy, and I think that that one over there might be an older lady.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. It's a big day for the park's newest marmoset. Ruby, a black-tufted adult, was rescued from a private home in Grimsby, and she spent last night across the corridor from 2 adult males. It's hoped they'll form a happy group. Jock is a common marmoset, famed in the park for good manners and good temper, and he's first in to meet her.
Come in and say hello, Jock.
Good boy. Slow is better. Hey, missus. Good girl, Rubes.
Jock is keen to introduce himself to the new neighbour without making a lot of fuss.
Jock just tried to approach Ruby in quite a calm and gentle way, and she backed away. So he's now following her, and she's just moving away nicely and slowly from him. So that's good. Jock's gone up to her and sniffed her and had a few tongue flicks, which is flirting for a marmoset. Males will flick their tongues at the ladies. Good boy. And she accepted all of that, and they've actually met face to face a couple of times and had a little sniff. So far, so good.
It's a good start, but Jock is only half of the adult male duo, and there's one more to meet.
Right, I'm gonna open up the whole house so that Colin has access to them too.
Colin is younger and smaller than Jock, but has a big, bolshy attitude. He's not great at making new friends, and chuntering indicates aggression.
All right, Colin, I'm leaving, please.
Unlike Jock's gentle approach, Colin's is full on.
The worry is that every time Jock moves towards her, does Colin come steaming in and feel like it's a team thing against her. So we'll have to wait and see. If anything, what Colin should do if he were behaving more normally is try and become friends with Ruby and then try and boot Jock out. But we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Ruby's getting wary as Colin gets more aggressive.
Hey, yeah, I'll give him a little squirt.
A squirt of water is usually enough to calm the situation.
Hey, you.
But not today. Alison is pulling the plug before anyone gets hurt. This group will not make a happy trio.
So we're pretty much back to the drawing board now with Ruby and who we put with her. There was the thought that perhaps we could leave Jock with her and find Colin someone else, but unfortunately Colin has a history of being a very stroppy boy with any other male. We've actually tried him with previous combinations of different people. And he's always reacted quite badly. So we don't want to ruin the Jock-Colin relationship that we've got, because we have at least one marmoset reliably Colin will get on with. So we're going to have to look at who we've got at the park and who we could potentially try with Ruby now.
Across the park, the orangutans in Tuan's group face a challenging start to the day. Breakfast is arriving by the bucket load, but there's been a change to the menu.
We've decided to put a jelly bucket out for the orangutans. Should be a bit of fun for them. It's low calorie as well, so it's free fun.
As well as the jelly, there's an unusual take on a fruit punch.
I got a breakfast, really nice breakfast. Put it in the big tap truck and soak in the water. So some floating and some underneath, right stuck at the bottom. So they're gonna have fun. Nice breakfast, eh?
But Tuan and his ladies are going to have to work for their meal. While the food stuff is all placed up high, there are decoy buckets of bubble bath on the ground. The challenge for each member of the group is to work out which bucket is which, before the others do. Ame heads straight for the foam. Surely there's breakfast under here. If it's not there, maybe this one? Jolie watches closely just in case she's onto something. But no, this is a real head-scratcher. Ame leaves no stone, or rather no bucket, unturned in her hunt for the food. Tuan, however, is an old hand at this and steals a bucket for himself. Roro follows his example. Linga's found a bucket now, but she's determined not to share it with anyone. Ame's found some fruit at last, but has a more generous nature and lets Jolie share. Linga is on the hunt for even more hidden treats. Roro savours every last drop before carefully washing her hands. While Tuan prefers the finger-licking approach. And avoids the washing up by having a snooze. At Paddy's enclosure, the chimps are enjoying the summer sunshine in their own individual ways. Grisby opts for full-on sunbathing. Mickey is just chilling, while Clint enjoys a picnic, and Paddy and Bart are keeping an eye on things. But for one female, even sultry summer days are becoming increasingly difficult, which is why the care team are keeping a close watch on Lola, who has developed a problem with her eyes.
We did notice that her eyesight was deteriorating from her behaviour as well as seeing it physically, so it was a bit of a mixture between the both. Obviously we could see what was going on with Lola's eyes, but we weren't sure just how much of her eyesight she was losing.
Lola has been diagnosed with cataracts. It appears her right eye is worse than her left. It's starting to affect her quality of life and her safety.
She's moving around okay at the moment. We have seen her miss the odd step, which particularly up high is quite dangerous for Lola's care long term. And not only that, she is obviously missing out on bits of food. And generally being around a chimp group, they're very active, they've got a lot of energy, they are moving around very fast, so it can be quite hard for Lola to keep up with that. And actually she does react and get quite nervous when a chimp suddenly runs past her. It takes her by surprise much more than with the other individuals because she just can't see everywhere around her.
The team estimate that Lola is 28, which is middle-aged for a chimp. She was smuggled from the wild and rescued in 1993 from a life as a photographer's prop on a beach in Spain.
Come on!
To monitor Lola's eyesight and check the deterioration, Lisa has been giving her one-on-one clicker training sessions. Lola has been trained to come in, present her eyes to the mesh,
Eyes. Good girl.
and let Lisa use an ophthalmoscope to examine her cataracts.
Eyes. We're just looking at the level of cloudiness really. In Lola's pupil, she has white dots, so it's checking to see if they've got any bigger. She has clouding over the actual eye, which we need to keep an eye on, as well as training her to hold her eyes steady. Lola, eyes? Whilst they're being looked at. Because quite often the chimps, when you're looking into their eyes, will move their eyes around quite a bit, so we just need to get Lola's focus and hold steady so that when she is looked at, we can get a really good examination of the eye. Girl.
Many of the chimps at the park are trained to present certain parts of their body for checking. But training Lola to allow her eyes to be examined is much more demanding and precise. But it's important. Once she's comfortable with it, an eye specialist will be able to determine if she can have an operation to remove the cataracts. And allowing the staff to examine her eyes will mean aftercare and recovery will be easier.
Lola's proven to be really good with her training, so we should be able to do the aftercare really well with her. So hopefully she should have full eyesight back and go back to being a nice, happy chimp.
At the Saki and Squirrel monkeys' shared enclosure, it's hoped that love, or at least friendship, could soon be in the air. Chloe, a female Saki monkey, arrived yesterday from France as a potential partner for aging male Saki Jethro. The French female settled in quickly and was obviously hoping for a tête-à-tête with her prospective mate. Unfortunately, he took more of a laissez-faire attitude to the possibilities. Jethro may well have spent too much time as a bachelor, enjoying his own company. But Karen from the primate care team is happy with Chloe's progress.
Chloe's done really well overnight. They settled well last night. They all ate dinner, happily moving around the rooms together. All were fine this morning when I came into work. And again, they all ate breakfast. And we're ready to let them out.
At the park, the Saki and Squirrel monkeys share an enclosure. While they're very different, they get along well together.
Good monkeys. Here you go, guys.
Each morning, the Squirrel monkeys and Jethro head outside to enjoy the day. Munching on her breakfast, it takes Chloe a while to realise everyone else has vanished, but she soon catches on.
Took her about 10 minutes before she came outside, but ever since then she's been enjoying the outside enclosure, has literally been all the way around it, checking out every single spot.
Chilled out Chloe is equally at home outside as in. And she seems completely accepting of her new companions, the Squirrel monkeys. But Jethro still isn't paying her any attention. He's a monkey of habit and heads to a favourite spot to tongue flick, a Saki flirting behaviour. It's just a pity it's not yet directed at Chloe. Unaware of the possibilities in their midst, the active squirrel monkeys are their usual curious selves. Topsy searches for tasty insects. And Charlie buzzes around, demonstrating his fly-catching skills. Even the changeable British weather doesn't put them off. Meanwhile, with her initial attempts to befriend Jethro rebuffed, Chloe opts to enjoy the outdoors and joins in the feast.
Jethro's still not completely sure about Chloe. She still quite likes him and she goes up to him quite a few times, but at the moment he's still moving away from her. He's not upset by her, he's not scared of her, so it's just, it will take time for them to get settled.
It's still early days, but there's plenty of time for the elderly couple to become friends. And that might be enough for both of them. At the golden-cheeked gibbon enclosure, young female Kim is happily hanging out again with her partner Tien. It's a relief for the care team, who've been worrying about her after a difficult week.
Everything is back to normal now with Tien and Kim. I mean, we had to keep Kim inside really for a few days to let her stomach really settle down. We didn't want to risk her being up in these beautiful trees and taking a big leap and actually bursting open those stitches. So we kept them both in, kept them nice and quiet for a few days. Now they're just as back to normal, close and really loving together.
The young gibbon had an emergency caesarean operation after the staff discovered she was in labour and experiencing difficulties. The vet was called in, but sadly, she lost the baby.
I think we've lost him. Anybody disagree?
Kim's post-op recovery was a very worrying time for her carers.
When Kim came round from the anaesthetic, she's very confused and disorientated, and you could see that her limbs were all wobbly and her eyes were a bit sort of drunk looking. She wasn't coordinated and she was falling over, so it's a little bit worrying when they're in that sort of coming round stage.
They're used to seeing her loved up and affectionate with partner Tien. But after she lost the baby, there was a change in her behaviour. The normally active, feisty female was very subdued and solitary.
Whether that was simply a physical result of the pain that she was in because she'd had a large operation, she had a large scar, or whether that was that understanding and she actually just was really sad because her baby was gone, it's hard for us to know.
Whatever the cause, the operation had a big impact on Kim and Tien's relationship.
We didn't see Tien anywhere near Kim for over 24 hours, which is very unusual. They're normally always hugging. Now, part of that could simply be the fact that Kim would have smelt very bizarre. With the combination of the chemicals that we use to obviously clean up her body, the anaesthetic chemicals, they obviously come out the body as well, and they do smell quite strong and quite an offensive kind of smell as well. Or maybe he just thought it was best to stay out the way because these girls can be a little bit grumpy sometimes, and so it was maybe just the wisest thing to just keep out her road for now.
But within a few days, things began to improve, and Kim is showing signs of a good recovery. She's eating well, and despite her stitches, is moving more freely round the house. Tien is also more relaxed, and crucially, they're back to sitting alongside each other and hanging out. The couple have recovered from their ordeal and are back to normal, and just as loving as ever. Kim's lost baby was an unexpected pregnancy, but the park does support breeding programs for some of its primate residents, and with good reason. In the wild, woolly monkeys are classified as vulnerable, but in captivity could be considered endangered, as they're notoriously difficult to breed and suffer from chronic hypertension. The park is part of a program helping to ensure the continuation of this rare South American species, and the team have had great success, with 16 babies born at the park in the last 10 years. And over at Oscar's group, it looks like more good news is on the way.
Thingy. We are suspecting that Zingu is pregnant again. She's shown a few signs, some of the behaviours, eating a bit more, drinking a bit more, and she definitely seems to be a bit more swollen, kind of on the underneath side of her stomach area. To know exactly how far along she is in her pregnancy is quite hard for us to tell. We do look for particular differences in their behaviours and things like that, but that's the only real thing we've got to go on other than the size of her belly growing.
This will be Zingu's second baby. She's already raised one here at the park, Zavi, who's now 2.
She's a fantastic mum. She really cared for her babies really well. She's a brilliant mum. We couldn't ask for anything better, really.
Father to Zavi and the new baby is the leader of the troop, Oscar.
Oscar's brilliant with the youngsters. He absolutely adores any of the babies, any of the children in the group. He's a real softie at heart, a real gentle character. So doesn't mind when the babies start crawling all over him, has a good old play session when they get a bit older. So Oscar's a fantastic dad for the babies to have.
Oscar was born in the wild. The team think he's about 30 years old, which is several years older than the average lifespan for a woolly. In recent months, the years have started catching up with him.
He suffers from quite bad spinal arthritis, which unfortunately recently has been playing up for him. He did have quite a bad spell recently where it actually meant that he lost the use of his back legs almost completely. So unfortunately for a couple of days he wasn't able to move around very well at all. His mobility really was limited. Luckily though, with a lot of work with him, different medications and to help him through the pain, things like that, we have managed to get the use of his legs back for him. So life at the moment for Oscar is just a case of monitoring him, taking him completely on a day-by-day basis, and taking life at his pace. We just need to make sure that he's happy every day and comfortable, so whatever we can do for him, then we will do.
With a new son or daughter likely to arrive in the next few months, the team are hoping this elderly and loving dad will be around to see the new arrival. Next time on Monkey Life, Lola the chimp is losing her sight. A human eye specialist is called in to operate.
You can see I'm just going to peel like a little window in the lens.
And baby orangs Rieke and Bulu find exploring is best done in pairs. This time on Monkey Life, Lola the chimp is losing her sight. A human eye surgeon is called in to operate.
You can see I'm just going to peel like a little window in the lens. That's quite tough.
Baby orangs Rieke and Bulu Mata find exploring is best done in pairs.
When anything unusual happens, that's the natural reaction, they just cuddle.
And young chimp Thelma proves to be a willing pupil. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
We've really done everything we can to make her journey as smooth as possible.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. It's a big day at the park's hospital. A specialist team of doctors and nurses, along with Monkey World's vet team, are prepping for a very important and rare operation. And in order to do the procedure, an impressive piece of kit called a phaco machine has arrived. It will transform the life of one of the primates.
Today we have quite a big and unique medical day because we've organized for a specialist human ophthalmic surgeon to come in and do a cataract operation on one of our chimpanzees. Today is the day for Lola's op. She's in her late 20s now. She's been at Monkey World for more than 20 years and was originally a beach photographer's prop when she was rescued all of those years ago. So she suffered malnutrition, beatings around the head, and it's those two factors that have set her up for premature cataracts in both eyes.
For a chimpanzee like Lola, this is a big problem. She lives in a large social group with 18 others, and it's essential she has her eyesight and her wits about her. Her failing eyesight is making her awkward around the other chimps, and this is affecting her social standing. Today's operation will hopefully help put that right.
We've got all sorts of specialist gear, people, nurses. It's gonna be a crazy day, but you know, whatever it takes if we can give Lola some vision back.
The phaco machine will be there.
So John...
The surgeon performing the operation is human eye specialist Lindsay Bray, and he has his team close to hand. He's done thousands of cataract operations on humans, but today's procedure on a chimpanzee is a first for him.
This sort of surgery, as far as I know, has only been done once before. Now, from what I've read of this single case that's been done, it seemed to technically be a very similar operation to one I've done in humans about 14,000 times, so it should be very similar.
A cataract occurs when the lens of the eye becomes progressively opaque, resulting in blurred vision.
The aim of the surgery is to replace that cloudy lens by an artificial lens. And the strength of that lens, there's a range of different strengths that humans usually have. The single chimpanzee who's had surgery fell right in the centre of that range, so that's the strength of lens I'm going to use.
Jeremy and specialist wildlife vet John Lewis are heading over to the bedrooms to check on Lola. She's already been given a pre-op sedative to relax her, and next the care team will attempt to administer a general anaesthetic.
Now, if I turn up and try and inject her, she'll take one look at me and run off. But the staff that have her trained for injections are the obvious ones that she will trust and allow that injection to be made. So I'm waiting for the staff to tell me she's been injected, she's had everything, and everything's going fine. Ideally, the keeping staff will be able to just ask her to present her arm to the mesh at the front of the cage and then just gently inject her into her upper arm. And that's far more gentle, less traumatic than a dart, which is the alternative.
Lisa has managed to inject Lola successfully, and John checks that the anaesthetic has taken full effect before the tricky job of moving her to the hospital. Once asleep, she's transported the short distance to the operating room. Any anaesthetic can be dangerous, and the team won't be happy until Lola is on the table and hooked up to the equipment so that she can be properly monitored. While she's under the anaesthetic, they quickly check her weight.
Can you just tip her head down a bit? Hold on. Yeah, tip her chin down. Yeah, that's it. So we're going to need more support under her head.
With the outcome of the procedure not guaranteed, Lindsay will operate on only one of Lola's eyes. So he needs a good look at both to determine which one is worse.
Right, so if you have a look on the screen there, okay, you can see that is quite a dense cataract. I mean, all that white stuff is cataract. Just go to the other side, and that one does look a lot clearer. It's pretty good, actually. Yeah, so there's no doubt we'll be doing the right eye.
Every minute she's under anaesthetic is risky, and it's a tense time for the team. But they're determined to give her back her sight. In Hananya's enclosure, someone's having a lot of fun. The youngest chimp in the park, Thelma, aged 2.5, is out in the sun and playing with Simon, one of her doting uncles. Play is really important, developing her strength and trust, and how to creep up on uncles while they pretend not to notice. But inside the main house, there are lessons to be learned. And it's the primate care team who are the teachers. It's clicker training time, educating the chimps to present different body parts for inspection and treatment. Plus, it's the vitamin run.
This is an activity that we do at every chimp house every day, again, not at a set time. We just give out vitamins to everybody in the group. And we're doing that just to try and encourage the individuals in to see if Thelma will come in. But it's something that we would do anyway at some point during the course of the day.
When it comes to learning, this lot are top of the class.
Good girl. Hananya's group are actually a really good group. Most members of the group know pretty much all of the behaviours, which means that the sessions for them are very rewarding because there's lots of variety in what you can do with them.
To be surrounded by 19 highly responsive chimps has been great for Thelma, and it's not long before she arrives to practice her own skills.
Hello, Thelma.
Already she knows to come to the right point on the mesh and give her right hand.
Good girl. Thelma's doing really well. It's kind of a bit about retraining the staff, really, because obviously she's a smaller animal, so her appetite's much smaller. She takes longer to eat. So it's just kind of slowing the whole thing down and going at her pace, you know. But given she's not yet 3, she's already got 5 behaviours. She's doing really well and she's really keen on the training.
She's also learnt to present her left hand, both feet, and importantly for a young chimp, to open her mouth.
We're able to document her teeth as they come through, and obviously when she then loses her baby set, we'll already have that open mouth behaviour. So you can see that was a really nice open mouth behaviour. And you're getting to see all that lovely set of teeth that she's got.
Because the chimps are trained together,
Good girl.
It also teaches everyone good group manners.
Thelma is the daughter of the dominant female, so she has a very special status in this group, and it's teaching her to wait and to take turns and to respect the other animals, which means that we can give things out in a non-disruptive environment.
It's clear that Thelma is a bright chimp.
Her mother, Cherry, is a very intelligent chimp. She obviously has the status of alpha female in the group, and that certainly she's got to that position with experience and intelligence. And Thelma's a chip off the old block, really.
But just like all toddlers, Thelma can get distracted. Although it doesn't take much to convince her to come back and finish the session.
So I'm just waiting for her to make eye contact with me, Thelma, when I reinforce her, just so that I'm sure that she understands what the process is. She's really got quite a nice duration to her behaviours already. You can see that she's quite happy to hold that hand, you know, for a reasonable length of time.
But once the session is over, it's back to what young chimps do best: playing and having fun. At the Orang Nursery, babies Rieke and Bulu Mata are loving their new custom-built playroom. It's perfect for young orangs to learn how to climb and be independent. But the cute duo are now getting so big and mischievous that carer Lewis needs to move them out while he cleans.
How you do? Hey, Bulu boy.
This cheeky pair would cause chaos with a bucket and mop.
Heavy. I'm taking these two to a different room just for cleaning their playroom. So yeah, we have one of the back rooms is set up to be quite similar to their playroom. So there's a lot of hosing for them to move, and we put some food, some wood walls, so they are right there for a bit. And then we clean their room and then we move them back. It's quite important for them as well to have different spaces where they're comfortable in, because then soon enough they're gonna have access to the whole house.
In the wild, baby orangs spend hours gripping tightly to their mums, so a quick trip between rooms clinging to Lewis is no problem. This room is connected to outdoor tunnels, an ideal training ground for getting used to the great outdoors, something the babies are yet to experience.
Hello, Rieke!
Rieke and Bulu head out to explore. Faced with new things, the babies always hold on to each other for moral support, which makes walking quite difficult. And although Bulu is faster and stronger, Rieke is much braver in new places, and she quickly takes the lead. Bulu is easily distracted, and Rieke hopes she's not missing anything. Today, with their room clean and tidy, there's time for another adventure before they head back.
Come on, Rieke! Yeah. Are you on, Rieke? There you are. Okay. Let's go to the playroom.
Ultimately, the team want the youngsters to graduate to living full-time with the other, much bigger, older nursery group and their foster mums. So the next step is getting them familiar with the big kids' playroom, without the big kids inside it.
The idea is that Bulu and Rieke will get comfortable with this space, and then when it comes to time where we bring the other kids in with them, they are comfortable enough to just run around. They can socialize when they want in their own terms. If they don't want to, they can run, they can find the hiding spots because they will already know them. So yeah, that's what we're doing at the moment, get them comfy and used into this playroom.
But the babies aren't totally convinced.
It's a normal behavior to cuddle to each other when they have, when anything unusual happens. That's the natural reaction. They just cuddle and then slowly separate and then start exploring and start finding interesting things.
But this pair don't take long to get over their initial nerves. And they're soon off the ground.
It was quite impressive how straight away they like climbing up. It's quite a height in this building. So yeah, we were all a bit worried, but they are excellent climbers now. They're doing really well. So yeah, I'm really, really impressed with them. I think they are honestly ready to move on and meet the others.
So it won't be long before the devoted duo get the chance to make new friends. But for now, they get to enjoy this big space all to themselves.
I'm gonna stay here for a couple of minutes, make sure they are comfortable and they're happy here, and then I'm just gonna get out and leave them for the day here. I'm just gonna watch them from the distance, from the outside, and they can do their own thing.
And while the care team get on with other duties, Rieke and Bulu do exactly that. And have a basket full of fun. At the park's hospital, everything is almost set for a very rare and unique operation. Chimpanzee Lola has been anaesthetised and is being prepped for surgery. A specialist team of doctors and nurses, led by human eye surgeon Lindsay Bray, are going to operate on Lola's right eye to remove a large cataract. Recent advances in human medicine, particularly in keyhole surgery, have made this operation possible.
In the past, cataract surgery hasn't been done in chimpanzees because it had to be done through very large incisions. Now it can be done through a tiny incision, just as we do in a human. The whole procedure is a lot safer. The eye is never opened right up, so after the operation, as long as Lola's eye is reasonably comfortable, she won't poke it or press it, and that reduces the risk of infection.
The majority of cataract procedures done on humans are relatively straightforward, and Lindsay has performed thousands of them before. But operating on a chimp is a first for him. And there are some anxious faces in the room.
Will it bother anyone if I have the lights, the top light down? Okay, so I'm just putting in a dye.
The first stage of this delicate operation is to remove a circle of clear tissue from the surface of the lens. By injecting and then draining blue dye, the lens stands out and makes it easier for Lindsay to carefully remove.
That's quite tough.
The circle of lens he's removing will be replaced with a brand new artificial lens after the cataract has been removed.
You can see I'm just going to peel like a little window in the lens. This just separates the lens from the contents there. The lens starts off clear, and when it becomes white, then it's called, that's what a cataract is. So you can see what I've done. I've actually moved it into the front of the eye, you see, and all this white stuff has got to go.
A high-tech piece of ultrasound equipment called a phaco machine is used to break up the cataract. A small probe is inserted into the eye, and sound waves split the cataract into small pieces, which are then sucked up.
It's just like a human, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, so you can put the lights on. The whole cataract's been removed now, so can you see the faint blue circle there? Now that is a hole in the front of the lens. So the lens is like a flat disc. And what I've done is removed the top of that, and that's what that circle is. So that I've got the rest of the disc there with the little window in the front, and the implant is going to go into that.
The tiny new lens is rolled up and put in an injector, which is inserted through the original minute incision just under 3 millimeters wide. Once inside the eye, it's unravelled and placed over the circle of lens that Lindsay originally removed. The small wings on the side of the new lens keep it in place.
Now I'll put a suture in, Nikki. That looks nice, doesn't it?
Yeah. Perfect.
It looks like a human one there. If you have a look at the implant, can you see that there are rings? Those rings are different distances of focus. So Lola should be able to focus, that distance, intermediate. It's like a multifocus contact lens. Lola has got the best. And this is just an antibiotic. And now we're finished. Phew.
Fantastic. Thank you, everyone.
Only time will tell if the operation has been a success, but today couldn't have gone any better.
If tomorrow is a really bright day, I'd keep her in.
Despite having done 14,000 of these operations before, this one managed to surprise even a surgeon of Lindsay's experience.
just how incredibly human Chimpanzee Eye is, almost identical to a human, behaved in the same way surgically, exactly the same dimensions. But for the colour, I couldn't have told the difference. Really, it was absolutely identical. That was the surprising thing. It was actually very straightforward, and I was very pleased with it.
Lola will now be taken to a darkened bedroom where she'll spend the next 24 hours recovering under the watchful eye of the team. Next time on Monkey Life, a new woolly arrival at the park.
So far, all the signs are positive. Zingu's doing all the right things. We just let her get on with it and be the good mum that we know she will be.
And after her eye operation, Lola focuses on food. This time on Monkey Life, 2 new arrivals at the park. One's a woolly bundle for an experienced mum.
So far, all the signs are positive. Zingu's doing all the right things. We just let her get on with it and be the good mum that we know she will be.
And the other is hoping to make new friends at the squirrel monkey enclosure.
So this is a big day for her, but straight into the squirrel house, and she's quite a confident lady.
Plus, breakfast on the hop for the Capuchins. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
That's one been grabbed.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. A new morning brings a new arrival at the Woolly Monkey House. Zingu has given birth. She's a bit shy about showing off her newborn, but the staff have managed to catch a glimpse.
Zingu and the new baby seem to be doing really, really well. So far, all the signs are positive. Zingu's doing all the right things, checking the baby regularly. The baby's gripping on really tightly. So far from what we've seen, everything's going really well.
With most primates, discovering the sex of a baby can take a little while.
Obviously, you've got to get a good look at the right places. Not always the easiest when the baby's gripping on tight to mum, but Zingu's quite a proud mum. She's come over to the mesh, and we're quite confident that it is a little baby girl.
To make sure mum and baby are okay, there are key signs the team will look for over the next few days. It's vital the new arrival is suckling well and has a good grip on mum's fur. And a tightly curled tail is another sure sign the infant is doing well.
We're quite confident that the baby has been suckling from Zingu already. All the signs are good. The baby's definitely been in the right position. It's sometimes obviously quite hard to be certain straight away, but that's why we make sure that we'll monitor them nice and closely for the next day or two, just to make sure we're 100% happy. But from what we've seen, it looks pretty good that they have been suckling.
The new arrival is a daughter for Oscar, the dominant male of the group. Oscar was wild-born, so he's very important to the park's woolly breeding program as he brings in new genes. In a few years, his new daughter will be able to join the program too and help with its continuation. But for now, the team will keep a careful eye on the newborn, while still giving mum and baby their space.
We more or less just let her get on with the whole thing. She's been a mum before, so she knows exactly what she's doing, and she proved to be a fantastic mum last time. So we'll obviously keep a close eye on her, make sure that she's okay in the next coming days. We'll make sure the baby's okay, that it's definitely suckling. But apart from that, we just let her be part of the group and get on with it and be the good mum that we know she will be.
The woolly baby isn't the only new arrival at the park. Alison's been to Wales to collect a new squirrel monkey called Azzy, who was being kept as a pet. But she's the last surviving member of her family group. It's important she has company, and her owners have asked the park to take her so she can make some new friends. The park already has 4 squirrel monkeys, which means plenty of potential pals.
Samantha, a new friend, a new lady friend.
The first step for the primate care staff is to get Azzy into a bedroom so she can start settling in.
Good girl.
In a bedroom down the hall are elderly Samantha and young male Charlie.
Okay, well, Samantha isn't looking or sounding horrible. Oh, there we go. On cue.
They're nearby, but not too close for comfort. And Azzy is quick to explore her new surroundings. The journey and change of scene certainly haven't put her off her food. She hasn't seen another squirrel monkey for a few years, and as a social animal, she's got a lot to say for herself.
She's about 12 years old. So she's not a spring chicken, although she looks younger and fitter than our guy's bar Charlie.
At her previous home, she had large indoor and outdoor enclosures and was well looked after, so she's in good condition. And, as squirrel monkeys should be, she's very inquisitive.
So this is a big day for her, but straight into the squirrel house, and she's quite confident lady. You know, there was a bit of alarm calling, but already we've got our male Charlie and Samantha alongside.
Azzy's assertiveness seems to be winning her at least one admirer. Youngster Charlie isn't always popular with the other older ladies in his group, and he's keen to show off to this younger, fitter female.
Charlie is already sort of strutting his stuff, showing her what a big, strong man he is. He's keen to get in and meet the new lady.
But getting to know Samantha may be harder.
It's the females that are always going to be tricky, and, you know, everybody laughs whenever I say these things, but it is true. Guys are often more straightforward. New lady, no problem. It's the ladies that often are the difficult ones because they get a little bit spiteful and jealous and will be hard on the newcomer.
It seems Azzy may need longer to win over Samantha. And as it's still early days with Charlie, she'll have to watch her step.
We'll see how we go. I mean, she's going to have to behave properly with Charlie to make sure he's still happy and interested in her, and then we'll take it slow.
But Azzy is taking it all in her stride. And for a monkey that's just travelled over 100 miles to her new home, the signs are good. Over at Paddy's enclosure, Lola has been recovering in a darkened bedroom, following an extraordinary operation to restore the sight in her right eye. The primate care staff have been closely monitoring her.
We have had a quite good look at Lola's eye. She's now presenting it pretty well to us. The eye looks really good. It's slightly swollen, particularly around the eyelid, but only slightly. Other than that, the eye looks like a normal eye. It looks really healthy again. It's quite nice to see her with all the cataracts removed. And she does seem to be seeing quite well out of it as well.
Just 48 hours ago, a team led by human eye specialist Lindsay Bray operated on Lola to remove the cataract from her worst affected eye. It's an extremely rare operation to be performed on a chimp, and a first for the park. Using the latest human medical technology and keyhole surgery, Lola's cataract was successfully removed and a brand new lens implanted.
Lola has got the best. Phew.
Fantastic. Thank you, everyone.
Next day, staff began to notice a difference in Lola.
We've definitely seen some improvement yesterday. When she'd come round, we did see her waving her hand over her eyes, which looked like she was sort of focusing on that a bit more. So hopefully the vision is there again. We will see really how big of an effect it will have on Lola and her behaviour in all, really, when we let her back out with the group.
With a good recovery and today's cloudy conditions, meaning less sunlight to irritate Lola's eye, the team decide to let her outside with the rest of the group. The chimps are always keen to be let out, and dominant male Paddy leads the way. Eventually, a nervous Lola follows Buster out. He hasn't seen her for a few days and displays his dominance as they emerge. Lola is pretty wary and heads towards the poles, perhaps hoping to keep out of the way for now. But over-exuberant teenager Bart decides it's his turn to display his dominance to low-ranking Lola. Fortunately, Gamba steps in to put Bart in his place, and then leader Paddy wades in to exert his authority over everyone and calm things down. It's a normal start to the day in chimp society, and after a while, Lola gains confidence and starts moving around the enclosure. And with Paddy keeping an eye on naughty boy Bart, she's able to enjoy breakfast in peace. Her improved eyesight means she has no trouble focusing on finding food. And she's able to relax with some of the group who haven't seen her for several days. Athena, Mickey and Buster all give her extra attention. Even Bart seems to have calmed down and makes up for his earlier overexcitement with a gentle grooming session.
We're hoping that it will make a big difference to Lola, because obviously the problem with Lola's eyesight was that it had changed quite quickly. We're talking about a year, and she almost had no vision out of the right eye. And although she could still see out the left eye, it was still affecting the way she moved around and how she interacted with people. She was a very nervous chimp. We're just hoping that now she's got this eyesight back, that she'll be a little bit more confident, she'll feel more confident moving around the platforms, and hopefully we'll see a different side to Lola.
It's still early days, but all the signs are positive that this unique operation for a chimp may just have given Lola a new lease of life. Over at the Marmoset house, the care team is overseeing a first date. Black-tufted female Ruby arrived at the park recently, having started life in the pet trade. Alison and the team are trying to work out which of the current Marmoset residents will make a good companion for her. Today, Ruby will be meeting an adult male called Oscar, who was also rescued from the pet trade, and up to now has been living with another male called Leo.
We've tried to integrate Oscar and Leo into other groups, and he's quite feisty with other boys, and he goes in full pelt and doesn't really think things through. So we're thinking if we try him with a girl, he's probably going to be, hopefully, going to be more receptive to her because she's a female and generally boys like girls, so it should work out better. Oscar is one of our smallest marmosets. He's 260 grams. Ruby is 630 grams, so there is going to be a size difference here, but that might actually work in our favour because he might be a little bit, oh, maybe I can't go in all guns blazing because she's twice my size.
To start the introduction, they are in separate rooms, on opposite sides of the corridor, so they can still smell and see one another.
What do you think, Oscar? Can you hear him? He's up there.
Marmosets have a range of calls and vocalizations, but too often those rescued from the pet trade struggle to understand each other. Having lived away from other marmosets for most of their lives, they don't understand the full range of marmoset behavior.
Is that Ruby? Can you hear him? So you're going to hear contact calls, which is what we just heard from Oscar. So that's probably because he's on his own, away from Leo. It would be nice if she would call back, because that would be replying to a contact call. And yeah, they would just do nice little chirpy noises if they were happy. And then if they get upset, they have a range of alarm calls. And then obviously the chunter is the aggressive noise.
As it all looks and sounds encouraging, Alison decides they can meet.
Oh, there she goes. She's straight in.
All right, Mr. Man.
Ooh, a girl. A girl.
There we go.
There.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. My God, is he learning to moderate his behavior?
Yeah. He's gonna have to, isn't he, with this time? Good boy.
We were hopeful that Ruby wouldn't find him intimidating after Colin, and it seems to have worked. Now for us, Oscar's always been a problem child. He's been really aggressive. What he lacks in size, he makes up for in attitude. But he seems to be modifying his behavior in order to get up close, friendly, and start a relationship with Ruby. So he's already been mounting her, and she's allowing it, but then she gets annoyed with him and bats him away. So you do hear a few little angry words being exchanged, but actually this has gone really well, and Ruby's still exploring and happy. She just has to tell him off now and again, because he's an overexcited young man, basically, and they all need a clip around the ear now and again.
What we'd really like to see is some grooming, or even just going into a basket and going to sleep together. That would be really nice. He just needs to maybe learn to do more of the nuzzling before he goes in for the amorous behaviour, and then I think she would take to him a lot better. So I think he just needs to go slowly, and they'll settle in really well together. Right now, he's being a good marmoset for a change.
At the Capuchin house, it's lunchtime. And today, alongside the usual lettuce and fruit, a new dish has hopped onto the menu. Giant locusts. In the wild, Capuchins feast on all sorts of insects. And for Errico and his troop, who were rescued from a medical lab in Chile, these are a real favourite. For these hungry Capuchins, the food is proving hard to find. But the care team know once they get the hang of it, the tasty snacks will encourage natural Capuchin behaviour. Head of the troop, Errico, is quick off the mark. Sean is hunting down on the ground for easy pickings. And Becky has headed up to eat in peace. But Cara is having trouble. She's starting to realise this lively snack really is a movable feast. Sean has caught a few and isn't sure what to do with his catch, so puts some back into the box until he's ready for them. Cara really has the hang of this now, and knows there's a treat in there somewhere. Today's menu also includes onion, and for Capuchins, it's perfect for getting rid of parasites. Just mix with saliva and rub firmly into your fur. Lovely. With a power snack inside him, Erico is full of energy. He's on a mission, and something has captured his attention. Capuchins are famous for their nut-cracking skills. But that's not a nut. It's one of the mini cameras filming the Capuchin's antics. Or, well, it was. The youngest orangs in the park have been on a high in recent weeks. Hand-raised orphans Bulu Mata and Rieke have been thoroughly enjoying their own new custom-built mini playroom, and even ventured into the big kids' playroom, when the big kids were safely elsewhere. Life is progressing at quite a pace for these two youngsters, although they still enjoy their milk.
It's red for Rieke and blue for Bulu.
But their diet has moved on too.
Are you waiting for me? Want some? Bulu? Good boy. Bulu and Rieke are both eating most solid foods. They eat all the fruit and veg that the adults eat now, which is great. They obviously still have 3 milk feeds a day, which they love, especially Rieke. You can see by the size of her belly. They've actually progressed a long way. Now, being in the nursery full-time, we're actually going in less than we were. We were having to carry them around quite a lot to the other areas in the house. You done? And now we can do a lot of the feeds through the mesh.
But the really massive change has been to their nightlife. Now they're sleeping here.
A couple of us did spend a night or two in the nursery. I had a night's sleep in the kitchen, which was not the best night's sleep I've ever had. But we could see through the window to see what they were doing. They had a small night light so that they could see that we were there, but they could also see their surroundings as well. And we didn't want that to go on for too long, so we bit the bullet on the 3rd night and we left them here on their own. And then we came back very early in the morning to see that they were okay and sort of were around for them to wake up.
All these changes have given the babies a great sense of their wider world. And it's also letting their personalities develop.
Rieke, although she's younger, is actually the more dominant of the two of them in certain situations, and Bulu was always shyer. He's actually coming out of his shell a bit more now since he's been in the nursery, but he was always a bit of a wuss, whereas Rieke's always been more confident and stuff like that. So if he feels anxious about anything, he'll grab onto her. So they definitely have a nice relationship where they can support each other and protect each other as well, even though they're so young.
Next time, a sad death at the Woolly House means Chippy has to leave his ladies to lead a new group.
The dominant male is there to protect the group from any threats or dangers, anything like that. They're basically the group's protector.
Plus, watermelons for Paddy's group prove a popular treat. Today on Monkey Life, woolly monkey Oscar has sadly passed away.
He was just an all-round, really affectionate, really lovely dominant male.
His death means a move for Chippy.
There he goes.
Another male leader. And squirrel monkey Charlie does his best to make friends with newcomer Azzy. Plus, Watermelons for Paddy's chimps prove a popular treat. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
This is going to be the first day that they've ever stepped outside, ever in their lifetime.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. There's a somber mood at one of the woolly monkey houses. A few days ago, staff made the difficult and sad decision to put elderly group leader Oscar to sleep. He was suffering from spinal arthritis, and his condition had deteriorated dramatically. With his welfare compromised, there was no other option. Oscar arrived at the park from Basel Zoo in Switzerland in 2010, along with a female called Quappa. He quickly established himself within the group, becoming a firm leader, popular with the other woolies and keepers alike.
He was a huge character in the group. He was very affectionate to both the monkeys and the keepers. Really, really patient, really good with all the youngsters and the little ones, and the females all absolutely adored him. And he was just great fun. He would have his crazy days where he'd just be snuffling everybody and everything. And he was just an all-round, really affectionate, really lovely dominant male.
Without Oscar, the group are fragile and desperately need a new alpha male, particularly as Zingu has recently given birth to Oscar's daughter. His young son Xavi, now 2 years old, also needs a father figure to guide him.
Without a dominant male in the group, sometimes they can start to fall apart. The females can be quite opinionated and quite feisty with each other. The dominant male is normally there to kind of just keep them all together, make sure that there's no real big disputes going on with each other, and they're there to protect the group as well. So from any threats or dangers, anything like that, they're basically the group's protector.
There are 3 groups of woolly monkeys at the park, and after much consideration, the team have decided to move Chippy across to join Oscar's old group, which has no natural successor. He's currently the alpha male of another group and a proven leader. Chippy has shown himself to be excellent with new females and youngsters, and in his current group, he has a natural successor in young adult Paolo. Chippy's the obvious choice to replace Oscar, so today, he's on the move.
Chippy came in the crate really, really well, just like your normal morning routine, which is all we could have hoped for. So yeah, all boxed up, ready for the move.
It's always a worrying time moving primates, but even more so with woolly monkeys. They can suffer with chronic hypertension, so the team are anxious to get Chippy settled into his new home as quickly as they can. Before meeting any of his new family, it's important he gets used to his new surroundings. He's straight into the bedroom to explore. There are 6 members in the group for Chippy to get to know. Dominant female Paquita and her 2 children, adolescent female Isla and 1-year-old son Lucas. The other adult female is Zingu. She has her new 3-week-old daughter, yet to be named, and 2-year-old son, Xavi.
So if you bring into the playroom Paquita, and Lucas and
Alison wants Chippy relaxed and calm before he meets Zingu's baby. So he's going to meet Paquita and her 2 children first.
Lucas, come on then, buddy. Paquita.
You go in, Isla? Isn't it? Good girl. Go see what's happening.
Isla heads straight inside, but persuading Paquita and son Lucas is not so easy. With young Lucas in tow, Paquita's wary about what's going on inside and happy to take her time.
Paquita! Come on
in. Well, it's not going to plan, is it? No.
Luckily, inside the house, things are going much more smoothly. Chippy is remarkably calm and busy investigating his new surroundings. And with Isla next door showing a keen interest in him, the team decide to let them meet face to face.
Okay.
There he goes.
Chippy's nervous as he enters.
Isla's gone in with him, and so far together it's gone really, really well. She's actually just started teeth chattering at him, which is their flirting behaviour. So she's clearly quite pleased with her new handsome man. So far, so good.
At last, Paquita and Lucas pluck up the courage to come inside. But Chippy will have to wait to meet them.
Right, you going to come through, you two? Good girl. Oh, that was easy. Good boy. We've decided that we'll separate Chippy and Isla together overnight. For the moment, they seem very happy together, so it is nice that Chippy can have company overnight. And then everybody else will be together, so Paquita, Lucas, Zingu and Zavi will spend the night together as well. Just gives the ladies a chance to kind of gather themselves again and not be too stressed out and worried about what Chippy's doing. And then hopefully we can kind of start again in the morning and hopefully do some more introductions.
On the other side of the park, two little orangutans are also having a big day. Across the hallway, the other orangs are being moved around the house. So the two babies, Bulu Mata and Rieke, can leave their own baby playroom and hit the big time. They're going to explore the huge outside enclosure for the first time.
This is a very big deal for them and for us as well. This setup is very different to what they have inside. The height it's much more higher and the housing is farther apart.
If they're brave, they'll climb the hose ladder. If they're really brave, they might make it to this platform.
There's no mesh, so they don't have the security of hanging into the mesh, so I'm just curious to see what they do.
The babies have been exploring the tunnels for weeks, but as ever, with new things afoot, they're holding on tight to each other. They'll be glad to know Lewis and Jarno are putting out treats, but who will lead the climb?
In new situations, Rieke is always the one that introduces herself first to the other orangutans or tries to reach to farther when we put them in a new area. So I'm definitely expecting Rieke to be the leader, and then Bulu's probably going to follow closely.
But orang babies are rarely predictable.
Come on, Rieke. Boo-boo. Come on.
It's Bulu who leads the march, right up the ladder, with Rieke holding tight. But having got to Lewis, they both lose their nerve and head straight back down.
That's quite normal. I mean, they will come out a little bit, then they get a bit frightened, and then they go back to their safety area, which seems to be the tunnel. They quite like it in there. And then they get brave again, come back. I will be offering them a little bit of food. So if they make it this far, they'll get a berry. So hopefully that'll be enough to keep them interested.
But not right now. Yesterday, Azzy, a new squirrel monkey, arrived at the park.
Hello, precious.
Good girl.
Overnight, she's been in a bedroom close by to residents Charlie and Samantha. But today, it's time to get face to face.
She seems to have settled in really well, actually, and she was eating fairly quickly last night when she arrived. When we came in this morning, she was very lively, and she was actually looking around and paying a lot of attention to the guys near her, so I think she's keen to meet them now.
Charlie, the park's only male squirrel monkey, will be the first to meet Azzy. Since Charlie arrived at the park, he's been living with 3 ageing but feisty females who have shown little interest in him. But Azzy is a slightly younger model, and Charlie appears very curious about the new arrival.
They seem keen to actually meet each other. Charlie was showing off to her a little bit last night, so hopefully it will go really well. I think she knows what to do, so we should be good, behaviour-wise.
The door from Azzy's bedroom into a small room between them is opened. Despite her earlier confidence, she's now hesitant to go straight in. Charlie, however, looks on in anticipation. And eventually, Azzy plucks up the courage to venture through.
Here we go, good girl.
And she starts to explore her new surroundings. She's getting on well, so the primate care staff decide it's time to let Charlie in. And from him, there's no hesitation. It doesn't take long for Azzy's self-confidence to return, and she pursues Charlie. She's doing all the right things, submitting to him and showing that she wants to be friends. And Charlie is reciprocating and seems very pleased to meet her, but his inexperience is making him rather pushy.
It's gone reasonably well. She has been following him around, so she is obviously comfortable to be around him, and she actually wants to be near him.
For the rest of the day, the primate care team will continue to monitor Charlie and Azzy's new friendship. And once they've got used to each other, it's hoped they'll get on well. At Kim and Tien's enclosure, there's an exotic feel to the morning. Kat, a member of the care team, is about to deliver a special breakfast. It's a delicacy golden-cheeked gibbons enjoy in the wild in Southeast Asia.
These are mangosteen, which are a fruit which is very native to where gibbons actually come from, so it's a real favourite treat of theirs. And we've also got some whole pomegranates as well.
It's been a difficult time for Kim and her partner Tien. Kim's baby didn't survive after being delivered by emergency cesarean a few months ago. Immediately afterwards, the pair were a bit subdued and distant from each other. But Kim recovered fast and was soon back swinging in the trees despite her scarred, shaved stomach. And the devoted couple were soon back to normal, nestling in the trees and sitting shoulder to shoulder. Today they're in for a treetop treat as Kat hoists their breakfast skyward. Tien is first in and goes straight for a mangosteen. Males are submissive in the relationship, so we'll have to watch out for Kim with such delicacies on offer. Kim has a very different approach. She checks and stows a mangosteen for later, and then munches her way through quite a lot of the breakfast meant for 2. It's a classic female golden-cheeked gibbon approach. When she's had her fill, she heads off with the pomegranate. With the coast clear, Tien has time to select just the right fruit. And find a good spot to carefully peel it. But before he even gets a chance to eat it, Kim, having polished off her pomegranate, begins their morning song. And Tien has to join in. It seems it's hard for the young male to get a moment to finish his meal, as next, Kim opts for a grooming session. But once she swings off into the trees, her partner heads off the other way to finish his meal in peace. Today at the park, the Chimp team are preparing a surprise for Paddy's group. They can sometimes be a bit laid back, so the staff want to encourage them to be active and give them something fun to do.
We're just putting some whole watermelons out for Paddy's group. Whole nice fruit is good for them, it's good sort of enrichment, makes them work to get into it, and as they're a little bit of an older group, it gives them a bit of a challenge as well.
With all the melons in place, it's time to let the chimps out. They've never had this many of the fruits at once before, and there are lots of excited food calls. Leader Paddy grabs a whole watermelon, whilst others go for the pre-sliced option. Paddy heads high to enjoy his fruit in peace, and is joined by dominant female Bixer. But carrying your melons up there can be tricky. With so many watermelons scattered around the enclosure, everyone's tucking in. Except for youngster Bart, who doesn't seem too bothered. Cindy is busily munching, and Grisby would like her to share, but is going to have to find her own. Pepper picks her way in to scoop out the flesh and discard the skin, while Clin, the hoarder, decides it's best to save it until later. Following a cataract operation, Lola, with her new and improved eyesight, has a sharp focus on her food. Bart now seems to have decided he'd like some melon, and looks hopefully at Clin. But he'll have to try harder than that. With Bart out of the picture, temptation gets the better of Clin, and she can't resist a little nibble. Poor Bart is figuring out who to try and charm next. Some of the chimps particularly love their food, and Beth isn't fond of sharing. Zoe finds a watermelon in the pond, but wasn't anticipating added greens. Beth, out of character, gives some melon to old friend Buster, but leaves out Mickey. Next, Bart tries his luck with Lola, but she thinks he should just back off. With the melons disappearing and stomachs full, it's time to sit back and get ready for a little after-breakfast nap. And with the grown-ups settling down, Bart has found some leftovers, and it seems he likes melon after all. Back at the Orang Nursery enclosure, plucky baby orangutans Bulu Mata and Rieke are attempting to tackle the Big Climb for the second time today. They lost their nerve first time around, but as they get more comfortable with these new hoses, their confidence grows. And this time, they reach the top of the ladder. But Bulu isn't keen to go higher.
Come on, big boy.
And it's Rieke who heads for the platform.
It's important for me to be here with them during this process, because as you can see, Bulu is not quite as brave as Rieke is. And I'm just trying to reassure him I'm here in a very comfortable position, so he can come and sit with me if he wants and then explore from here. But yeah, as you see, he would prefer to all of us to go back down. So he's trying to get Rieke to go back down. Bulu, there you go.
Bulu's obviously very persuasive, as Rieke does go back, but not for long. She sets off on a solo mission.
Hey, little lady.
With Bulu squeaking anxiously behind her.
Come, Bulu.
It's enough to make her hurry back to comfort him. As additional support, Lewis moves back down too.
Come on, Boo. Bulu was getting a bit anxious whenever Rieke was going back to the very top of the platform. So that's why I placed myself in the middle bit. So I'm like a safety spot in the middle. So if Rieke was all the way there, he can come and sit on me if he wants. So since I've done this, there's a lot less squeaking and crying.
The new tactic works perfectly. Rieke can reach the platform and pick a few of her favourite blackberries. Before returning to Bulu. And eventually, he gets bold enough to try too, and claims his reward. He certainly feels he deserves it. Next time on Monkey Life. A new rescued Capuchin arrives at the park, but can he make friends?
We want to get to know his character a little bit better before we pick and choose which Capuchins he's going to be introduced to.
And woolly monkey male Chippy patrols his new home for the first time. Today on Monkey Life. A new rescued Capuchin arrives at the park, but can he make friends?
We want to get to know his character a little bit better before we pick and choose which Capuchins he's going to be introduced to.
That's nice.
Supersized marmoset Ruby discovers if her new diet plan is paying off.
I think it's on the scales. There you go. Good girl.
And woolly monkey male Chippy patrols his new home for the first time. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Smells a bit macaque in there, but yeah, we're good.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. Today, the park has rescued another monkey originating from the UK pet trade. Rescues are a regular occurrence, and having enough space to house them all is a real issue. Today's new arrival is a highly intelligent Capuchin monkey. Capuchins come from Central and South America. The park cares for 79 of them. 72 came from a medical research laboratory in Chile, and 7 from the UK pet trade.
So this is Dino. We've just arrived back at the park, and he's a approximately 20-year-old male Capuchin monkey that originally was confiscated as part of the pet trade and from poor circumstances. Local police took him to a local zoo and wildlife park who couldn't keep him full term and were potentially going to put him down, and then found a private owner down the road who was prepared to take him. So Dino's been living as a pet monkey, if you will.
at a private home in South Wales for pretty much all of his life, for 18 or more years.
Bringing Dino to the park is just the first step. Now the real hard work begins for the primate care team. And they have a plan. Although he's lived with other Capuchins in the past, he's been living alone for a while and needs companionship to thrive.
Hopefully, we're gonna put him with a couple of other males. One of them, a male called Winslow, who's been ousted from his group.
Winslow is one of the former laboratory monkeys and has been living at the park since 2008. He was a dominant male leading a troop of 17 monkeys, but was recently ousted and badly injured by his own group. He had to be removed for his own safety, and since then, he's been living alone. With Winslow in a room close by, Dino is being given some time to get used to his new surroundings. Although rescued from the pet trade, Dino was one of the lucky monkeys that was kept well. And as he's in good condition for an old boy, the team have high hopes for him.
He seems to be settling in quite well, actually. He's very inquisitive, so he's wandered around everywhere and checked everything out. He seems quite happy. A little bit nervous because it is a new surrounding and there's lots of new people and there's new sights and new sounds. He's eating well, which is always a very good sign.
After some settling in time, Dino's doing so well, the team decide to introduce him to Winslow. This is an important moment for Dino. Winslow's a big male who exudes confidence, and he doesn't hesitate going straight in. Dino observes from the comfort of his basket. But he soon heads down to get a closer look at his new roommate. Winslow thoroughly checks out his new surroundings, ignoring Dino for the moment. Then, to give them some extra space, they're given the opportunity to go outdoors. But that's another big step, and Dino is tentative. It's a brave new world out there, and he's a bit apprehensive. But with a chance to get out in the sun, his curiosity gets the better of him, and he can't resist exploring. Within minutes, he gets over his nerves and climbs around confidently. And Winslow seems to be having fun too. Having thoroughly checked out the new area, it's not long before the two boys check each other out. Winslow invites Dino to groom him. It's a great sign, showing he already trusts his new friend. As they relax in the sunshine, the future is looking bright for Dino and Winslow, and the primate care staff hope they will continue to bond.
The plan for Dino in the future is not set in stone yet. We're trying to take it slowly and at his pace. He's with Winslow at the moment. We do hope to potentially introduce him to a few more Capuchins in the near future. But as of now, we want to get to know his character a little bit better before we pick and choose which Capuchins he's going to be introduced to.
It's weigh-in day for two other new pals at the park. Ruby, the largest marmoset, and Oscar, the smallest. Rescued from the pet trade, Ruby's a recent arrival and has been living with Oscar for 3 weeks. Although tipping opposite ends of the weighing scales, they've been getting along well.
Now come in.
Ruby is a triple XL in the marmoset world, and on arrival, weighed in at a whopping 630 grams. Like all the marmosets at the park, she's now on a healthy eating regime, and it's hoped she'll have lost some weight.
Can try some? That's nice. You can get some on the scales. There you go. Good girl. Good girl, Ruby. 610 grams. Well done.
It's a promising start for Ruby, as in just over 3 weeks, she's lost 20 grams. That's lots for a marmoset.
That went really well. This is only the second time we've tried to weigh Ruby. The first time she came in, she was in the crate on arrival, so we weighed her then. And then I've tried once previously and she came nowhere near the scales, so this is really good. You heard me click when she was sat on the scales. The clicker acts as a bridge to let them know they're doing the correct behaviour, and then we can give them the food reward afterwards. Oscar! Good boy. You gonna go down? Good boy. You can do it, be brave. We weigh all our marmosets monthly, generally the 1st or 2nd of the month, and then if we're worried about anyone, either because they're a bit too high or they've lost a bit of weight, then we'll weigh them every 2 weeks as well. We keep regular checks, and as you can see, they fit perfectly onto the scale, so it's pretty easy to weigh them. I'm not looking. Good boy. Go cute you. 260 grams today.
Oscar may weigh less than half of Ruby, but the team aren't worried. He's a healthy weight for his small size. Although at opposite ends of the scale, with the nutritious food the team prepare, they should both stay on track.
This is just a different way of presenting their food. We could just put it in a bowl every day in their house, all chopped up into little marmoset mouth-sized pieces, but it's just a bit repetitive and boring, so we want to try and give them different methods of feeding, and also they have to work harder to get this kind of food. It's on a kebab, so they'll have to climb down and they'll have to take big bites out of it instead of just having a mouth-sized piece. So it's just something a bit more interesting for them, and just increase their activity levels, really.
With the hanging fruit challenge in place, Ruby is first out, quickly followed by Oscar. Ruby calls out to her friend, then heads straight for the kebabs.
What is that, Ruby? Whoa, delicious.
Oscar has also spotted the unusual sticks of fruit, but doesn't seem sure how to make his approach. It'll take some time for them to eat breakfast, but it's a great enrichment activity and a good way for the marmosets to pass the time. And for such a large lady, Ruby shows remarkable agility as she attacks the fruit from above.
She actually has settled into the park very well. She was used to actually having the whole run of a house, so she's not used to being in a cage, and we have nice big enclosures for them, but she's still not used to mesh work like this, so we did wonder how she was going to cope with it, but I think actually having a marmoset as a friend far outweighs the garden that she had before, and companionship is one of the most important things for them.
It's an exciting day for the woolly monkeys who live at the park's forest enclosure. Alpha male Chippy recently moved groups, and he's now been introduced to all his new ladies and their children, and has settled in well.
Everyone seems quite happy that he's there. Everyone's gone and approached him. There's been lots of snuffling and affection going on between him and the ladies. The kids have been up to him. Lucas, one of the youngsters, has actually been climbing all over him, going on his head, having a bit of a play with him, so all real positive interactions so far.
Today, the whole group are going outside together for breakfast. It's the first time Chippy will have seen the forest enclosure, and it's very different to what he's been used to with the barn woolies.
I'm really excited to see how Chippy's going to cope with this new enclosure. There's lots of natural trees, lots of height to get him up high. I'm hoping he's going to come out here and absolutely love it, do loads of displays and just go around and explore everywhere. Obviously, we're giving it a good thorough check to make sure it's all Chippy-proof, but I'm hoping that he's just going to really enjoy it, and we'll all be watching and excited to see how he copes with it.
Chippy literally bounces with joy to be outside and quickly tucks into breakfast. There may be a new man about the house, but Paquita is more interested in what's on offer to eat, with little Lucas and the athletic Isla following closely behind Mum. And there's plenty to go round for Zingu and Zavi too. While the two family groups tuck in, like all good alpha males, Chippy uses the time to patrol his new enclosure. His instinct is to protect his new family from any danger. First of all, he inspects the perimeter. The trees look like they can handle the largest woolly in the park, and there's plenty of fun to be had on the ropes and cargo nets. Inspection over, Chippy's happy everything's safe, so it's back to breakfast. Paquita and Lucas have spotted some tasty fresh leaves, and Isla doesn't want to miss out. The youngest member of the group is now 3 weeks old. The daughter of Zingu and sadly departed Oscar, the team have now given her a name, Olivia.
Chippy's been really good with the youngsters in the group. He is used to being around babies and kids. He just lets them know when enough is enough. If he's not in the mood for it, or if he doesn't want them to continue for too long, then he'll just give them a gentle telling off, but nothing too severe.
The park's smallest Woolly, Olivia, and biggest, Chippy, are both doing well in their new family group. And with stomachs full of breakfast, they settle down to enjoy the sunshine. And it's a great opportunity for Olivia to get her own breakfast from Mum. Over at the Bachelor Chimps, there's been a happy transformation. Jester is one of the top-ranking chimps, who traditionally has been grumpy and aggressive. Together with his half-brother Buxom, they've been a pair of bully boys towards other chimps, and even the primate care team. But that's changed recently, and it seems it might be linked to something that's been bothering Jester. He has a skin condition, which looks a lot like eczema.
We don't really know the cause. It started quite a few years ago. What we do know is the skin starts to flake and becomes quite raw, and underneath can be quite bloody and just really uncomfortable skin.
Despite many different treatments, the condition wasn't clearing up. So the team decided to start clicker training him to present parts of his body for a new moisturiser. And surprisingly, he's risen to the challenge.
He's a very intelligent chimp and he'll pick a behaviour up within sometimes a few sessions. We've had, for example, teach him to present his thumbs. That only took about 10 minutes.
As a result of the training, they're now able to apply medicated moisturiser directly to the sore spots and catch new outbreaks before they get too bad.
So it just means rather than having a sore sitting, say, on his shoulder and it being there for a few weeks while we wait for the medication to take care of it, it means we can directly treat it within a few hours of spotting it. And in turn, Jester's much more comfortable as well.
Jester will present his thumbs, neck, and even his bottom for treatment. But the added benefit is that as his skin has improved, so has his temper.
Jester is probably one of our chimps that up until recently wasn't trained particularly. Mainly, he had a few key behaviours, but he didn't know very much, and that was mainly because he was known to be a fairly aggressive chimp, particularly towards people. What we've found since we've sort of took him a bit to one side and looked at him a bit closer and really started working really closely with him and trying to get more behaviours out of him, we found that he's actually a very intelligent chimp, and actually the aggressiveness isn't necessarily that he's aggressive towards people.
The more moisturising the team do, the more comfortable and chilled Jester seems to be. He's certainly enjoying the extra attention, and it's possible his painful skin was a contributing factor in his belligerence.
It's difficult to say whether how he was behaving before is to do with the fact that maybe he wasn't getting what he wanted from the primate care staff, or whether it was because he was a bit uncomfortable with his skin. or whether it's just a case that the training is challenging him that little bit more. We can't really say for definite, but his behaviour is definitely better. Boy.
Although he still needs to work on his manners. The park is home to 5 different species of gibbons. There's Paul, the agile gibbon, La gibbons, Ella and Kitty, Fox and Nina, the Muller's gibbons, and Sam and Sasak, the Siamangs. And then there's 13 golden-cheeked gibbons. Gibbons normally pair up with a mate for life. They affirm their bonds and communicate with neighbours using some of the most beautiful sounds in nature. Their songs can travel for up to 2 miles across the jungle canopy. Golden-cheeked gibbons are found in Vietnam, Laos and Cambodia, and they're endangered in the wild. The park is part of the European breeding programme for this species, and the biggest group here is Peanut's family. And this morning, there's a delicacy awaiting them. The care staff have dotted colourful camellia flowers around for them to find. Gibbons are at home in the treetops, where they find their food, so to mimic natural feeding behaviour, some of the flowers are hoisted up high. They're a rare treat for the gibbons, who spend most of their time eating fruit. There are 4 members in the family: Mum, Peanut, who's in charge, Dad, Pung Yo, who spends his time guarding the family's territory, and their kids, 7-year-old daughter Tia Nang and 5-year-old son Tio. This family group love life in their lofty surroundings. Perfectly at home in the trees, Peanut is a large lady who loves her food. She's also a brilliant mum and happy to let son Tio help himself. Although he's reluctant to try the flowers and opts for something he knows, a juicy apple slice. Daughter Tia Nang opts for blooms placed on a lower level. And although she's growing up, she loves hanging out with Mum, so joins her to munch on breakfast. Meanwhile, carefree Tio has plenty of time to play. While Dad Pung Yo takes his job as family protector very seriously, scanning the horizon and checking out any foreign objects he finds, including the mini cameras filming the family's antics. Tia Nang discovers the elevated feeder, but decides she's had enough flowers for one day. But Peanut, true to form, just can't get enough. While the kids stop for some time out, finally, Peanut settles down to sleep off the feast, and the others head out to play. Next time on Monkey Life, shocking news from Hananya's chimp group.
Tico just laid down on the platform. We now know that she had a heart attack.
Come back!
And Tuan's orangs have no problem solving a food puzzle. Today on Monkey Life, shocking news from Hananya's chimp group.
Tico just laid down on the platform. We now know that he actually had a heart attack.
Squirrel monkey Azzy experiences the great outdoors, but isn't sure she likes it.
She has moved somewhere completely new, so it will take her time just to get used to it and just to adjust.
And Tuan's orangs have no problem solving a food puzzle. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I think this one's a little boy, and I think that that one over there might be an older lady.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. It's been an upsetting few days for Hananya's chimps. They're missing an important member of the group, and they're feeling the loss. Tico, the second in command, has died.
Hananya's group went out as normal. All of them seemed fine. Tico was running around doing his normal display that he would do in the morning. And we're not sure entirely what had happened at the time, but Tico just laid down on the platform. And very quickly he, clenched onto a pole and appeared to be asleep. We now know that he actually had a heart attack. We don't know the exact cause of that heart attack, but what we do know is it was very quick, his passing.
Tico was a very significant chimp in the lives of all 19 members of Hananya's family. He was number 2 to Hananya and had close relationships with many of the others, including high-ranking female Cherry, mum to young Thelma. His death has come as a blow to the whole group and to the primate care team. In the few days since his demise, the other chimps have been quiet and subdued.
It's a bit unusual for them, and they're not really sure what's going on with things like the hierarchy, and obviously apart from the political side of it, they have lost a friend as well, so they're all a bit sensitive.
Tico arrived at the park 20 years ago from Israel, along with Hananya and 2 others, Shamak and Gypsy. He was smuggled from the wild and rescued from the pet trade by the Israeli government. When they arrived in the UK, the 4 young chimps joined Sally in the nursery and grew up together at the park. Later, Hananya, Tico and Shamak moved on to an adult group, while Gypsy went to the all-male Bachelors. Tico settled in well into what was originally Rodney's troop, becoming a handsome, muscular, mature male. He was caring, popular with the other chimps, astute, and aware of the group dynamics.
He was probably our most recognisable chimp because he was so muscly and he was such a healthy-looking chimp. Obviously, we point him out to the public as being the one that looks like a bodybuilder because he was so built up. He was very interesting. He looked very serious a lot of the time. He always had a very serious expression. But actually underneath that, he was a very playful chimp. And one of his favourite games was to run up and down, stomping his hands and his feet. And he would play that not with just with other chimps, but he would try and get that game with the staff as well. He was a great character and he was very gentle. He spent a lot of time with Thelma and those younger individuals within the group, and he really is a big loss to both the chimps and the staff.
Chimp society is highly political, and the death of this high-ranking primate will have ramifications for all of the animals he lived with.
For Hananya and Simon and Shamak, they've lost someone that they've grown up with because they were with him for such a long time. For individuals like Cherry, she spent a lot of her day with Tico. They were a very close pair, so she's obviously lost a very good friend. And apart from the emotional side of it, it's quite a change for that chimp group as well. The second ranking male is very important in the hierarchy and how the politics work. So for them, it's a massive deal to lose a second ranking chimp.
In recent times, the care staff had become concerned that Tico was intending to challenge Hananya for the leadership. This led to his old pal, now the dominant male, regularly putting him in his place. As a result, there were often tensions in the group.
I think it's a bit of a complicated loss for Hananya because they were a very close pair and they had to be in those positions. You can't have a dominant male and a second-ranking male that aren't working well together. So Hananya was he was a bit lost for a few days because obviously he's now got the full responsibility of the group while we try and work out who's going to be the second ranker. But he's also got to deal with a group that is going through mourning, which is quite a difficult job for a male that is quite young to be a dominant male, to be honest.
The most likely chimp to step up as Hananya's number 2 is Simon. He's a very political chimp and was able to keep both Hananya and Tico on side at the same time. He's already showing signs of becoming a good second-in-command. But for now, Hananya may feel the benefit of having the threat of Tico removed, but he's still likely to feel the loss of his old friend. Over in Tuan's group, the orangutans are their usual laid-back selves. Adult male Tuan has 4 females living with him. Older ladies Ame and Roro, and teenagers Jolie and Linga. To liven things up, today they're in for a treat. The care staff work hard to enrich the lives of the primates at the park. And for their morning snack, they've made up cube feeders to amuse the orangutans. The cubes are made from rolled-up hose, bolted together and then stuffed full of food. The group have never had them before, and will have to figure out how to get to the delights inside. Jarno's in charge of distribution.
Hello, you.
And Big Boss Tuan is first up.
Tuan! Come back!
The intelligent orangutans soon get to work finding the tasty treats hidden inside. Ame gets stuck into the apples, whilst Linga feasts on more fiddly peanuts. And when Roro approaches, she makes it clear she won't be sharing them. Roro moves on to Tuan, but he's equally unobliging. Instead of hunting down the other cube feeders in the enclosure, she sits on her own for a while, looking sulky. Orangutans spend most of their waking time foraging in the wild, so this is a great way to pass the time. And with good hand dexterity, they're able to carefully remove morsels of food from the feeders. Once they've eaten, the orangs opt for another activity they excel at, chilling out. And they've all got this pastime mastered. While the grown-ups relax, the teenagers, Jolie and Linga, are a bit more active. They're great pals, and as youngsters they spent their days playing, but they're maturing fast, and play is not so high on their agendas. But today, they seem in the mood for some fun. Still young at heart, Jolie's got hold of a bedsheet to frolic with. Even turning it into a sunshade. And she's not the only one messing around. Next door at Sally's group of chimps, Rodders is getting up to his usual antics. But the easygoing orangutans have seen it all before from their excitable chimpanzee neighbours, and have become experts at tuning them out. Over at the Orangutan Nursery, the last few weeks have been a busy time for orphaned youngsters Rieke and Bulu Mata. They've been exploring new playrooms, climbing to new heights, and even even making new friends. They recently met 7-year-old Sylvester, a gentle orangutan, and a good first introduction. They now spend time together each day, and the trio have become firm friends. Eventually, Bulu and Rieke will meet all the orangutans in the nursery so that they can become full-time members of the group. Today is the next major stepping stone on that journey. They're going to meet adult female Oisin.
Oh, combine you two.
Wild born, she became part of the exotic pet trade and later lived with a family in South Africa until they asked the park to look after her when she was 13. Sylvester was born at a zoo in Spain and rejected by his mother. Oisin adopted him when they both arrived at the park in 2010. They've been together ever since. But Oisin isn't the most natural mother.
They became very close, and he was always at her side, and, you know, it's debatable who needed who more. Whenever there was a moment of upset or concern in the orang nursery, Sylvester became Oisin's security blanket.
Oisin has now got used to her new life with other orangutans, and Alison feels she's the best adult orang for Rieke and Bulu to meet before being introduced to the rest of the nursery group.
It's time to meet a big adult orangutan, and you know, we're choosing Oisin because she's not a pushy mother figure. In fact, unless there's food around or some issue going down, she's sort of a hands-off type motherly figure, so it will be less intimidating. Oisin will step in and tell others off, and that's the whole purpose of being a maternal figure in the orangutan nursery. It gets the little ones used to being around big adult animals. It makes their orangutan behavior and repertoire more complete. And hopefully, you know, Oisin will be in there to help settle any disputes.
Today's the big day, and although the youngsters have been growing in confidence, they still hold on to each other for reassurance when they're a bit apprehensive. Once they're feeling settled, the team open the door between the rooms. Sylvester heads straight in and hoovers up the snacks before even saying hello. While Rieke and Bulu are still a little hesitant. But quickly enticed in, they're more interested in playing with Sylvester than eating. It's not long before Oisin joins them, but she ignores the youngsters and heads straight for the food. After a little bop on the head from Rieke to say hello, she gives the pair a friendly sniff.
Good girl.
Then ignores them to concentrate on looking for more food. Bulu and Rieke have taken meeting an adult orang face-to-face for the first time in their stride, with Oisin making it easy for them.
Oisin's responded pretty much as we expected. First of all, #1 priority, food. Babies are okay, but they're not bringing snacks or anything extra to the party, so really this is something that's going to have to develop over time. I'm just really pleased that everybody's getting on so well.
The introduction has been a success, and the team decide to open up the big playroom for all 4 orangs. Sylvester loves playing with the youngsters, and it's great for them to have an older orangutan to learn from and look up to. And hopefully he'll be like an older brother and look out for them in the future. As for laid-back Oisin, she's happy to let them play. Today's been a good step forward for Bulu and Rieke. Soon they'll be able to meet the other, more boisterous members of the nursery group. At the Squirrel and Saki monkey enclosure, there have been 2 new recent arrivals. The 2 species of monkey live together at the park, and newcomers Chloe the Saki and Azzy the Squirrel monkey have both settled in well. Azzy has become good friends with elderly Samantha and likes to be close to her, but today she's in for a new adventure. She'll be heading outside for the first time. She loved the outdoors at her previous home, so the team's expecting her to revel in the new surroundings. And they're making it an extra special day. They've made jelly and ice lollies, and hidden away inside are a key part of the monkey's diet: insects.
Today we're going to be letting out Azzy, our new female squirrel monkey, for the first time. Like with all our squirrel monkeys, one of her favourite foods is live insects. She absolutely loves them, as they all do. So locusts, mealworms and waxworms, they get every day anyway, but they all really love them.
Karen unlocks the doors to the outside enclosure. First out is boisterous youngster Charlie. And he's followed closely by Samantha. But when Samantha realises Azzy isn't behind her, she heads back inside to persuade her to join them. Samantha's encouragement pays off, and eventually a very tentative Azzy follows for her first taste of the outdoor area. But it's not going to plan. As soon as she sets foot outside, she makes a dash for one of the bushes to hide. It's pretty good camouflage.
Where Azzy lived before here, she did have an outside enclosure, but it was a full cage, and this is an open-topped enclosure, so there is a difference there. But she has moved somewhere completely new, so it will take her time just to get used to it and just to adjust. She's very confident in the house now. She can get around there everywhere, but this is her first morning out, so it is just going to take her time to adapt.
While Azzy is attempting to get used to her new surroundings from the inside of the bush, her new friends get stuck into the tasty treats.
Chloe's never tried these before, so we're not sure what she thinks, but Charlie, our male squirrel monkey, absolutely adores jelly. And they all like their insects. It's whether they want to put their hands in the squishy jelly to get them.
Chloe has no problem enthusiastically plunging her hands into the sticky jelly. And she's got the hang of the ice lollies too. But elderly Jethro is set in his ways and doesn't join in the excitement. And he's still not overly impressed with newcomer Chloe. But the squirrel monkeys don't hang about. Agile Topsy likes to make a mess, while her best friend Turvy has these treats licked. The frozen delights are melting fast, and Azzy still hasn't plucked up the courage to join the others.
Charlie keeps coming over, looking in the bush, seeing where she is, and hopefully that will encourage her to come out when she's good and ready to come out.
Azzy has missed out on the jellied insects and ice lollies, but at least she's outside, albeit still in the bush.
The whole day we're going to have someone here watching her, making sure she's okay, making sure she's not panicked, keep an eye on whether she figures out for herself how to go back in. If she doesn't figure that out for herself, I think there's going to be a lot of bribery and insects used to get her back into the house tonight.
At the golden-cheeked gibbon enclosure, female Tia Nang is changing her hair colour. But she doesn't need to visit an expensive salon. It's a natural process for the young gibbon. The timing is perfect because Marina Kenyon, a leading expert on golden-cheeked gibbons, is at the park. She co-manages Dao Tien Island Rescue Centre. It's the park's sister sanctuary and was opened in 2008 to rescue and rehabilitate endangered primates of southern Vietnam before reintroducing them into the wild. Marina is keen to see how Tia Nang is progressing with an unusual transformation, her hair changing from black to blonde.
This species of gibbon, golden-cheeked gibbons, are really quite special. They're the only ones that do colour changes as they mature, as they get older.
Tia Nang lives with her mum Peanut, dad Peng Yo, and younger brother Tio. All babies are born blonde, the same colour as mum, but when aged about 1, they turn black. Males stay black, but when females reach sexual maturity, they change colour again.
Normally around 7 to 8, the young females would start to change into the yellow. So it's beautiful here that Tia Nang is actually on the right time scale. So her family unit here at Monkey World is mirroring what would naturally happen in the wild. So now that Tien is changing colour, basically her hormones are changing, and that's triggering her colour change.
Tien is only the second female at the park to go through both colour changes, so it's a fascinating time. She's currently halfway through her second change, and it's signalling the start of her journey to adulthood. When gibbons reach sexual maturity, it's usually time for them to leave mum and dad and start their own families.
The colour change takes around a year, and then after that I've seen the daughters blonde in the family unit for up to 2 years. But during that time you can see quite a lot of things changing. Sometimes daughter will be next to mum, other days daughter's 100 metres looking a bit nervous. So mum is slowly starting to push herself away, and what Tien needs to do is to be clever and actually just be able to read her mum's signs and know when to come close and when not to come close. And that's really important for any education, learning your social skills of how to interact in a family unit.
At the moment, Peanut loves having her daughter around, so only time will tell how long Tien can stay once her colour change is complete.
It all depends on Peanut. Some gibbons are more tolerant and laid back, some gibbons aren't.
So far, Tien is doing all the right things, and the mother and daughter relationship is secure. But once she's mature and ready for independence, she could be a potential candidate to move to the park's sister sanctuary in Vietnam. And one day, she may even make it into the wild.
Physically, and on top of that, behaviourally, because she's been brought up in trees. I would love, when Peanut decides that her daughter has learnt enough and it's time for her to go and find her own male, I would love for her to come to Vietnam because she's actually a Class A candidate. And it would be really, really good to see if a gibbon born in the West, here in England, can actually make it back to Vietnam and go back to the wild and survive.
Next time on Monkey Life, newly arrived Capuchin Dino comes face to face with a new phenomenon: flirty females.
Obviously, he's a bit wary. I think it's new. We don't know that he's met females in the past.
And woolly monkey Paolo begins to make his mark as the newly promoted dominant male. Today on Monkey Life, newly arrived Capuchin Dino comes face to face with a new phenomenon: flirty females.
Obviously, he's a bit wary. I think it's new. We don't know that he's met females in the past.
Elderly gibbon Ella proves a worry.
Over recent months, we have become a little bit concerned about her eyesight, and we now believe that she actually has cataracts.
And woolly monkey Paolo begins to make his mark as the newly promoted dominant male. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
We've really done everything we can to make her journey as smooth as possible.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. The arrival of newly rescued primates at the park often heralds a change in group dynamics. It's important that newcomers make friends and fit in well with other, more established residents. Male Capuchin monkey Dino, who was rescued from the pet trade, is one such recent arrival. He's palled up with another male, Winslow, who had been ousted from his group, and they're now living together. Capuchins are highly strung monkeys, Getting them to form happy and settled groups can be difficult. But the primate care team's hope for Dino and Winslow is that they form a new group of their own. Today, they're going to meet some possible long-term companions, and they're all females. Maggie, Maddie, Sophia, and Ginger have all been living as low-rankers in Tao's group. The team think they'll do better with some new males, so it's up to Dino and Winslow to win them over. This morning, the girls were separated from their old group and moved together to the boys' home.
They've done remarkably well. They calmed down very quickly in the house and they seem very relaxed and settled. They just seem to be enjoying being in their little subgroup now where they haven't got to worry a bit about being low-ranking animals like they were in Tao's group.
With both the girls and the boys settled, it's time for their first group date. With the door open, the monkeys can mingle as they please. This is a big moment for Dino. He's never met ladies before in his life. His insecurity shows, but he holds his ground.
Obviously, he's a bit wary. I think it's new. We don't know that he's met females in the past, so it's quite interesting. Obviously, he needs a new sort of set of social skills to what he needed when he met Winslow for the first time.
Dino needs to call on his social skills straight away. He's not sure what Ginger and Maddie are trying to tell him. Ginger's approach is a little full-on, while, to help him out, Maddie indulges in a little flirting behaviour. Capuchins are expert flirters. Raising their eyebrows and making submissive gestures could get them a long way in the dating game. It's gone well enough for the care team to encourage the Capuchins to go into the outside enclosure. These feisty and intelligent monkeys have a complex social system, so having a bit of space should hopefully help ease the process. Unlike Dino, Winslow's used to female companionship. He makes the most of it, and Maggie is the beneficiary.
A big concern we had was whether introducing the females would affect the dynamic between Winslow and Dino, but their relationship seems to be fairly settled. Winslow is in charge and Dino sort of is below him, but it seems to be working at the moment. Hopefully they will continue that way.
The tricky process of forming a new Capuchin group has got off to a good start, and life for Dino is looking up.
It's very early on in the introduction at the moment, but touch wood, so far everything's been really good. There's been a lot of positive interaction between the males and females. Everyone seems to be getting on okay. Obviously, we know what Capuchins are like. They can be very highly strung. It doesn't take a lot to make one turn on someone else, so we will continue to monitor them very, very closely, and hopefully they'll all settle down.
It's not just the Capuchins who've been moving around at the park. During the last few weeks, there have been lots of changes for the park's woolly monkeys too. Chippy has moved to become dominant male at Oscar's former group, leaving young adult male Paolo to step into his extremely large shoes as new leader of the barn woolies. Paolo was born at the park in 2007. The son of Levar, he wasn't fed by his mum Kuna, and for the first 6 months of his life was hand-reared by Alison and keeper Mike. He's grown up with brilliant male role models to learn from. First, when a youngster, from Bueno, and more recently, Chippy. He's certainly beginning to look the part.
It's all still relatively new for the group. They have started to settle a little bit. Paolo is starting to grow into his role. It's going to take a little bit of time for him to fully develop into it. He has got a lot to learn. He's kind of been an immature teenager before now, so he's got a big step up to do, but hopefully he's going to embrace the challenge. But the females are starting to adapt a little bit to life without Chippy, and we have already seen the group start to settle down a little bit more.
To become a successful dominant male, Paolo will need to be a very strong and assertive character. He'll have to gain the trust of the females and show he's there to protect and look after them. any disputes or squabbles, and Paolo will have to take charge to make sure nothing escalates out of control.
He's always been a very confident character within the group, but because of his past and his history of being hand-reared, he's obviously had to kind of have a bit of a crash course in his social skills and how he deals with the rest of the group. But he has developed very, very well. He is a very big and very impressive male now. We're just hoping when he has to take this next step up to be the dominant male that he's going to kind of learn the ropes quite quickly and develop from the kind of immature teenager that he was into a full-blown, good, all-rounded dominant male that the females need.
There are two females in this group, Pakaya and Yurima. Yurima is one of the more sensitive woolies at the park and can be nervous in new situations. She'll need time to adapt to Paolo being the dominant male. But for the two youngsters, Eva and Oriana, and baby Carlos, there should be no such problems.
He's absolutely brilliant with the youngsters and the babies in the group. He's very patient, very gentle with them, and because he's still kind of full of energy and really playful himself, he does enjoy getting involved in a play session. So the two youngsters, Carlos and Oriana, in this group absolutely adore him. So that's obviously really good, and it's nice for the females to be able to trust him with their youngsters as well.
It's going to be a steep learning curve for the young adult, but staff are hoping that, given time, he'll grasp the opportunity and make a great success of his new role.
If he can get a little bit more sensible, calm down a little bit, not be quite so excitable, he can really embrace the role, be really level-headed, make a good leader, and the females will just adore him as much as they adored Chippy, and hopefully the future looks bright for them.
But at one of the Gibbon houses, life is anything but bright for La Gibbon Ella. In fact, it's decidedly cloudy. Ella lives with male Muller's Gibbon, Fox.
It's unlikely, but it works so well. They are very close and affectionate. They both are very happy towards each other and very happy with each other's company. They really do make the most of every day.
But although they enjoy life together, the primate care team have noticed the female half of this duo is experiencing problems. Before coming to the park 14 years ago, Ella lived a very different life. She arrived with a long list of medical conditions, from a circus via Kaliningrad Zoo. With care, she recovered well. But she's now nearly 30, and staff have noticed a number of changes in her.
She's an old lady. She likes to lie around in the sunshine and just take life at a bit of an easier pace. Over recent months, however, we have become a little bit concerned about her eyesight, and we now believe that she actually has cataracts. Sometimes we see when we do something like this where we've actually got quite a small treat in our hands and we hold it out to Ella. Sometimes, like there, you can see she doesn't quite seem to see it. Other times she seems to quite easily see where the treat is and put her hand straight to it. We think that that's actually depending on the light. Often with cataracts, you'll find that in really bright sunny conditions, it actually appears to make the eyesight worse and much harder for them to be able to see things clearly. Ella, you missed it. There you go. And when it's actually a little bit duller, it's much easier for them to see.
Gibbons live at the very top of the tree canopy and can move with incredible speed and agility using their long limbs to travel. Their hand-eye coordination is vital to their survival. Ella's slow and careful movement is a sure sign something is wrong. She's having to look hard for her next handhold. Ella and Fox were put together after Ella's mate Nike passed away.
They've both been at the park for quite some time, but they've actually only lived together for about a year and a half. And as you can see, they are the best of friends. They're also a couple of our sweetest natured gibbons. They're very sweet and affectionate towards the staff as well as towards each other. They have quite gentle personalities generally.
The care team are determined to do their best for elderly Ella and are seeking medical help for her eye condition. It's possible she might be able to have a cataract operation, although at her age, an anaesthetic could be a big risk. For the moment, Ella is just about coping, but the keepers will be carefully monitoring her progress over the coming days and weeks. The park is home to 4 groups of chimpanzees. At the top of the park, Hananya's been in charge of his group since 2004 and has 18 chimps living with him. Over to the west, there's Paddy and his 17 chimps. Across from them, Sally has just 4 others living with her. And then, next door, are the rowdy Bachelor boys, a group of 15 males, where there has recently been some political manoeuvring going on.
They're a little bit more boisterous, they're always very active, but they are, in all, they're quite a playful group.
Chimpanzees are sociable animals and live in complex communities. There's a male hierarchy with a dominant male in charge. Since the group started, Butch, who's in his 30s, has been top dog. And with the help of the bully boy half-brothers, Buxom and Jester, he's reigned with an iron fist. A chimp can only become leader with the support of others, and Butch wouldn't have succeeded or held on to his position without his henchmen.
He has a bit of a temper, he likes things to be done a certain way, he likes things to be done his way. He's more of a bully leader.
All dominant males have their own leadership style. Getting to the top of the tree is often down to brains or brawn, but a strong political streak is also important. At the Bachelors in the past year, the leadership has been in question.
Butch seems to have stepped down from his position, which is understandable. He is getting a little bit older. It's a lot of responsibility. Luckily for the Bachelors, they seem to have dealt with the process really well.
It's not easy being top chimp.
It's a really stressful position. It's actually a position that you have to really want as a chimp in order to get that high position within the group. And it comes with lots of perks, so obviously you get good access to food, you get to choose where you nest, you basically get to pick whatever you want within the group and everyone else has to sort of accept it.
But Butch has made the transition from leader to lower down the rankings well. He's still high up, but his power has waned.
It's actually quite a nice, calm life for him now. We have seen him relax a lot more. I think he's got a really good life now.
It's not clear who the leader is yet, or how any power struggle will play out. Recently, there have been 3 main contenders for the top job, including Butch's top lieutenants, Buxom and Jester. But there is a wildcard candidate too, high-ranking Paco. Rescued from the beaches of Spain, he loves to strut his stuff and does highly impressive displays. But some of the money's on Jester pipping the others to the post.
He has been known in the past for his aggression towards the other chimps, but actually when you look at him and the way he deals with situations, he seems to be dealing with them quite well. He spends time grooming with them, which as a dominant male is really important because it's really important for him to make sure he makes friends with all the members of his group. So for him doing that, he's showing that he's really got the right mindset in order to be the dominant male in the Bachelor group.
Jester's transformation into a possible leader could, in part, be down to the primate care staff's proactive treatment of the ongoing skin condition he's had for some years. He suffers from a type of eczema and has recently been trained to present his body to be moisturised with a medicated cream, which seems to have made him more comfortable. Another benefit for Jester is that many chimps arrive at the park without experience of living with others. But he came from a zoo, so understands their complex social structure. But at 36, the question now is, how long could he stay in power? Sitting in the wings are Paco and Buxom, and both could be strong contenders, but at 34, Buxom is also getting on a bit. Paco, on the other hand, is in his early 20s and could be an excellent leader. But one thing is certain, in the future, a younger chimp will need to come to the fore. It's a long way off, but young Ben, who was born at the park, is shaping up well.
Ben is very impressive. He's exactly how you want a future dominant male to be. He's got all the right looks on him.
But for now, Jester, Buxom and Paco each need to plan their next move for political dominance at the Bachelors. The park is home to 3 groups of orangutans, each with 1 adult male. Tuan is estimated to be around 29 years old and has 4 females living with him, including Jolie and Linga, who arrived at the park as babies. At the other end of the park is 19-year-old Gordon with his 3 ladies. And then there's the nursery group, including 11-year-old Kai, who's beginning to outgrow it. He's a gentle and friendly orangutan who was born at the park to mum Xiao Kuai. She's a great mum, and he was the first orangutan born at the park to be reared by his mother. Kai now has 2 younger siblings, 7-year-old brother Jin and 4-year-old adopted sister Awan. Alison and the primate care team who work with the orangs have a great deal of affection for Kai.
He's such a lovely nature chap. He's very friendly, he's peaceful, he's not aggressive, although he has a little bit of attitude and character, so if he's not getting what he wants, he'll let you know. He's definitely got a firm hand on things, but at the same time he's caring and understanding, so he's the perfect man, really.
Kai has a great life at the park and has enjoyed living in the nursery group with his mum, siblings and 4 other orangutans. But he didn't always live in this group.
He and his mum did live with Gordon and a few other adults, and you know, that was perhaps a good upbringing for him as a youngster. And then when he moved back to the Orangutan Nursery, when he became a rival, if you will, for Gordon, he then met Jolie and Linga and established a good bond and relationship with them.
Jolie and Linga both arrived at the park, which is the European creche for orphaned orangutans, not long after birth, and grew up here. Both were rejected by their mums. In their early years, they bonded well with Kai.
Kai spent quite a few years actually interacting, playing, rolling around in a heap with Jolie and Linga. They know each other extremely well.
But as a maturing male, Kai can't stay in the nursery group for much longer, and the staff have been working hard to find a more suitable home for him. And now they have. Soon he'll be leaving along with his friends Jolie and Linga. The trio will be moving more than 1,000 miles away to a safari park in Spain, where they'll start a new group together. All 3 are Bornean orangutans and part of the European breeding program, which oversees the care and management of this critically endangered species. In Spain, Kai can start his own family and contribute to the success of the program.
Both Jolie and Linga are forces to contend with, and probably 2 of the more dominant ladies by nature that we have here at the park in terms of our orangutans. And yeah, I think Kai's going to have his hands full if he thinks he's going to be in charge.
As a rescue centre, the park doesn't say goodbye to animals very often, and it won't be easy for the team when the time comes for them to leave.
All I can say is that I'm, very proud of the orangutans, which sounds silly, but Kai has grown up into an absolutely beautiful young man. Jolie and Linga are just wonderful and fun and nice. So the 3 who have grown up together over the years are perfectly set up to come together and be that new small group of orangutans in Spain. So it's now time for us to bite the bullet. It's never a good time or an easy time. Nobody's really happy about it, but it's what's right for Kai, Jolie, and Linga.
Next time on Monkey Life. Elderly Gibbon Ella's on the operating table But can her sight be saved?
So that is a very dense cataract, isn't it?
And the squirrel monkey and Saki enclosure gets a makeover. Today on Monkey Life, elderly Gibbon Ella's on the operating table, but can her sight be saved?
So that is a very dense cataract, isn't it?
Orangutan Kai has that boxed-in feeling.
It's a really slow process. We have to work into make him comfortable getting in there and actually being in there.
And the squirrel monkey and Saki enclosure gets a makeover. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Nothing's ever straightforward on these.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. Over at the park's hospital, a big day is planned for one of Monkey World's older residents, and the medical team are getting ready.
So we've decided to go ahead with Ella's eye operation for her cataracts. We've had to shut her in early this morning and make sure that she's got no breakfast and things like that in preparation for the operation. And we're just obviously a little bit of a concern, a little bit of worry. She is an old lady, and of course there's always going to be issues and concerns over how the anaesthetics and things are going to go. We have put in lots of preparation, we've done lots of training with her, so hopefully that'll all take effect and work really smoothly, and that'll help in her favour today.
Over recent months, staff have become increasingly concerned about Ella's eyesight. She's developed cataracts in both eyes and been moving around slowly, frequently having to pause to work out her next move. It was becoming obvious that something had to be done. And so today, human eye specialist Lindsay Bray and his team are going to try and give Ella back her sight and quality of life. Recently, Lindsay successfully treated a cataract on Lola, a chimp in her late 20s from Paddy's group, and he's hoping for a similar outcome with Ella. She's been anaesthetised and had drops put in both eyes to dilate her pupils, ready for the operation. Specialist wildlife vet John Lewis has been brought in to control her anaesthetic.
I'm going to need Ella's head right at the top here.
Yep. Everything shuffles
So
that
I'm
way.
going to need her head up here.
Okay.
Okay.
Just slide the whole animal up on its heat mat, that away. It's this, it's going to drag.
It's a bit hairier than most of my patients, isn't she? That's probably too high, isn't it? I think that's going to be fine.
Look at that pupil.
That's going to be fine.
That
yeah.
pupil's come up again.
Have you
But-
picked an eye opening?
Yeah, the left one.
eye?
Yeah.
Because that one's
Yeah.
worse, or...
They're both the same, but the pupil's bigger.
Okay.
Lindsay will only operate on Ella's left eye in case there are any unforeseen complications.
Ella has got 2 absolutely white cataracts, so Ella won't be able to see anything at all. If you were to wave your arms in front of her face, she would just about be able to pick that up. That really is all she could see. And both eyes are the same. Sometimes white cataracts like this become very hard, and then technically that does make it a bit more complicated. It's also complicated by the fact that Ella's eyes are very small compared to a human's eye. I won't really know until I till I start.
Ella's eye needs to be kept open using a tiny instrument that's normally used for eye operations on human children, and getting it in place is tricky.
We got some 6-8. Ah, there we are. It's okay. Done it. Yeah, done it.
Well done.
With it in position, the team are ready to start.
So that is a very dense cataract, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lights down, yes, please.
We'll do it from the top then,
Well, that's a small eye, isn't it?
In order to remove the front of the lens, Lindsay uses a blue dye to stain it, which makes it easier to see what he's doing.
Drop some here, please, Jared. Thank you.
It's a very difficult procedure on a smaller patient, and there are some nervous onlookers in the room.
Right now, we can just stand and watch, and it's out of our hands. We've got no control, so it's kind of hard just standing around and waiting for the guys to obviously do everything, and then we'll obviously have the worrying bit of waiting for her to come round. So kind of really nervous at the moment and worried. Just got to wait and see what happens, really.
And as the operation continues, things don't get any easier for the medical team.
Okay, now we're going to have to adjust her head again in a minute, I think. This access is so awkward, isn't it?
Awkward, yeah.
It's because everything's so small, that's the tricky bit. You know.
Across the park, the care team who look after the orangutans have been busy putting out treats for Xiao Kuai's group. Two of her youngsters, 6-year-old Jin and adopted orphan Awan, who's just 4, are discovering the joys of pomegranates and Marmite. Youngster Awan, however, is at the back of the queue. Big brother Jin shows her how it's done, getting his hands and feet on as many pomegranates as he can. Awan is taken aback by his ability. He's obviously done this before. A little knowledge is a wonderful thing, and knowing where the fruit stash is hidden always helps. A quick demonstration of a top-flight Marmite maneuver shows off even more skills. It's too much for Awan, who's still trying to master pomegranate pips. While Mum Xiao Kuai is not inclined to share. Never mind, time for a quick after-breakfast play. And later, a cuddle from Mum. While Awan has been picking up tips outside, indoors, Big Brother Kai is having lessons of his own. Kai is now 11 and almost grown up, and grown-up male orangs need to move on.
Orangutan males cannot live in the same group when they are fully grown, so we have a problem because Kai is getting there. He's a teenager now, so soon, in maybe 2 years, maybe 4 years, maybe 5 years, he's gonna be fully grown, he's gonna be really fat, he's gonna have his cheek pads and everything, so he doesn't fit in the nursery anymore.
Kai has spent his entire life here at the park and has had a great upbringing by his mum, Xiao Kuai. He's now ready for a family of his own. And in Spain, a zoo has just built a new house and island enclosure for orangutans. And the plan is for Kai to go there.
Hey, handsome boy!
To avoid having to dart him or even use anesthetics with him, we're training him to move into a box. This is a travel crate, and it's quite a small box. It's quite dark inside, so it's a really slow process. We have to work to make him comfortable getting in there and actually being in there.
The secret of the training is to reward Kai with food.
Take a bed.
This box is a box of fun. He gets raisins, he gets food that he normally doesn't get, different kinds of nuts. He gets a drink of milk sometimes, so it's also a surprise. So he's quite motivated to go in the box to see what happens to him, because we make sure it's only really nice stuff that happens in here.
The fact that Kai is happy to be inside the crate is good news. it means he won't need an anaesthetic when he travels. But Kai won't be going on his own. Linga and Jolie, who grew up with him in the nursery, will be going too.
Moving with these two girls, there will be no need for him to go through introductions. They know each other very well, they've grown up together, and they're also not fully grown, so they will be moving now as teenagers, so they will be probably a play group in there, and with time they will become a really nice family group. Kai will probably become a really nice, fully grown male for these two ladies as well.
Though it might be good for the teenage orangs, it's a big wrench for the team.
It's really nice that he's gonna go, but it's really sad for us. We've been living with him practically every day for the last few years, and Kai is one of those characters that everyone loves Kai.
At the park's Saki and Squirrel Monkey outdoor enclosure, things are getting rather overgrown. Some of the branches are rotting, vegetation's becoming thick, and the whole area needs a renovation. Today, there are plans for a major revamp, as it's starting to cause a few difficulties for some of the residents.
Quite a lot of the guys in this group, both the squirrels and the Sakis, are getting on a bit. 3 of our female squirrel monkeys are all sort of quite old, and the Sakis too are both sort of fairly elderly. So we need to bear that in mind when we are rebranching, that we're, putting down nice easy routes. It's not going to be too difficult for them to move about.
The refit will particularly benefit elderly Jethro and Chloe, who've lately been finding it harder to get around. Chloe recently arrived at the park, and a key concern for Jethro is that he has enough room to avoid her when he wants some time to himself.
Jethro does sort of like her, but he gets a bit sort of perplexed by her. So if she's sat anywhere in the way in the enclosure, he gets quite sort of nervous about moving past her. So we're also rebranching, giving him extra routes around the enclosure, so he hasn't got to get so sort of frustrated and nervous when he's trying to move past his lady.
Once done, the residents will have easier access to all areas. And the nimble squirrel monkeys have their own requirements too.
They're a lot more agile, so with those guys we don't have to worry so much about thicker branches. We can use a lot of the hosing and the thinner branches, and we can run that up a lot higher as well, so we're going to have sort of 2 levels so they can get up nice and high.
With such a big job on their hands, the maintenance team and primate care staff are getting together for the home renovations. And while they take place, the monkeys are waiting indoors, looking forward to the grand unveiling. They're finding it a bit frustrating, but it should be well worth the wait. After a lot of hard work, the transformation is complete. And it's time for the monkeys to give the revamped enclosure the once-over. Even senior citizen Jethro shows a sudden turn of speed. And they all seem pleased with the results of the facelift.
Jethro is a little bit cautious to begin with. He's an older man, so when his environment changes, he has to take a minute to kind of think about what's happened. But once he sort of figured it out, he sort of made his way around the branching, just sort of checking that we'd done it properly and that he could move around okay and that it was supporting him.
While Jethro enjoys a good nose about, doting Chloe, who has always enjoyed being outside, happily follows after him.
Chloe as well has multiple places she can sort of sit where she's close enough to Jethro that she can keep an eye on him, which is where she sort of likes to be. But Jethro's also able to move around without having to worry if Chloe gets in his way.
Revamp or not, one of the group is less enthusiastic. Recent arrival Azzy is a bit unsure and will need to pluck up more courage before heading out.
Even though we'd revamped the enclosure for her, she wasn't a bit grateful, and she did still hang back in the bedrooms, which is where she does prefer to be.
But before long, she musters her mettle and heads outside to check out the home improvements. Although not venturing far, at least she's out, and the other squirrel monkeys are keen to show her how much fun their upgraded environment can be. The park is home to 3 groups of woolly monkeys, each led by a dominant male. Long-standing resident Levar looks after 4 members in his family. Chippy, who's been at the park since 2010, has recently been moved to a new household of 6, which includes the park's newest addition, 4-week-old baby Olivia. And then there's Paolo. Born at the park in 2007, he's now in charge of Chippy's old group. The family includes Urima and her daughter Ava and son Carlos, along with Pakaya and her daughter Oriana. Today, Paolo's group are getting their usual breakfast of fruit and nuts, but they're going to have to work for it. The primate care staff have filled bottles with straw as well as the healthy breakfast, and are putting them around the enclosure for these intelligent monkeys to find. It's a great activity to mimic natural foraging behaviour. Paolo's first out, and the hunt is on for the breakfast buffet. Pakaya has already found 2 bottles, and she's not sharing with anybody, even daughter Oriana. Urima, on the other hand, is slightly more generous and does allow little Carlos a small morsel to keep him happy. Pakaya has polished off the snacks from one of her bottles. But Paolo double-checks just in case she's missed something. Ava keeps an eye on her younger brother Carlos as he hides in the undergrowth with his bottle. And, as big sisters do, soon decides her little brother should share with her. Pakaya just can't get enough of all this breakfast in a bottle. But she can't get to every bottle first, and new dominant male Paolo finds one for himself. Ava opts for a discarded piece of melon. It's less fiddly. And once the bottles are empty, it's time for a bit of foraging in the undergrowth. At the park's hospital, a rare and very delicate operation is being carried out on Ella, an elderly Lar gibbon.
So that is a very dense cataract, isn't it?
Human eye specialist Lindsay Bray has performed thousands of cataract procedures before, but never on a gibbon.
Access is so awkward, isn't it?
Yeah.
The medical instruments that he uses on his human patients are proving to be much more difficult to use on Ella's small eye.
John, what we've got going on here is what in humans is called Bell's phenomenon. So the eye is tilting up underneath the top lid.
Need it deeper.
Yeah.
Because Ella is an old lady, vet John Lewis has used a light anaesthetic, but this has caused the pupil of her eye to not fully relax, and it's making things difficult for Lindsay.
Try the simple way first. If that doesn't work, we'll try something else.
Okay. When the anaesthetic's quite light, the eye tends to drift right up underneath the top lid, and I can't get access to it to do the operation. And with Ella's eye being so small anyway, it's tilted right up, and a deeper anaesthetic just makes that relax, and then I should be able to get access again. So we're just going to see if that's done enough. Just tell me when you think, John.
Have a look now. We have to watch that eye though, because it's very high.
With Ella's eye now relaxed, Lindsay removes a small circle of the outer lens, which will later be replaced with an implant. He then gets to work breaking up the cataract.
I'm just releasing it. I'm separating it from the capsule.
And now you're going to...
Now I'm going to use ultrasound here. Okay.
But before he can start, he encounters a new set of problems.
Ooh.
The head's gradually falling over to the left. Yeah. We've got to somehow stabilise her head a bit.
What's happening here is that bun...
Is that coming out?
...was coming out to the right. So now if we get her head propped up from that left side, is that better?
We'll see.
Finally, Lindsay can get to work on the cataract. A phaco machine sends ultrasonic waves into the cataract, breaking it up into small pieces. These are then sucked up through a small probe.
It's very difficult to rotate it.
Yeah.
But the advanced cataract is proving tough to break down.
Head's gradually going.
Is it?
Yeah. Very, very tricky. I might just see if it aspirates.
Yeah.
At last, Lindsay manages to clear the cataract.
Okay,
So shall I
right, so
take
we
the
need more
lens?
heel on it, please.
More heel on.
Unbelievably difficult. It was a very dense cataract. The main problem was just getting access to the eye to do the operation. That's what's been the problem. I've just got to put the lens in and put a stitch in it. That's what an implant looks like. So it's got a lens in the middle and two little loops, a loop either side. And the loops just support the lens in the eye.
The lens is rolled up and inserted using an injector through the tiny incision at the top of the eye. Once inside, it's unravelled and placed in position. Just one stitch is all that's needed to finish up.
That's it.
Yeah. Okay, right then, we're done.
Done.
Phew. Cool. That was very difficult. Right, well, that's just about as hard a cataract as it's possible to do. That is difficult, yeah.
Ella is transferred to a travelling crate where she will come round from the anaesthetic. For Lindsay, it's been a challenging but rewarding day.
There was nothing difficult about the eye or the cataract. The difficulty was the access and the fact that the head kept slipping off, and just technically it was difficult to see what I was doing. That was the only problem. But it's gone fine. She should be seeing better within a couple of days or so. Yeah.
With the demanding operation a success, the team can at last breathe a sigh of relief. But now they must wait for Ella to fully come round from the anaesthetic, and it'll be a few days before they know if the operation has been a success. Next time on Monkey Life. The team face a difficult decision when squirrel monkey Samantha undergoes an operation.
If it's operable, in other words, I can remove it, we'll do it. But I very, very much doubt it.
And it's all gone bananas at the Capuchins. Today on Monkey Life, squirrel monkey Samantha undergoes a full health check, but there's a problem.
She has a large mass in the posterior part of her abdomen, I mean, about the size of my thumb.
Over at the Orangs, it's all change.
It's time for Kai to go. I'm gonna miss him a lot because I've been working with him most of the time. He is growing up and the nurseries is not the place for him.
And it's gone bananas at the Capuchins. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
They're all going to have a chance to live proper lives again. Perfect.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. For the park's care team, keeping an eye on the health and welfare of so many different primates is a full-on job, especially considering the tragic background of some individuals. Each of the 20 species has their own dietary requirements, and many of the animals need daily supplements and vitamins. Each individual is closely monitored. Over the last few months, the team has been regularly checking elderly squirrel monkey Samantha. She's lost a lot of weight, and they want to get to the bottom of what's causing it.
Okay, let's go and get Samantha and then start from there. Yeah.
Specialist wildlife vet John Lewis has been called in to investigate.
Well, we're going to start the morning looking at an old squirrel monkey. She's an old girl, and she's just losing weight very slowly, no obvious reasons. So we're going to anaesthetise her, examine her, take blood samples from her to see if we can identify why. And it's every chance it's old age, but nonetheless we should rule out anything more sinister or anything we can actually treat.
Samantha was rescued from West Sussex in 2009, where she was living in appalling conditions in a caravan on a run-down farm. She was estimated to be 14 years of age at the time. She's quite a character and at times can be a little feisty. And although she gets on well with the park's other 4 squirrel monkeys, she's low ranking. Now in her early 20s, she's the old lady of the group. Samantha's been brought from her enclosure to the park's hospital so John can examine her. But first, she needs to be anaesthetised, and for that, they need the help of the primate care staff and Jeremy.
You're a bit lively.
Once John manages to gently apply the mask, it doesn't take long for the anaesthetic to take effect. Now he can do a general all-over examination, first looking at her teeth, in case their condition is a contributing factor to Samantha's weight loss.
She has got stumps, but a large number of her teeth are exactly that. Stumps. That's just what, long-term wear and tear.
Next, John looks at Samantha's stomach, and what he finds is worrying.
She has a large mass in the posterior part of her abdomen, about the size of my thumb. We will need an X-ray. And we're going to need the X-ray fairly soon. We'll just keep a rather careful eye on her at the moment because she's an old girl. Let's put her on the plate.
An X-ray is the least intrusive way to assess the sinister lump in Samantha's abdomen, which John is beginning to suspect could be serious.
See, I don't think that's constipation or any other explanation I can think of.
The X-ray confirms John's worst fears.
We may need a chat with Alison. Yeah.
It's obvious from the X-ray that she has a large mass in her lower abdomen that looks very much like a tumour. John needs to discuss the options with Alison, the park's director.
Well, I can open her up and look and confirm what I think, but I think that's quite an extensive tumour.
Yeah, good luck and thank you.
All right, cheers, Alison.
The only way to confirm exactly what the lump is and how serious it might be is for John to operate and see it for himself.
If it's operable, in other words, I can remove it, we'll do it. But I very, very much doubt it. All right? Okay, so if we can get her ready for laparotomy.
Things aren't looking good. The next few minutes are going to be crucial for Samantha. It's a sunny summer's afternoon, and at the Stumpy enclosure, some of the park's less lively residents are about to have lunch.
Today we're down at the Stumptail Macaque House and we're giving them corn on the cob stalks. Come on, everyone! All the primates actually really quite like corn on the cob, and because it's like this, they have to work a bit harder. They have to manipulate the food as opposed to just being given an already stripped corn on the cob. It's a bit more interesting for them.
The Stumpies are curious to see what's on offer and head in Karen's direction.
Hey, Don! Coming over?
But they're not known for their turn of speed or for challenging their leader when it comes to food.
The hierarchy at the top is very secure. Sam is our dominant male, and Kelly is his number 2, his dominant female, and then Noreen is number 3. Then we have Sylvie and Charlie, who place 4 and 5. 6 and 7 are John and Maureen. And then right down at the bottom is lovely Flo. Flo's the newest in, but actually the oldest Stumpy we have. And I don't think she really cares about being higher up in the hierarchy. She's quite content.
Flo, on this one.
Flo is a relative newcomer to the group and the lowest ranking, so Karen keeps a special eye on her to make sure she gets enough to eat. The higher up the ranking, the better the access to food, and top female Kelly has choice pickings, but she's gone for the leafy stalk. To make sure all the Stumpies get their fair share, Karen has spread corn all around the enclosure, and every individual soon finds a sample and tucks in. Jonathan tackles a whole cob, while Noreen decides she'd like a takeaway.
The actual corn is the tastiest bit, so they will eat that bit first. They don't tend to eat the stalk, but they will eat pretty much everything else. If we leave this in here for the rest of the day, we'll come back and it'll be pretty much gone. They make the most of anything. Stumpies are notoriously greedy, particularly this group.
Most of the Stumpies are former laboratory monkeys and lived very inactive lives in small cages before coming to the park. Now, with a healthy diet, they're in much better shape, but their baggy bellies are a reminder of their previous lives. Today, just as Karen predicted, they chow down on the corn until every last morsel is munched.
They've all come out, they've all had some, which has been great. I think they've all enjoyed it, and it's a bit of a mess in there to clean up later.
At the Gibbon house, it's been 48 hours since elderly La Gibbon Ella underwent cataract surgery on her left eye. In that time, she's been kept indoors in a darkened room, away from the sun and bright lights, giving her eye the chance to recover. Staff have been monitoring her carefully. It's only been 2 days, but already they've noticed a remarkable change in Ella.
Ella's eyesight is definitely way better than it was. We can see an instant improvement in her. So previous to the operation, over the last month or two, her eyesight has been very, very poor. So when we've tried to hand her perhaps a food item, you would see her hand kind of just waving around. It wouldn't go directly to your hand. But this morning, even something as small as a raisin you're offering, and she's going straight to it.
It's an amazing transformation. And Ella's doing so well, Kat's decided she can go outside for the first time. It's a cloudy day, perfect conditions to test out her new eyesight. And Ella doesn't need a second invitation. She's straight out. At first, she seems a bit overawed by her surroundings, which, given how bad her sight was, may seem totally new to her. But she's soon moving with renewed confidence. Her housemate, the younger and more nimble Muller's Gibbon, Fox, isn't sure what to make of his friend, now travelling freely along the hoses.
She's been very slow and very sluggish when she's moving, and obviously that's because she's been very careful putting her hands out, stretching, trying to find the furniture that's before she puts her weight on it. Now she's like, yeah, I'm moving, I'm going where I want to go. She's looking strong, she's looking a lot fitter and more energetic, and yeah, she looks brighter in her face and everything, so it's definitely been a huge success.
And food isn't a problem either. Ella's able to easily pick out her favourite bits of fruit.
Every step of the process is a worry, and you're always just want to see them back where they belong, moving in their natural environment, eating and drinking and stuff like that. And that's when you can stop worrying. And now we've got a successful story. We've got a happy Ella. We've achieved what we wanted to with the operation. And yeah, it's fantastic.
Some of the primate care team are on their way to deliver an unusual treat to the Orang Nursery. They've got arms full of browse and buckets of jackfruit to distribute around the enclosure. Jackfruit is the largest tree-borne fruit in the world, and wild orangutans would regularly find it in their forest home. It's one of their favourite foods. To make life more interesting, the care team are concealing the chopped-up fruit. This helps encourage natural climbing behaviour and keeps the park's orangs active.
If you scatter it everywhere like that, they're just so excited. They will climbing around from pole to pole, and then, oh, gonna eat browse first, and then they didn't realize that they find jackfruit, and then they're gonna look around. Oh, is there another jackfruit there? They just try to make it like they are actually foraging.
With everything in place, the orangutans head out. Xiao Kuai and her 3 offspring, Kai, Jin and Awan, go straight to the mouth-watering delights. Mum Xiao Kuai is loving the exotic fruit. There's plenty for everyone, and they split up to get the goodies. But leaves just aren't as delicious as jackfruit. Kai finds a tucked-away piece. It's the first time he's had the fruit, and he gives it a good sniff to check it's okay, before deciding this is a real treat. He's the reason the group are getting this delicacy. He doesn't know it, but today is his last day at the park, and that's why the care staff have provided this special treat. Kai was born at the park to Mum Xiao Kuai, but he's now 11 years old and gaining maturity. He can't go on living with his mum and siblings. Instead, he needs to lead his own gang of girls, and that's why tomorrow he'll be heading to Spain to start a new group of his own. And 2 of the park's young females, Jolie and Linga, will be going with him. They're currently living in a neighbouring group. As it's their last day too, they're also enjoying a bit of a treat. Instead of jackfruit, they're having ice lollies. And Linga licks up every last drop. But for now, they're all totally unaware of the big trip ahead. And back at Kai's group, he's getting to spend quality time with his family, enjoying the special fruit delivery. His sister Awan is sure there's something hidden in the feeder and is determined to get it, as she's the only one with a small enough hand. Jin, the middle sibling, hoovers up on the ground. And Awan's determination pays off, and she gets a little reward. They've been a happy trio, and there's no doubt they'll miss Kai. But they're not the only ones.
I'm gonna miss him a lot, because I've been working with him most of the time. It's time for Kai to go, and even if like Jin, Sal, Kuai, Mum, and Awan gonna be sort of upset, but you know, we're looking at the positive thing that he is growing up male and he's 11 years old, and this is not the place. The nursery is not the place for him.
Kai is a great favourite, but in the wild he would already be living an independent life, so it's time for him to go. And a new and exciting future awaits him in Spain. It's going to be an interesting day for the park's newly formed group of Capuchins. Recent arrival Dino, a male in his 20s, was rescued from the UK pet trade, and he's already been introduced to another male, Winslow, who'd been ousted from his previous troop, as well as 4 low-ranking females from a much larger group. To keep these intelligent monkeys engaged, today the care team have got some unusual treats.
We thought we'd put in some toys that we got donated. They're in the shape of a banana. We've actually put banana inside it. So we're going to put this out in their outside enclosure. We're going to hide them all around. It's a bit bonkers, really. Be interesting to see how they react, if they think it's unusual or if they think it's really good.
As well as the bananas, the Capuchins are getting treats they're more familiar with. Red rubber feeders with food hidden inside, which means they'll have to work for their meal today. They're also full of banana. And there's maize, donated by a local farmer. With everything in place, the Capuchins emerge one by one. Sophia heads straight for the maize stalks, while Winslow finds a Kong. Newcomer Dino checks it out. He hasn't seen one of these before. Corn on the cob is proving to be popular. At least they know what it is. They're a bit confused by the yellow toys. It's all gone bananas.
It took them a little bit of time to figure out what to do with them and how to get into them. But once they did, they seem to have really enjoyed it.
Capuchins are smart problem solvers, and they also learn new things from each other. Before arriving at the park, Dino had only ever lived with 2 male Capuchins, so being with 5 other monkeys, including ladies, has been a big step for him, and he has a lot to learn.
As they started to settle, we saw that Winslow was getting his confidence, so he appears now to be very definitely the more dominant of the 2.
The boys have worked out their positions in the hierarchy, and the 4 girls must do the same.
We've got Ginger, Sophia, Maggie, and Maddie. We think Ginger is probably the most dominant of the 4, but again, that could change. It is still early days, but so far, Winslow seems very taken with her. She seems very taken with him, which is giving her the slight edge over the other 3 at the moment.
Developing a close relationship with the dominant male is a clever tactic from Ginger, and Winslow's experience is showing.
He spends time with each of the girls. He makes sure he grooms all of them, and they all spend time with him, grooming him as well.
Winslow is used to being in a mixed-sex group, but this is a very new environment for Dino.
Because Dino hasn't been around females very often, he does get excited. He has tried to interact with them, but they seem more focused on Winslow and seem to prefer him, although they do spend some time flirting together.
Given time, Dino will get used to being surrounded by the girls, and the group should settle down.
They're not fully established yet. It's still very early days, so we will be keeping an eye on them. But so far, we think they're starting to settle into a nice, comfortable life up here.
At the park's hospital, it's a critical time for elderly squirrel monkey Samantha. Specialist wildlife vet John Lewis was called in to give her a full health check and try and identify the cause of the weight loss she's been experiencing for the last few months.
She has a large mass.
An examination, followed by an X-ray, revealed a large lump in her lower abdomen. John's pretty sure it's a tumour.
Not unexpected. Animals losing weight like that, yes, that can be a result of just old age, or something slowly progressive, like a tumour.
John has consulted with park director Alison, and they've agreed he should operate to see if he can save Samantha's life.
Oh, there's the mass. That's a tumour, Jeremy. And I would say that was a uterine tumour. And it's huge. And it goes right down to the cervix. And beyond. I think you should put it down.
The tumour is so large, it's inoperable. John is left with very little choice.
It's probably originating in the uterus, but it's going so far back and involving other tissues that it's not a surgical proposition. Or if we chop half of it out, it'll just come back and you're going to have to put it through a lot of surgical discomfort, follow-up discomfort, and then have the tumour regrow. That's not good welfare in our opinion. Not good.
With surgery not a realistic option, the kindest and most humane thing to do is put Samantha to sleep. It's not an easy decision, and it's hard for the care team.
Obviously, it's really emotional. As somebody that's worked with her for quite a while now, I've spent a lot of time with her, kind of realising that there was going to be nothing more that we could do and that we were going to lose her it's really upsetting, because obviously you love your animals that you work with and you don't want anything to happen to them. It's heartbreaking when it happens. There was nothing more we could have done for her, and at the end of the day, at least she's out of pain now.
Next time on Monkey Life. Orangutans Kai, Jolie and Linga are on the move, heading for a new life in Spain.
All good now. The ladies have calmed down nicely. They're facing each other and can chat. And I think as soon as they hit the road, Kai will settle down as well.
And treats for the lemurs. They've got them licked. Today on Monkey Life, it's a sad farewell to Kai, Linga and Jolie as they head for a new life in Spain.
Obviously not many primates ever leave monkey world. To send off 3 orangutans is very hard. It's a sad and a good day.
And the lemurs have to work for their lunch.
Calories that they are eating, they're kind of being offset by being more active and having to move around more.
Plus, Hanania's chimps come up with novel ways to solve a puzzle. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
Smells a bit macaque in there, but yeah, we're good.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. It's an early start for the primate care team on what promises to be an emotional day. 3 of the park's teenage orangutans are moving to pastures new.
Kai, who was born here along with Jolie and Linga, are time to graduate and start their own adult group. And fantastic brand new home for them in Alicante in Spain. So today it's a big journey. 24-hour drive effectively to get them to Spain, and Jeremy's gonna go with them the whole way and babysit them and make sure they're okay. So really pleased that we've been able to bring Jolie and Linga on as orphans. They were adopted here, they've grown up here. But a sad day too.
And it's going to be a tiring one too. They need to be put into travelling crates in order to make the more than 1,000-mile journey to their new custom-built home at a zoo in southeast Spain.
Hands and back.
For the last couple of months, 11-year-old Kai has been given crate training lessons, and the team are confident that he'll go in on his own. But the 2 girls, Jolie and Linga, also 11, will need to be anaesthetised before going into their crates.
Darts I'm hoping we won't need.
Specialist wildlife vet John Lewis is on hand to help make the whole move go as smoothly as possible.
They've had a pre-med to just calm them down, which makes the anaesthesia easy, or easier, shall we say, and in theory, the staff can hand inject them with the anaesthetic drugs, so there's no darting involved. It's not high-risk anaesthesia, but it's still an anaesthetic, so there's always a chance of a problem. Again, unlikely, but not impossible.
Both Jolie and Linga have been isolated in their bedrooms, and with the pre-med taking effect, Kate is going to anaesthetise Jolie first.
Stick with that.
Okay.
This is where months and months of training by the primate care team comes into its own.
What are you doing?
Before attempting to inject Jolie, Kate runs through some of the training exercises they've been practicing for weeks. It helps to reassure and gain her trust.
Yep.
Great, that's what we do want to hear.
It's now a waiting game while the anaesthetic takes effect.
Jolie first. She's in the bottom bit of tunnel.
And it only takes 8 minutes before John is happy that it's safe to move Jolie from the bedroom to her travelling crate.
Just watch her breathing for me. Don't try and stimulate her. The sooner we can get her reversed, the better.
Before the team turn their attention to the next female, Linga, it's important that Jolie shows signs of coming round from her anaesthetic.
If you're going to get a problem with an anaesthetised animal, you don't want to have two animals anaesthetised, and therefore all your attention goes on the one with the problem, and your attention comes away from the one which looks okay, but that could also have a problem. Then you end up with two problems. It's unlikely, it's very unlikely, but I'd like to know that this one, through the anaesthetic, recovering as we'd anticipated, and then I can focus on the other one with more certainty that we haven't got a problem with the first one, I'll put it that way.
You've been a really good girl.
With Jolie coming around, the reality of the move is drawing closer.
Obviously, not many primates ever leave monkey world, so to send off 3 orangutans is very hard, especially for the keepers that have been working with them for a long time. So it's a sad and a good day.
Okay, ready to go.
Every day, huge quantities of food are prepared for more than 250 primates who live at the park. Each of the 20 species have different diets, and the care staff spend hours preparing and delivering their meals. They also like to come up with fun ideas for mealtimes. Hananya's troop recently suffered the sad loss of Tico, their second in command. They've been a bit subdued, so today the care team want to cheer them up.
This is just a little puzzle feeder for the chimps here at Hananya's group. Idea being, it's just to make it a bit more challenging for them getting their dinner. It's something they can manipulate with their hands, really figure out how they've got to be able to get at the food. And it's a nice little treat for them inside, something they don't get every day, like the cereals and the monkey nuts as well. So, yeah, all in all, should be a nice little treat for them.
The chimps have been lazing around in the afternoon sun, but it doesn't take much for them to spot something's afoot. Hananya's the boss of this group, and when there's something new on offer, both the chimps and the staff know he'll be first in line. The group have never had these cubes before and give them a good shake to see what's inside. But can they step up to the challenge and get the goodies out? It's not looking very promising. Cookie and Valerie don't know where to start. Maybe Thelma, the youngest member of the group, can show the grown-ups how to do it. Low-ranking Zeynep is empty-handed and still searching for a cube, while higher-ranking Honey's technique of holding one in her feet is reaping rewards. The chimps all have different ways of trying to get to the food. As for Hananya, he's busy hoovering up the spilled pieces. So Johnny steals his cube from right under his nose. But he's totally unfazed. Finally, it's Zeynep's turn. And she's got this sorted. Simply tear open the corner, tip up, and help yourself to the treats inside. Thelma's still not had any luck, so she's now trying the bounce and shake method. Getting the rewards may require some patience, which Kiki seems to have. She's using a tool, requiring an expert level of hand and eye coordination. But even after making the stick thinner to fit, she still has no success. It's not easy, and for some, it's become a little frustrating. A squabble breaks out with top female Cherry and low-ranker Patricia at its centre. But leader Hananya acts immediately and puts everyone back in their place. As quickly as things exploded, they quietened down again. Some of the chimps check on Patricia, and Hananya reassures Cherry, who's comforting her youngster Thelma. Then he checks on Patricia too. It's everything a good dominant male should do, and it has the required effect, bringing calm to the enclosure. So much so that little Thelma decides the cubes are overrated and heads off with Uncle Shamak for a game of football. The chimps aren't the only ones who enjoy a food challenge. It's a warm day at the park, and at the ring-tailed lemur enclosure, Karen from the primate care team is delivering a treat to keep them cool.
So we're giving the lemurs some frozen treats. We've got frozen raspberries, pine cones stuffed with banana that have been in the freezer, all frozen up, and then ice lollies as well.
Enrichment is crucial for captive animals. Without it, they could get very bored very quickly.
The pine cones, we've filled them full of bananas, like we've done today, or raisins or seeds, and it just requires a little bit more work to get the food out than it would be if we just gave them a piece of banana. It's a bit more interesting for them.
There are 10 ring-tailed lemurs to keep happy and active, 2 females and 8 males. In lemur society, females are dominant, and in this group, the leader is Fennel. As soon as the lemurs spot the frozen delights, they begin to investigate and soon start to tuck in. Friedrich licks an ice lolly, but it's going to take a while to get to the grapes inside. Adventurous Kurt searches the tunnel for Tucker, finding raspberries and banana-stuffed pine cones. Himal enthusiastically laps up the frozen banana, and Kurt has snaffled a cone from the tunnel to enjoy in the sunshine.
Some of our guys have got a little belly, so we also need to make sure that the stuff we're giving them, if it's food-based, isn't too high in calories. So the ice lollies are really good because they're just cordial and like 1 grape per ice lolly. Raspberries are really low calorie, so they're good. Bananas is more calories in it, but it's such a small amount per pine cone. And by making them do more things to get to it, to go up high, to climb around more, calories that they are eating being offset by being more active and having to move around more to get them. Banana, pine cones, definitely the favourites. I'm sure the ice lollies will be good once they've melted away completely and there's just grapes left, then they'll probably like them.
The newest members of the group are Kurt and Friedrich. They're twin brothers who arrived from a zoo in Austria 2 years ago. Aged 4, they're young compared to the rest of the group.
The young boys are a lot more active, they're a lot more energetic, and that has kind of made the rest of the group be a bit more energetic and a bit more active as well. So yeah, it's certainly been a positive for them. Sometimes when it's such a settled group, it can get quite mundane, but this has really shaken things up a bit in Malagasy.
Kurt is loving this self-service buffet, while leader Fennel prefers waitress service. Kaya sneakily has a look in Karen's food box, just in case there's anything left. With the frozen fruit exhausted, it's time to lap up the sun. And if that's not warm enough, a lemur huddle is the next best thing. Jolie, the first of 3 orangutans leaving the park today, has come round from her anaesthetic and is in her travelling crate, ready for the long journey south. Along with her friends, female Linga and young adult male Kai, she'll be heading by road to a new home at a zoo, just outside Alicante in Spain.
They've got a long journey once they obviously wake up in the box, but they've had a pre-med, so hopefully they'll be a little bit groggy for a while and maybe sleep some of the beginning part of the journey. And then, obviously getting there, they have lived all together before, so it will be a case of reuniting everyone together once they get to the new house, which will be exciting for them and for Kai as well, to have 2 new ladies. But yeah, they're both all quite feisty characters, so I'm sure they get on like a house on fire.
With Jolie safely on board, the team turn their attention to the second female in the trio, Linga.
You feel confident, James?
Yes, I do.
Go for it.
Like Jolie, she'll hopefully be anaesthetised by hand by one of the primate care team.
James is doing her because he's been training her, so.
Shoulder. Girl.
Linga knows and trusts James, so the injection is straightforward. Once vet John Lewis is happy she's anaesthetised, they can then put her into her crate and then concentrate on Kai, the final member of the group. But although James has successfully injected Linga, the drug's taking time to work.
Linga's a fighter. She's fighting the anaesthetic, but then of course she's just seen her mate sort of taken out of the building, so the adrenaline will be pumping. So I'm quite happy, though. I mean, usually this is a ropey situation, but John Lewis is right with her the whole way, so.
Stretcher.
The anaesthetic is taking effect, but John still isn't happy she's fully under and doesn't want to take the risk of carrying her outside on a stretcher in case she wakes up. To be on the safe side, the team bring the travelling crate into the bedroom. This way they can put Linga safely inside and also top up her anaesthetic if needs be. Finally, John gives the all clear for Linga to be taken outside, ready to join Jolie.
I'm good to lift?
Yep. 2, 3,
Linga coming and going has been a struggle to get in and out of boxes. But then it's fair enough, she watched Jolie go in and she got carted off in the van. I'm really pleased, though, they're going to be able to sit facing each other the entire journey, even reach out and touch each other. So hopefully that'll be okay. She's so topped up with drugs right now, she won't even remember what's happening right now, I don't think. So really hopeful she'll be quite peaceful on the journey.
All right, 1 more to go.
Hello, darling.
With Linga about to be loaded onto the van, the team now have to turn their full attention to Kai. Unlike the other 2, Kai won't have to be anaesthetised. Over the last few months, the team have been training him to walk into his travelling crate.
Come over here, fella. Yeah, he's here, okay.
Nice one, James. Good, well done, James. Awesome, there's a lot. Good boy, Kai. Well done, guys, you were absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, nice job, guys.
Good boy.
Kai just walked into the box, routine as usual. Door's shut, and he's on his way to a new future in Spain. So much nicer for him. You know, the ladies were a little bit more of a struggle. It's so, yeah, it's still really hard. This is it.
A bit further. All right,
But Kai isn't happy, and he lets the team know it.
Get this bolt in.
Jeremy needs a bit of time to completely secure the crate for the journey, so the team try and reassure the young male orang.
Good boy, good boy.
But Kai isn't convinced. Weighing in at nearly 60 kilos, he's very strong and powerful. The team need him to calm down before they can move the crate again. And there are some concerned faces as Jeremy does the final touches.
What do you reckon?
Heavier than the girls, Kai's crate is transported by forklift truck to the van.
Tip it a bit further.
Yeah, all three are in. It's a big relief. Managed to do it all pretty well. It's a bit touch and go with Linga at times, but the whole crating process with Kai, which we've been planning on doing for quite a while, went perfectly, so we're really happy about that.
Hi. Hi. Oh, good boy. Good boy. He's all right.
With a long journey ahead, Jeremy gives Kai a sedative to keep him relaxed and calm.
Nice.
Do this for you.
Good boy.
Good boy.
Lovely. Well done. Good boy. Good lad.
I think we're about there. Kai's had a bit of extra sort of tranquilizer just to take him down a little bit because he walked in the box. He was quite sort of agitated when the door was shut, but all good now. The ladies have calmed down nicely. They're facing each other and can chat. They've had breakfast, and I think as soon as they hit the road, Kyle settled down as well. So pretty happy, just making sure that all of the supplies are secured into position because, you know, it's a 24-hour journey ahead of them. So we've got a lot of supplies on board. I think we've got everything though. Really hard thing to do to send them off, but it's time. It's time for them to go and start their own group. It's a really nice, brand new orangutan place in Spain, so they'll have nice warm weather and should have a really nice time together. So I'm pleased for them, but at the same time waving goodbye is really hard.
The journey ahead is nearly 1,500 miles and more than 24 hours. But waiting for Kai, Jolie and Linga is a new home and a new life together. Next time on Monkey Life.
She can get her arms through there, so be careful, she can be grabby.
New beginnings for the orangutans as they reach their destination.
He's a good boy.
But what will they make of the new neighbours? Today on Monkey Life, it's the start of a new life for orangutans Kai, Linga and Jolie.
She can get her arms through there, so be careful, she can be grabby.
Kai's desperate to see his new home.
He's a good boy.
But what will they think of the neighbours? Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I think this one's a little boy, and I think that that one over there might be an older lady.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. Alicante in southeast Spain, and the end of a 1,400-mile journey for 3 orangutans is almost in sight. Kai, Jolie and Linga left Monkey World just 24 hours earlier, with animal director Jeremy and Alan helping to share the driving. It's been an arduous journey for all of them, and they've made frequent stops for Jeremy to check on the orangutans' welfare, regularly topping up their water and giving them food and treats.
I think they're doing okay. Kai's obviously a bit frustrated about being in his box.
But seeing a friendly and familiar face along the way has been reassuring for Kai, Jolie and Linga. They've made this long journey because, at 11 years old, male Kai is getting close to maturity, and it's time for him to start his own family in a new home. Linga and Jolie are 11 as well, so they're a well-matched group setting out on the adventure together. The trio have already shared a good part of their lives, bonding as youngsters in the park's nursery. They all had very different starts in life, although one common denominator was Jeremy, who's been a constant throughout.
Stop it!
He was there at Kai's birth to Xiao Kuai. As a first-time mum, she struggled to know what to do, but she allowed Jeremy to intervene and lift the baby into the feeding position. Xiao Kuai soon got the hang of it and became a great mum to Kai and to his 2 siblings who followed in later years. Linga was nearly 2 years old when she arrived at the park from a zoo in France after her mum rejected her. Jeremy brought her back and helped her settle into the nursery group.
Hello. Aren't you beautiful?
Jolie arrived as a tiny orange bundle, all the way from Russia. This time, it was Mike who brought home the baby, and unusually, he was allowed to take her inside the plane's passenger cabin. And when Jolie arrived at the park, Jeremy kept a close eye on her, and later helped introduce her to Ame, who became her foster mum. Now, all 3 orangs with Jeremy at their side are about to end their journey here at Rio Safari Elche. The zoo, which has more than 650 animals from 100 different species from all over the world, was established in 1983. A specially designed orangutan complex has been built to house the 3 new arrivals, and the Spanish team are putting the finishing touches to it and making sure everything is perfect. Annabelle Ibanez-Kuhn is the zoo's manager.
We are honored to be able to house these animals. It is also a great deal of responsibility for us to house a breeding group within the European breeding program. We have built a new exhibit especially for them, and it is a very big space, so hopefully they will feel comfortable here.
But it's going to be a very different environment for the 3 orangutans arriving from the UK. The outside enclosure has features that they won't have seen before, like the moat surrounding the island, and they're going to have to adjust to the weather and climate of southern Spain. Plus, the new neighbours will look and sound very different to those they're used to.
When Kai, Jolly, and Linga arrive, they are going to have 2 separate rooms in the indoor building. There we will be able to watch them closely, to see their behavior, how they are doing, how they are settling in. And of course, we will rely on Jeremy's opinion. He's the keeper who is coming with them from Monkey World. He has known them for a very long time, and he will be able to tell us if he thinks they are ready to go out to the outdoor exhibit. Half an hour. Okay, perfect. We're ready here.
Jeremy is about to arrive with the 3 orangs. As a rescue centre, Monkey World doesn't say goodbye to primates very often, but this is a positive move for all concerned. Monkey World is the European creche for orphaned orangs who've been rejected by their mothers. With Kai, Jolie and Linga starting an exciting new life together, it will free up space for future youngsters in need. Rio Safari Elche was deemed a perfect fit for them to start as a new group, and Jeremy doesn't see any reason for it not to succeed.
We have knowledge already of those together, which was positive, and we know that Jolie and Linga are fine together. They're not overly close, to be honest with you, but they're orangs. That's okay. Orangs don't need this, total contact and stuff that other more gregarious anthropoids need, the gorillas, the chimps and bonobos. And so, yeah, I mean, anything can fall apart at any point, as I'm sure we've all got a history of. I know I have, but, I think it's a reasonable bet that they're going to be okay together.
But first of all, the 3 orangutans need to be lifted from the van and transported to their new rooms inside the complex. Kai is first to be moved. Although he was mildly sedated on the journey, he was still agitated, frequently banging the side of the crate for attention. Jeremy wants him inside and settled first. Next, the 2 girls will be put into their own room, and only then will Jeremy decide if it's the right time to put all 3 together.
Do you think Kai alone and
then,
2 females on the other side?
Yeah, no, Kai alone, 2 other girls in, then we put them all together straight away. Very, very, very quickly.
Kai solo, después las chicas y después todos juntos.
Sí, quiere que los juntemos enseguida. Primero entra Kai, luego las chicas, luego los juntamos.
Okay, but let's get him out anyway.
Okay.
As the keepers try to maneuver the crate into position, Kai makes sure they know he's ready.
That can go.
Jeremy works quickly to remove the bolts from Kai's travelling crate.
Right, now he's in. Now put the bolt in. He's a good boy. He's a good lad.
Hey, Kai. Hey, Kai. Hi.
Although still a little groggy, and with a few cuts and nicks from the long journey, Kai does start to explore his new surroundings. Now it's Linga and Jolie's turn. Both girls are going to be unloaded, but Jeremy wants to put Jolie in first, as she's the more confident of the 2.
There shouldn't be any dramas with these boxes on getting them out. Unless there is, and then there will be. If you just pull try and be careful with the lift the front and then pull. Try and be a bit careful with the van floor. She can get her arms through there, so be careful. She can be grabby. A bit grabby. It's Good boy. You good boy. Is that nice? Is that good? We safe? We good? Okay.
Okay. Ahí tienes que también.
That will do. That will do. Right, slide that over. That'll do. Okay, 2 down, 1 to go. Annabelle, do you want to try an enclosure in this corridor?
While the team wheel Linga into position, Jolie is kept in the tunnel away from the bedroom entrance. Once Linga is out of her crate, the two females can be reunited.
She's the most private of them all, so she's getting a bit upset now, but that's, you know, she's not so, I don't know, she's not so confident with it. So I put Joe's going first, so she goes into Joe, and she sees Joe in there straight away, and then she might think that that's better than being there on her own. And so as soon as she goes in, you want to open that so she can go back to Joe and they can be together. Open that door, and then she can be back with Jolie. Okay? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Jeremy wastes no time letting Linga out of her box.
There you go, gloves. Yep, good. You safe? Together, yeah, good.
Oh, so happy to go.
I want to let them in with Kai now. Okay, you happy? Yeah, okay. They lived together for 2 years, and now they've lived separated, but in contact, seeing each other for 2 years. So, but he is very good, and I'm happy. So
whenever you're ready.
Okay. Kai. He's not bothered, he's flaked out. He's had enough. He wants to be left alone. It's just too much. Too much in one day.
Without further ado, Annabelle opens the slide to the indoor playroom where Kai waits for Linga and Jolie.
You be nice to Kai. You will be nice to Kai. Why wouldn't you be?
Jolie wastes no time in joining Kai on the platform. Soon, Linga is there too. Although both girls seem more interested in who or what's outside their window than their old friend Kai. But for now, it's a relief for everyone concerned that after such a long journey, all 3 orangutans have been safely reunited in their new home. It's early morning in southern Spain, and already the temperature is rising at Rio Safari Elche. At the new orangutan complex, zoo manager Annabelle and veterinarian Pilar are putting out breakfast for the 3 new arrivals, who've just spent the first night in their new home.
Today we're serving a little more food than is usual. Usually we put more vegetables, but today Jeremy recommended that we make them happy, make them feel welcome, so we put a lot of nice things. We have some watermelon, oranges, some pears, some peach, nice stuff. Not only vegetables to make them happy after the long couple of days that they've had.
It's vital that Kai, Jolie and Linga get to know and trust their new Spanish keepers as quickly as possible. And getting into a good routine early in the relationship will help.
I think the females are good in good behavior. Now we have to work. I and they. We have to work for the relationship. Yeah.
Before checking on the 3 orangutans, Jeremy's having a look around the zoo. Kai and his 2 female companions aren't the only orangs. Nakal is a 27-year-old fully grown male and has a reputation for being rather naughty.
One of the gorgeous things of orangs is you don't know.
Previously, he lived with his son, but they started squabbling. Now he lives with 4 Lar Gibbons. It's an unusual group, but it seems to work.
Our Bornean orangutan and the gibbons, they get along really well. And well, we were recommended by other zoos that had experience with this species before, and they did say that they form nice groups together. So we tried, and indeed it went very well, and they get along really well.
Nakal's enclosure is totally separate from Kai and his ladies. The 2 males won't be able to see each other, although they may hear or smell one another from time to time.
Male orangs being on his own is not the horrible thing that you would imagine, you know, being a human who is very gregarious, or if you were a chimpanzee it would be bad, but for an orangutan male to be on his own, it's not the end of the world. I mean, really, when they get to his size and age, the only value they've got in any other orangs is for mating, and then that's it. Hello. Hello, bad people. You look very guilty. They do, they look very guilty this morning. What's been going on? I don't care. I don't want to know. Yeah, they said, right, it's time to go outside now. Hello, big boy. He's a good lad. You okay?
Jeremy is pleased with how the orangs are settling in so far.
I don't think there'll be any problems with these. They know each other very well. As I said, they lived together for 2 years, and there certainly doesn't look like there's any problems now. But I think it's better for him as well, because where we had him at Monkey World, he didn't have animals of his own age. He had adult animals and very young animals. And so now he's with people of his own age, so he's going to have a much nicer time. Grown-up females are not much fun, and babies are only fun for a small time. Then they're no fun.
Outside, the staff are putting the finishing touches to the enclosure and making sure everything is orang-proof.
I reckon if they're okay, why not let them out? What do you think?
Yes, I agree.
It's, it's going to happen one day. That's what they're going to get used to, and the sooner the better.
It's time to open the slide to the big outdoors. Kai and then Jolie take a careful look outside. It's all too much for Jolie. But one last glance over his shoulder and Kai plucks up the courage to head out.
I think they've hit the jackpot. Yeah, they really have. The beautiful climate, lovely enclosure. No, not too...
Simple.
Yeah, simple, but nice. It's good. I think they're very lucky. No problem. Thank you.
Kai seems impressed with his new enclosure, and by kiss squeaking, he's taking ownership of his new home.
I hate it when you open the door for the first time on in an enclosure and the animals all dash out really, you know, really fast. That's a bit of a worry. I'd much rather they came out gradually. And the girls, obviously, it's all a bit too much for them. They don't want to risk it yet. Kai's been out and had a check round. But the other thing that's terribly important, more important than anything, is that they go back in. And he's now been out and checked round and he's gone back in. So it really is, you know, if this takes 2 days for them to come out, I'm really happy with that. And there's a lot to take in. So, you know, taking it in gradually has got to be a lot nicer than all at once. So this is good.
The 3 orangutans have been a big part of Jeremy's life for a decade, and it's going to be a wrench leaving them.
Little girls who wanted more.
He's overseen their care since they were tiny and has got to know their personalities and preferences. He's enjoyed being part of their lives.
I like to hang out with the animals. You know, I don't want to control them or anything. I mean, obviously there has to be that, but it's nice just to hang out with them, and it's a privilege when they'll, you know, reciprocate to that. And they don't all, but enough of them do that makes it okay. So if we close them inside now, and then when you've cleaned out in there, they can have all of the inside overnight. Perfect. Good. And then tomorrow morning, we open the door again and start all over again.
There's no rushing orangutans. Tomorrow morning, the team will try again and hope this time all 3 will take the giant step outside. Next time on Monkey Life, Alison comes to the rescue of 2 curiously named marmosets from the pet trade.
We're getting Chuck Norris, the common marmoset, first of all, and then we'll be heading off to get Sid Vicious.
And the care team try to find a way for the golden-cheeked gibbons to keep cool, with mixed results. Today on Monkey Life, Alison comes to the rescue of 2 pet trade marmosets, both needing a new home. And both with celebrity names she hopes don't sum up their personalities.
We're getting Chuck Norris, the common marmoset, first of all, and then we'll be heading off to get Sid Vicious.
And at the spider monkey enclosure, Toby's using hidden treats to get his lethargic charges working for their breakfast.
Just means that they have to work a bit more, use their tails and their feet and their hands to get down to the food.
Plus, the care team try to find a way for the golden-cheeked gibbons to keep cool, with mixed results. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I think this one's a little boy, and I think that one over there might be an older lady.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. Park director Alison is setting off on a rescue mission. She's heading to the homes of 2 marmosets. It's one of the most common monkeys she's asked to take into the park's care. In Britain, monkeys can legally be kept as pets, but the current laws are something Alison campaigns against vigorously, including petitioning Downing Street. Because the specialist needs of these highly intelligent and complex primates are not easy to meet in a home environment. Alison is travelling from the beautiful Dorset countryside to the busy streets of the capital to collect the monkeys.
We're in London right now. We're getting Chuck Norris, the common marmoset, first of all, and then we'll be heading off to High Wycombe to get Sid Vicious.
Alison is contacted regularly by owners who don't want or can't keep their pet monkeys any longer. Space at the park to house new individuals is limited, but she's gradually working her way through a waiting list.
They're sold marmosets by breeders and dealers who mislead them, telling them it's easy to keep an individual at home, they'll make lovely family pets they can eat off of your plate. All of those things are really not true at all because they need to be with other marmosets.
Marmosets are anything but easy to keep at home, as they need companionship of their own kind, an outdoor enclosure, and a specialist diet. They can live up to 15 years, meaning a lifetime's cost and commitment. The first marmoset Alison is to collect is Chuck, who lives in a flat in central London.
Good morning, good to see you.
His owner, Casaria, has asked Alison to rehome him as she has to return to Georgia in Eastern Europe. Her husband bought Chuck for her from online breeders when he was just a couple of months old. Almost 3 years on, and she's taken care of him 24 hours a day, every day, ever since.
I was like a stay-at-home mum, 24/7 for him. He was raised by humans from the day he was born. He did see a marmoset once at the vet.
Oh, okay.
But he didn't react at all, so I'm not sure whether he noticed him or not, but he didn't have any reaction at all.
It seems Chuck may not recognize his own kind, so he's going to have to learn how to be a marmoset from scratch, something Casaria is keen for him to do.
They do not want human connection. He needs so many things that human beings physically cannot provide. There's nothing you can do to make him feel as good as he would in the wild.
We're just gonna let him out. He's got his own traveling box. Hey, you. And I will get a few mealworms. Hey, little man. Good boy. Yeah.
It's time for Chuck to leave the only life he's ever known. But he's easily persuaded into the box and, unconcerned, tucks into a grape.
I will send you reports, photographs. Tomorrow he will meet all of the others, and tonight he will be in the same room and be able to see and be alongside of all of the others, so he knows he won't be on his own, to make sure that he's happy.
Okay.
How he goes.
Thank you very much.
Handle this myself. But you stay in touch, and we will see you soon, very soon.
Okay.
Okay. You'll see her soon. It's hasta la vista.
Leaving his old home behind, Chuck begins the journey towards a new life.
One down, one to go. Marmosets today, so Chuck's in the box in the back of the car, seems to be doing really well. I'm quite surprised he's very silent. Usually at this point when we've got a marmoset in the box and in the car, you hear little whistles and chirps and things, but he's pretty quiet, so, but all good. He's had a fair bit of breakfast, so hopefully he doesn't get car sick, because we're now off to High Wycombe to collect Sid Vicious.
This morning, there's a treat in store for the spider monkeys. Their breakfast time routine is coming with extra entertainment, as Toby from the primate care team is preparing a game of Hunt the Fruit.
Basically, we've got lots of plastic balls and some big tubs, and then some of the spider monkeys' breakfast fruit, really just to give them something exciting to do this morning when they go out for their breakfast.
Spider monkeys are native to Central and South America, with extremely long arms and legs, hence the name. Their population is under threat from hunting and deforestation. Monkey World is home to a small group of 3: Pumpkin, Flint, and Hickory.
Pumpkin is in charge. He's the biggest of the 3. Flint, he's very highly strung. Hickory is the oldest. He is a bit more wary of the other two, particularly around feed time.
Back in 2012, the threesome were living with a couple of retired zookeepers who'd been given them to hand-rear when their own mothers rejected them.
Well, if I can coax him up to this end...
When the couple moved house, they no longer had room for their animals and contacted Alison to see if Monkey World could give them a new home. Luckily, it could, and with the help of their owners, the three were rounded up and brought back to the park where they were made to feel at home.
As a trio, they're doing very well here. They're a very settled little group. They've got used to their capuchins, neighbours and the routine.
A purpose-built outside enclosure was constructed, specifically designed with spider monkeys in mind. It's just a short scamper along a mesh tunnel from their bedroom. But despite all this, the three are not the most active of animals.
They absolutely love sitting out in their tunnel system sunbathing. That's where they spend most of their days, in various sort of poses with legs and arms and tails all over the place.
As well as long arms and legs, the monkeys have a prehensile tail, which they use as an extra limb to hang from and which helps them move around. It's perfect for travelling about in the tree canopy in their native forests. To encourage these three to be more active, Toby's using their enclosure to create a game of hide and seek with the fruit. This will make them work for their breakfast and slow down greedy Pumpkin, allowing the boys more chance of some food.
They've got some mixed berries and a few grapes and a bit of cucumber, which would be their normal breakfast, but we're going to give them a few extra treats.
The buckets are spread around the enclosure, some placed high up to encourage climbing, and others swinging from branches.
Just means that they have to work a bit more, use their tails and their feet and their hands to get down to the food, and it moves, so it's a bit different, use different muscles.
When everything is ready, the door from the bedroom is opened, and the trio heads straight across to their enclosure. But there's no sign of their fruit. Pumpkin, unsure what to make of the strange objects, tips the first bucket onto the floor to show she's the boss and isn't impressed. Old Man Hickory is more wary and retreats to the safety of the tunnel. Resourceful Pumpkin is hopeful of finding her fruit and sets about searching through the coloured balls.
She loves her food. It's the one time of day when she moves very quickly, and that's one of the reasons we try and hide the food and make it more difficult, otherwise she'll just sort of stuff it all down.
Flint is tucking in too. Realising he's missing out, Hickory overcomes his fear and returns to the enclosure. Pushy Pumpkin muscles in on Flint's find. He leaves to look for another bucket so he can eat in peace. Eventually, Hickory's tempted to have a look too, and soon gets the hang of it.
It's great to see Hickory getting involved, the other two. Normally he hangs back at food time. He was throwing buckets around and balls and attacking the balls. We've had lots and lots of happy sounds and playful sounds, and we've also had some threatening sounds. Hickory has been telling us off for not paying him the full attention he feels he deserves. They seem to have thoroughly enjoyed themselves, and I'm sure they'll keep going back throughout the day just to see if they can find anything else, and it's definitely something we will try again with them.
Earlier, Alison rescued pet marmoset Chuck Norris from a home in London. Now she's travelled 32 miles north to High Wycombe to collect a second pint-sized primate and meet his owner, Jackie.
What I'll do is leave Chuck in the car with Alan, keeping an eye on him so he's nice and safe, just so we don't have to carry him into Sid's territory. This is the house of Sid, so we'll just knock on the door and see if Jackie's in. Spoke to her many times because Sid's been on our waiting list for months and months, and Jackie's been caring for him. So she's been waiting for this day for a while.
Common marmoset Sid is another victim of the British pet trade. Countless primates are being kept as pets in the UK.
Yeah, really nice to meet you.
Many suffer from a lack of social interaction, poor diets, and inadequate housing. Sid's owner Jackie is aware of the problems.
My son acquired him in about January this year. I was absolutely devastated when my son brought him home because the first thing I said to him, it's cruel. He shouldn't be kept in a little cage like that. It's just not fair on the animal.
In the wild, marmosets live in extended family groups with around 9 members. So to thrive, Sid needs to live with others of his own kind.
He's calling out for other primates, so, you know, he needs other company of other human beings. We're not a substitute for a monkey.
Alison has noticed there's something wrong with Sid.
Well, he is a bit of a funny shape. You know that he's got pretty bad rickets.
Has he?
He's got really bad. Those arms should not be shaped like that as well.
He has his vitamin D.
Yeah,
well, 3 times I got it from America.
He clearly didn't get it as a youngster. The rickets, when it's actually happening to them, is quite a painful thing when the bones are bending, but then they fuse and they become solid. So he'll be left with sort of bowed bones, but they go solid then, and then it doesn't hurt or anything. Okay. So he'll just be a funny little shape.
Rickets is a condition that affects many pet-trade marmosets. They don't get enough vitamin D3 from sunlight, especially when they're kept indoors, so their diets need to be supplemented. Jackie has done her best to care for Sid in the short time she's had him, but it's time for him to take his first step towards a more natural, new life.
Did you see what's inside? We've got quite a few things inside, little man. He loves his blanket. It's quite a big one.
He goes easily into the travel box.
Oh, he's checking it out. It's new. It's nice in there, too. It's nice in there.
Settled and calm, Sid joins Chuck in the back of the car.
Thanks for looking after him so well. Pleasure. Okay, you come down to the park soon. Nice to meet all of you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
It's an emotional goodbye for Jackie. As Alison, Sid and Chuck set off on the drive back to the park.
Really happy so far. Just have to hope that everything goes as well when we try and introduce them to others of their own kind. That's the more scary part.
The thermometer has been steadily rising, and today the British summer's at its peak. It's important that all the primates at the park stay cool and hydrated on these hot, sunny days. Some seek shade in their leafy enclosures. Others drink from water bottles, while some have ice lollies to enjoy. But the gibbons at the park need to drink very little.
Gibbons in the wild, they get a lot of their water from the food that they actually consume. They don't actively go out and drink water, really, as a general rule of thumb. So they eat a lot of fruit, which has a high proportion of water, but also even if they're eating leaves, which would seem like a dry substance, because they live in a rainforest, they're generally wet on the outside anyway. So a lot of that is actually what they're consuming.
On a hot day, Kat has come up with a cooling idea. And she's going to try it out on one of the golden-cheeked gibbon families. The family is made up of Mum Peanut, Dad Peng Yo, along with their daughter Tia Nang and son Tio.
Today, I'm just making some treats in the water trunks. So hopefully this will be a bit of fun and get them interacting with it and hopefully drinking a bit as well.
With the last bucket in place, the doors to the floating lunch buffet are opened. Peanut's the boss of the family and she's first in. The kids Tia Nang and Tio aren't far behind Mum. Straight to the trug, Tio dips his hand in to search for a treat. But somebody's missing. Dad stayed outside. As the temperature's been rising, so have tensions in the family group. And Peng Yo is keeping his distance from Peanut. Tio may be the younger of the two offspring, but this young male will soon reach sexual maturity, and that's beginning to cause a few problems in the family. Soon, he may have to move to another group.
He's a real full-on character. He's got loads of energy. He's always up to mischief. He's always wanting to play, and you know, he's just full of fun and full of life.
She's not wrong. Today, he's out to cause havoc.
Theo, you're such a brat.
And as far as he's concerned, emptying out the trug is the best way to get at the finger food. Peanut and Tianang don't mind. They get the spoils from the floor. Theo thinks he could avoid the water by tipping over the tub trugs. But that's not the case. The food might be easier to get at now, but with the water all over the floor, the gibbons are still getting wet and cooled down.
Hasn't gone exactly according to plan. Theo tipped over every one of the trugs, so the other guys are actually just picking the food up from the wet floor. So everybody's got wet feet. And everybody has eaten wet lettuce, but perhaps has not got as wet as I would have liked them to. So we're just going to have to adapt it slightly for the next time.
But the trio, minus Dad, who still hasn't put in an appearance, have enjoyed their lunch. And they disappear back outside, leaving Cat with the clearing up. It's the end of a long journey for two common marmosets that Alison rescued from London earlier today. Steph from the primate care staff is on hand to welcome them to their new home. Sid, the smaller of the two, is taken into his bedroom first. And when the travel box door is opened, he seems a little bit unsure about venturing far. But before long, the inquisitive marmoset starts to explore his new space and takes a good look across the corridor to the rest of the complex, which is home to two other marmosets. With Sid settling in, across the corridor, it's Chuck's turn to go into his new bedroom too.
This one might be more of a high-speed exit.
He might be, I expect.
Yep, you're out.
Sid and Chuck are in opposite rooms, so the newcomers can see and communicate with each other. Something new for both of them.
We've got Chuck and Sid back to the park, into their bedrooms, and they're doing really well, I'm pleased. And Chuck Norris over here seems bomb-proof. He's been eating some food and seems happy, confident, bouncing around.
More is known about Chuck's background as he's been with the same owner since a baby. He was well looked after and is a confident and happy individual. Sid, on the other hand, had been passed from pillar to post before ending up with his last owners, and he's bearing the scars of a difficult past.
I couldn't really get a feel for how bad he was crippled because he was only on that sofa. And not an ideal environment for the marmoset. So yeah, indeed, he's got pretty bad rickets and his mobility is limited and those legs are tucked up underneath him, so he sort of hops more than he actually walks.
Sid must have developed rickets in his early life. It's left him permanently disabled, but he's managing to move around reasonably well. It doesn't take long for the boys to notice each other.
So Chuck is doing a series of quite high-pitched contact calls. He's aware that other marmosets are around. The twittering is generally quite a friendly, sort of sociable, chatty noise. They'll be sort of taking each other's measure and sussing out where everybody is, and sort of little contact calls are nice. So fingers crossed that everybody's going to be prepared to get along.
It bodes well that the boys are chatting, and for the rest of the day and overnight, they'll stay in their own bedrooms so they can continue to settle in.
Tomorrow will be the first day that they go back with marmosets since they were removed from their mothers as infants. So really pleased, fingers crossed for what comes next.
Next time on Monkey Life. Orangutan Kai and his two ladies, Linga and Jolie, survey their new Spanish home.
And they just need time to get to know the place and get over the fact that there's those great big dinosaurs over there that look really threatening.
And Sid and Chuck the marmosets meet, with surprising results.
How funny.
Today on Monkey Life, Orangutan Kai and his two ladies, Linga and Jolie, survey their new Spanish home. But who'll be brave enough to venture out?
Linga is much more independent than Jolie, so coming outside will be easier for her than it will be for Jolie.
Marmosets Chuck and Sid are introduced, but there's a surprise in store for Alison and the team.
Look, how funny.
And the lemurs go potty for parsley. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
We've really done everything we can to make her journey as smooth as possible.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. It's going to be another big day for two small monkeys. Yesterday, common marmosets Sid and Chuck were rescued from the British pet trade, taking the number now housed at the park up to 30. Since they arrived, the two boys have been in bedrooms opposite each other. This morning, they're going to meet and hopefully become good friends. Chuck is very active, but Sid had rickets as a youngster due to a lack of vitamin D3 from sunlight and an inappropriate diet, and so he's not as mobile.
Overnight, these guys have actually done pretty well. Chuck looks like he's been living here for years. He's been throwing himself around the enclosure, playing, and just seems really relaxed and really happy. Sid is a bit quieter. He seems a little bit more nervous. He's not moving around as much anyway. I think because of his mobility, it's taking him a little bit longer to suss out sort of how he can move around. But he seems settled, he seems reasonably relaxed. Few nervous twitters, but all in all, they seem pretty settled.
While being kept as pets, Chuck and Sid had both been living alone. But they've been making contact calls and checking each other out across the corridor. All good signs for the introduction. Steph and Alison are keen to see how they'll get on.
It's going to be daunting. Neither of them have ever met another marmoset before, so it'll be a bit of a shock for them. I think the main problem if Chuck comes running straight in and he wants to play, I don't know how Sid will handle that because, of course, he can't move around quite in the same way. He can't sort of flit about the way that Chuck's doing.
There's no time like the present, so the doors between them are opened.
Be nice and calm, buddy.
He's not really a calm person.
No.
The boys are now free to meet each other.
You come and see Sid?
As predicted, it's confident Chuck that takes the lead. But he soon loses his bottle. These things can take time, especially when you've never met another marmoset before. And Sid's in no rush. It's not long before Chuck's back, and this time he heads right into Sid's room. But it's now shy Sid being the bravest.
At the moment, we're going pretty well. I was worried Chuck might come in too much for Sid, but actually, he came in nicely, had a little look, went back, and it's now Sid that's desperate to say hello to Chuck.
And And as they move around the room, Steph and Alison get a good look at the duo. And Sid needs an even closer inspection.
It's difficult because he holds his legs so close together.
No, I know. There's a little bulge.
There's no
cojones,
Yeah.
as such.
Might be castrate, and we just haven't had a good look, but it's looking a little feminine.
I'm thinking it's a girl. There are no testicles.
I see nothing that points towards boy.
Look. I think it's a girl. There's no penis there.
No. Sydney.
Yeah. How funny.
Oh, Chuck, you've got a girlfriend. We think Sid may actually be Sydney with a Y. I think we actually have ourselves a female marmoset, not a male marmoset.
It's a bit of a surprise for the team. But it's not the first time this has happened.
So now that we know we have a male and a female here, we're going to have to look at birth control because obviously we don't want to breed here. We want any space that we have for rescue animals rather than breeding and filling up space that way. Yeah, it's not a problem, just a bit of a curveball, really.
It may be that Chuck and Sid turn out to be more than just good friends.
As long as these two keep playing nicely, then they'll stay together. And yeah, I think makes things look pretty positive at the moment.
Over at the Gibbon house, one of the residents is also looking for a new friend. Golden-cheeked Gibbon Mikado arrived at the park 6 years ago as an orphan after a difficult start in life.
Mikado was born in a zoo in France, and he was just 3 weeks of age when his elderly mother died of natural causes. So he actually came to us for hand rearing. To start with, he needed full-time care, so the first few months he was with primate care staff all the time.
But Mikado needed to meet other Gibbons, and as soon as he was ready, the team began to introduce him to adult female Alex.
She actually was really lovely towards him, and they were soon living together full time. And she's basically acted as a surrogate mum for him. He's learned how to be a Gibbon from Alex and watching her and his interactions with her. And it's been a really crucial relationship in his life, because that really showed him, you know, how Gibbons interact with each other, how they communicate with each other, how they move, what the body language means, all those things that are really going to help him when he meets a lady in his future.
Mikado has thrived with Alex's care and companionship and has developed into a real personality.
Mikado over the years, basically he's a bit of a goon. He kind of loves to play, and he loves to just get up to mischief.
But now he's on the way to reaching sexual maturity, and the happy-go-lucky youngster is changing.
Right now he's going through that sort of age where he's changing his personality. He's starting to become a young man. He's wanting to be aggressively territorial. He wants to be in charge of things. He wants to start finding himself a young lady friend and sort of, you know, set up his life for his future.
But Mikado's transformation to bolshy teenager and young adult have been difficult for elderly Alex.
We've seen that Alex has actually become very wary and self-conscious around him. And so for her well-being, we've taken him out of the enclosure from her, and we've actually got them now separate. Alex is now absolutely loving life. She's loving having the peace and quiet. We've put this hammock up in her enclosure, which as far as she's concerned is the best thing ever. She's just taking life at a much easier pace without the stress and upheaval of having a young adolescent male tearing around her.
Mikado is also in his own enclosure. At this age in the wild, males usually leave their parents to search for their own territory and a mate.
Right now, this bit of time that he's actually on his own will really help him to just develop into a young man. So hopefully we'll see that this will just keep progressing.
In the future, the park will need to find Mikado a female companion, or maybe some male friends to hang out with. In the centre of the park, at the Malagasy enclosure, there's a hint of perfume in the air. It's the home of the ring-tailed lemurs, a species who rely heavily on their sense of smell. So today, Steph, from the primate care team, has a fragrant treat in store for them.
We've got some lavender, we've got some basil, some mint and some thyme as well. The lemurs are all about different scents. They've got a really good sense of smell. So hopefully things like lavender are going to get them investigating and really interested when we hang them up for them. The bonus with all the plants that we're hanging up today is they're all actually edible as well, so they might want to have a little try, a little taste as well. So hopefully not only the smell but also the taste will be interesting for them.
Ring-tailed lemurs are endemic to Madagascar. Apes and monkeys mostly use sight and sound as their primary senses, but lemurs rely a lot on their sense of smell.
They've got those long snout-like noses that help funnel in all the smells, and they've also got a wet nose, like a dog does, which helps with the sense of smell as well.
They also have powerful scent glands on their wrists and under their tails. And they use their odours to communicate with each other. As scent is so important to lemurs, Steph is hoping the herbs will spark their enthusiasm. But the laid-back lemurs appear a little underwhelmed by Steph's efforts.
You do the lovely things for them, and this is the thanks that you get.
Undeterred, she decides a more proactive approach is needed. And as the lemurs won't come to the herbs, she takes the herbs to them. And it seems to work. Houdini and Indiana now can't get enough of the parsley. And the mood starts to spread, with everyone joining in. And the outstanding dish of the day for the lemurs is the parsley. It wasn't easy getting the lemurs active and interested, but Steph's persistence paid off.
So we kind of got there in the end. It was just more of a sort of slow and steady investigation rather than straight away enthusiasm.
At least she now knows parsley is a lemur's preference, while lavender is off the menu. The park is the European creche for orphaned orangutans and specialises in looking after rejected orang babies. But as they grow up and mature, the youngsters need to move on to new homes elsewhere to make room for new babies to come to the park and benefit from the team's expertise and care. Recently, orangutan pals Kai, Jolie and Linga, who all grew up at the park, left to start a new group in southeast Spain at Rio Safari Elche. It was a big move for the trio. Kai was born at Monkey World, and Jolie and Linga arrived as rejected orphans more than 9 years ago. Linga from France and Jolie from Russia. Jeremy had a big hand in their upbringing, so he took on the task of driving them nearly 1,500 miles to their new Spanish home. He was keen to help them settle in and to brief the new team who will care for them in the future.
I don't think there'll be any problems with these. They know each other very well.
So far, the move has been progressing well.
He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Is that nice? Is that good?
And their new Spanish care team have also been very impressed with their new charges.
We've been very happy. They are very chill, they're very calm, they're getting along very well. To the keepers as well, they're being very responsive.
An important member of the new care team is headkeeper Pilar,
Good morning.
who is also a vet. During the long journey south, Kai became quite agitated at times and suffered a few minor cuts and bruises, so she wants to check him over and clean them up.
Kai. Hey, Kai.
All 3 orangutans will eventually get used to their keepers communicating with them in Spanish. But as with all language lessons, it's little by little.
At this moment, I prefer to use the English for these things, the face, shoulder. So I think they know they will understand better that I say.
Good boy, Kai. When to go? When to go?
They are very intelligent, so they need a little time for trusting me and in the other keepers, but it's normal.
What is also normal is for orangutans to check out every nook and cranny, nut and bolt when something is new, and Linga is no exception.
Orangs are terribly mechanical, and she went and checked. They will always check out the facility, check out the nuts and bolts and the ropes and see what we can wreck, see if they've used the old left-handed thread ploy to try and stop me getting the nut undone and all that sort of stuff. And it's just what they are. It's the way they think.
While Linga continues to check over the indoor playroom, the keepers scatter treats in the outdoor enclosure. So far, only Kai has been brave enough to venture outside. This morning, Jeremy's hoping the two girls will join him. But they'll only do it when they're good and ready, which Jeremy feels is a good thing.
I really like these things to go at a slow pace. And if they come out of that house like a bullet from a gun, then A, they might keep going, and B, they might, if they've got the adrenaline going, they might not realise when they do settle down how to get back in. And they just need time to get to know the place, and that'll happen. I'm sure it'll happen.
Today, Kai is first to take a look, but he isn't in a hurry to go out. The girls are even more laid back. It's time for a bit of bribery. The orangs are kept in while a little browse and some bottles of juice are put out to tempt them. It seems to be working. But orangs are clever. Kai just picks up the bottles and heads back in. Linga decides to see for herself what all the fuss is about. Curiosity gets the better of her and she heads straight out. Not wanting to miss out, Kai decides to follow. Linga's bravery is rewarded. And she sets about finding more goodies.
The fact that Linga came out and Jolie didn't, sort of, after, when you really think about it afterwards, you think, well, Linga's a much more independent person than Jolie. And it really is that simple. Linga is much more independent than Jolie, so coming outside will be easier for her than it will be for Jolie. I mean, it's not, you don't need to be some psychoanalyst to work that one out. It's quite, it's quite elementary. And obviously Kai's a boy and he'll just go where the mood takes him. So, it's all good. It's all good stuff.
Linga and Kai have found their way back indoors, and Jeremy's happy all three orangs are settling in well, and he can leave them in the care of their new keepers.
No, thank you. Thank you. See you. Okay.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
You can see
your
us.
house. Huh?
Yeah.
Please.
Say.
Come back.
You look at yourself.
Nice to see you again.
You will.
He'll continue to get regular reports from the Spanish team, so he can monitor the orangutans' progress.
Thank you.
Back at the park, the weather has turned rainy. But it's nothing Hananya and his group haven't seen before. And in the wild, a chimp's natural habitat is the rainforest. But why get soaking wet when you can take shelter? A cosy bedsheet makes a great mac. And there are plenty of useful dry spots. But in a typical British summer, it's impossible for the chimps to dodge the rain altogether. They take a little extra care when moving around in the wet, but they're expert acrobats on the high hoses and poles. A head for heights is another good skill to master. For leader Hananya, it means he can survey far and wide across his enclosure and beyond. Everyone's busy doing something, and Hananya likes to keep an eye on the whole group. Young Thelma is riding on Mum Cherry's tummy, a useful safe haven from the rain, which just keeps on falling. Hananya's got work to do. He sets off for a closer inspection of the chimp's home. He checks all around the climbing frame, then moves down to patrol on the ground. He's busy inspecting his territory downstairs as Thelma hitches a ride upstairs with Mum. But there's no respite from the rain. It just keeps on coming. Simon hoovers up the drops. And with everything so wet and slippery, Shamak scoops up little Thelma, just in case. But it seems rain can't dampen a chimp's ardour, and female Tuti wants to make sure dominant male Hananya knows she's around. Oblivious to her charms, he's enjoying a good back rub. But not for long. Tuti's in hot pursuit. She's determined not to let him out of her sight. But Hananya's just not in the mood. Eventually, there's a break in the weather. Thelma resumes her normal style of riding piggyback on Mum before heading off to play. And Hananya takes the opportunity to hang out with some other pals, leaving smitten Tuti casting long looks from the sidelines. Next time on Monkey Life.
She's pretty chilled, actually.
Marmosets Sid and Chuck have their health checks, and it's a snip for Chuck.
It's had a rough morning.
And woolly monkey Olivia is becoming more independent. Today on Monkey Life, Marmosets Sid and Chuck have their health checks, and it's a snip for Chuck.
Just need to get him up now. It's had a rough morning.
Golden-cheeked Gibbon Mikado undergoes training to help with his upcoming house move.
Good boy.
And baby woolly monkey Olivia shows off her skills as she becomes more independent. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
They're all going to have a chance to live proper lives again. Perfect.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. Over at the park's hospital, newly arrived common marmosets, Chuck and Sid, are both in line to see specialist wildlife vet John Lewis. Alison collected the tiny monkeys a few days ago, and they're settling in well together. She was told they were both boys, but on closer examination, Alison realised Sid was in fact Sydney, with a Y.
I think it's a girl. There's no penis there.
No. Sydney.
The park's priority is to look after rescued primates, so they don't want the new couple to breed, adding to the demand for space. Vet John has a solution to that, and it involves Chuck.
He's coming up for a vasectomy, basically, but also at the same time we can give him a general check over.
Chuck has been brought across the park to the hospital by Steph, one of the primate care team. She's going to be working with him every day and wants to stay on his good side. So Alison's volunteered to get him out of the box in case he's not too cooperative.
You're all right. He's a vicious little monster. Good boy. It's all right. It's all right.
Chuck only weighs 450 grams, and it's safer to anaesthetize small primates using gas through a mask rather than by injection. It doesn't take long for the drug to send Chuck off to sleep. Now, John can get to work. Firstly, he prepares the surgical site.
It's non-sterile gauze swabs, please.
And with all the instruments sterilised and ready, he carefully begins the delicate task.
Cutting him.
A vasectomy is a small surgical procedure that will render Chuck infertile. It won't, however, affect his hormones, so all his natural behaviour will remain.
Okay, that's the cord on one side.
Excellent.
One more stitch on this side is done.
John has to remove a tiny section of each of the tubes that carry sperm out of the body. It's very fiddly on such a small patient.
That's the next cord. I'll take a section out to try and avoid the ends rejoining and making it less lightly. That's it there.
With both sides done, the operation is complete.
Well, the heart rate's picking up quite a bit.
It's always a worrying time for the team when their charges are under anaesthetic. But while Chuck is asleep, John takes the opportunity to fit him with a microchip. All the primates at the park have these so that they can be permanently identified. The final stitch goes in. And with all the necessary work finished, John has a listen to Chuck's heart.
Just need to get him up now. It's had a rough morning.
Come on, little man.
The team keep a close eye on Chuck as he begins to come round from his anaesthetic.
Sort of.
He's a bit groggy, but everything's gone well.
Yeah, with Chuck, we've had him down now and he's recovering, so that's all really good. Really pleased when they come out of that. He's had his vasectomy, given him a microchip, so really pleased with him, and he just has to recover from his vasectomy now.
Across the park, the woolly monkeys are enjoying being out in the sunshine. Over the past 6 months, there have been lots of changes for the top woolies, and the care team have been observing them closely. Woolly monkeys are very sensitive and can suffer from chronic blood pressure, so it was important to monitor how they reacted to the changes. The first was the arrival of a new baby, born to mum Zingu and dad Oscar, and named Olivia. But a few weeks later, elderly Oscar sadly passed away. The females and youngsters were fragile without him and needed a new dominant male. Change number 2 was the arrival of Chippy, who moved across from another group to take on the leadership role. He rose to the challenge and the introduction went well. He's now firmly established, and the 7 members of the group have settled well and are living happily together. The care team like to help keep them busy and active.
Today we have a bit of an extra special treat for the woolly monkeys. We have some grapes on the vine for them, a little bit different to what they normally have for their normal breakfast. Grapes are one of their favourite fruits, so it's going to be a little bit different way to present it and hopefully get them all geared up and excited.
Dominant male Chippy's first out and bounds over to see what's on offer. He gets stuck straight in, but even before he's finished the first bunch, he's off to find the next. Chippy's a striking male and is fitting in well with his 2 new females and their offspring.
Chippy's still relatively new in this group as the dominant male, but he really is starting to come into his own now. He's settled down really nicely. The females are all getting on with him fantastically well, which is great for us to see. And the group are really starting to bond together as a whole.
But when it comes to breakfast time, it's everyone for himself, and the group split up to search the enclosure. Young female Isla grabs a vine from the hanging feeder, while her mum Paquita finds hers on the high ropes. But her 2-year-old son Lucas isn't quite so partial to grapes and goes for oranges and apples instead. Olivia's the youngest woolly monkey at the park and rides around on mum's back. She's not had grapes on the vine before and is eager to give them a try, but ends up with just a leaf. It seems her mum Zingu thinks they're just too tasty to share. Zingu is also mum to 3-year-old Zavi, and like Lucas, he's also opted for oranges. Grapes may be a favourite with the adults, but it's good to see the youngsters varying their 5 a day. For Zingu, however, it's all about the grapes. And this time, Olivia has more luck and gets her first taste. Grapes aren't the only new experience young Olivia's been trying out recently.
Her confidence is really starting to blossom now, and she's starting to develop her own character as well. She's getting braver, she's starting to venture further and further away from her mum Zingu. So she is getting a lot more curious about her surroundings, really testing out what her arms, legs and her tail can do for her. So she really is starting to blossom as a little character.
Olivia, like all woolly monkeys, has a prehensile tail that grasps and works as a 5th limb, allowing her to hang from branches to reach food, or if you're a youngster, to dangle, swing, play, and generally have fun. And despite the changes in the group, little Olivia and the rest of the youngsters are all enjoying life with their extended family. At the park's hospital, Marmoset Chuck is recovering from his anaesthetic and vasectomy operation. Next in line for specialist wildlife vet John Lewis is Sid, who needs an all-over medical check. Like Chuck, Sid's a recent arrival. She's had a checkered past, and the team want to fully understand her health problems so they can make her life as comfortable as possible.
She's got really bad health issues. Her rickets is far worse than I could get even a hint of in the photograph. Whether it's gotten worse in the last few months, I don't know. She's also got no teeth in front, so we just want to do a general health check to make sure that she doesn't have any other obvious problems that we should be addressing that we're not aware of.
Sid comes easily out of her box for Karen.
She's pretty chilled, actually. Sort of surprised by it.
The anaesthetic will quickly take effect, and John's going to start by checking her mouth, as the team have noticed she doesn't seem to have many teeth.
She's got teeth. You're doing her an injustice. Not so they're good teeth, but they're teeth.
Oh, there are some.
Yeah, there are. Okay. They're very worn at the back.
Understanding the state of Sid's dental health will mean the team can prepare the right diet for her. Food she can eat without difficulty. Her worn-down teeth are also a clue to her age.
Don't think she's young. But it's very difficult to put a finger on the age, and I wouldn't hazard a guess, but she's no spring chicken.
Sid is significantly smaller than Chuck, and the staff are worried about her skinny frame.
She's not without body fat. Something.
But it seems her weight is not a huge concern, although like all the marmosets at the park, it will be regularly monitored. It's the condition of her bones that's more worrying.
All right, shall we get the x-rays? And as far as possible, try and keep the head and neck straight without rotating it. Legs, that's as far as the knees will extend.
I mean, look at those little arms.
Same for the elbows. I think not. You might get a foot down to there.
The X-ray and a physical examination will give John a much clearer idea of the extent of Sid's mobility problems.
Right, so a better look at things. The tibias are rotating inwards, bent inwards. Quite a classic nutritional bone disease.
A poor diet without calcium and a lack of vitamin D3 from sunlight meant Sid's bones became soft and didn't develop properly, and she's become permanently misshapen and crippled. This is not a rare occurrence in pet trade primates.
Well, yes, she's got a deformed spine, two deformed femurs, the top leg bone looks like the tibias, the bones below the knee are deformed, the elbows, the humeri, and the radius and ulna, the lower forearm. Apart from that, doesn't mean anything long-term for as long as her nutrition is now stabilised and put right. But she won't get better, the bones won't straighten out, but she won't get worse. So we're not saying she's in pain even, she's just deformed at the moment, which inhibits her ability to move about, of course it does, or jump, or use branches, but you'd be surprised how active she can be in her rather shuffling way.
With Sid's checks complete, she's put back into her box to recover from the anaesthetic. Once she's come around fully, she'll go back into her bedroom with her new friend Chuck. The team will monitor their health closely and make sure they have everything they need.
In Sid's case, she could have had any number of hidden medical problems that we weren't aware of. Because she was in such poor health with her rickets, we just wanted to make sure. Both done, both can go back together now and hopefully live happily ever after.
It's a fine autumn afternoon, and growing around the park is an abundance of seasonal fruit. Steph from the primate care team is taking advantage of the wild harvest to give the ring-tailed lemurs a treat.
Right guys, what have we got? Sticking out lots of blackberry bits for the lemurs today. They really enjoy berries and things and foraging and stuff, so it's great to get them up and around and foraging for sort of food.
In the wild, the lemur's diet would consist mainly of fruit and leaves, supplemented in the dry season by eating insects, flowers, tree sap, and even wood. The juicy blackberries and elderberries that Steph is putting out instantly attract the lemur's attention.
As soon as we walk in with this kind of thing, we usually then get an immediate lemur swarm, and everybody gets very excited. So I'm trying my best to sort of put bits out and about. Okay, you have that bit then. That can be yours. They always want the bits in my hands rather than the bits I'm sort of putting out for everybody. Everybody's very interested in the big tub that it came in as well, so trying to move them out of the way so that I can put it up high and get them actually moving and foraging properly for it. And out the way.
As in the wild, there is a strict hierarchy within the group.
With lemurs, they've very sensible arrangement. The girls are in charge, so Fennel is our dominant female. And then with our boys, because they have a very set hierarchy as well, Indiana and Sirius are firmly at the top. They're twins and they will back each other up and help each other out. And those two are kind of rule the roost.
And it's not unusual for lemurs to have twins.
We've got two sets here, Indiana and Sirius at the top of the pile, and Kurt and Friedrich, who are working their way up from the bottom.
And that's Friedrich on the left and Kurt on the right. Or is it the other way around? Steph uses gloves to protect her hands from the thorns on the brambles. But lemurs do not have a problem.
They're quite capable of using their little dexterous fingers to get around the thorns and pluck the berries, and they've also got sort of pads, quite tough pads on the inside of their hands as well, which help protect them. And it's actually really good for them that they have to kind of work a little bit harder with blackberry, with the thorns, so it's a bit more interesting for them than just something they can get to very easily.
As well as blackberries and elderberries, Steph is trying a more unusual fruit, rose hips, whose skins are packed with vitamin C.
Not sure whether they'll recognise them as a food type, but we'll see. Oh. Apparently they are tasty.
And today, it seems everyone's in a good mood, and there's no sign of the normal scuffle for the best pickings.
I don't know if it was just because we had a little bit of sunshine for the first time in a while. Everyone was fairly chilled and peaceful, and there was even some sharing going on, which is unusual with the lemurs.
And the autumn berries seem to meet with the lemurs' approval.
These guys do have some blackberries in their enclosure already, so they're kind of familiar with them. So putting all of these out, they were really excited, really interested. The elderberries were pretty popular. Everybody seemed keen.
But the experimental introduction of the rose hips wasn't quite as successful.
People tried them, but they were quickly dropped on the floor afterwards. Overall, I'm happy with how these guys have reacted today. It's always nice to give them a treat, give them something a bit different. And everybody actually was really well behaved. Everybody got on and had a nice, quiet, just sort of munching session, which is nice to see. So yeah, it's worked out pretty well for them. It's a good bit of enrichment.
Over at the Gibbon house, some residential replanning is going on. 6-year-old golden-cheeked Gibbon Mikado has outgrown his relationship with surrogate mum Alex and has been living alone. The primate care staff have a plan to introduce him to some new friends, but that will mean a house move. So Kat's getting him ready.
We're training him to come into this box that we've attached to his enclosure slide. Now, the reason we're training him is so that he will be able to be transferred from this enclosure to another one in the near future.
Mikado, who arrived at the park as an orphaned baby, is now an active and curious young gibbon. And the training gives him something fun and interesting to do outside of his normal daily routine. He accesses the box from one of his 2 bedrooms and is eager to get on with the session. Once Mikado's in the box, Kat reinforces his behaviour using a clicker and food rewards.
Good boy. Mikado's actually doing really well with his training. The first day we put the box up, he was obviously a little bit scared of it, but he was very curious and came in straight away. And from that first session, we gave him lots of really positive reinforcement with all his favourite sort of treats. So he's really associating it with a really positive thing. So he's now sitting for up to a minute whilst I'm giving him some treats and stuff, and he's very calm and relaxed, so we couldn't ask for anything better at this point.
After a successful session in the box, Mikado heads back indoors for a quick swing around. He really enjoys his one-on-one time with Kat, and she'll be encouraging him into the box several times a day, every day before the move.
On the day that we're actually going to be moving him from this enclosure, it's a very stressful experience for the animals, and it's very, very difficult for us to force them into a box and make them do that without any experience. So by doing it this way, Mikado is very calm, he's used to the box being here, he's used to coming into it, and then all we need to do on the day is actually shut the door down.
He's soon back for a second session.
Come here, buddy. Good boy, Mickey.
With Kat's patience and dedication and Mikado's willingness to go into the box, moving day should be straightforward.
It's doing incredible. I'm really pleased so far. I think that Mikado will hopefully go in the box nice and calmly on the day, and it shouldn't be too much of an issue. And when he comes out the other end, well, we'll just have to see what happens when it happens then.
Next time on Monkey Life. We're in Vietnam to rescue 2 rare pygmy loris stolen from the forest.
It's daylight, they're awake, and they should be sleeping.
But a health check gives cause for concern.
At the moment, we're kind of hoping for a miracle. Otherwise, she's not going to make it back in the wild.
Today on Monkey Life. We're in Vietnam to rescue 2 rare pygmy loris stolen from the forest.
It's daylight, they're awake, and they should be sleeping.
But a health check gives cause for concern.
At the moment, we're kind of hoping for a miracle. Otherwise, she's not going to make it back in the wild.
Plus, family planning for golden-cheeked gibbon, Bin.
This is going to help her for her next step.
This is Dao Tien Rescue Centre in Vietnam. It's the sister sanctuary of Monkey World in Dorset, and the staff here dedicate their lives to rescuing and rehabilitating endangered Vietnamese primates.
It's a new forest with a new family group of gibbons coming, and hopefully everybody will grow up and mature together.
It's a 6,000-mile journey from the UK to the centre, which lies 160 miles northeast of the capital, Ho Chi Minh City. Vietnam in Southeast Asia is a densely populated country. An estimated 90 million inhabitants are crammed into this small country. But outside of the noise and bustle of the cities, it's a different story. It's one of the world's richest agricultural regions, and rice fields are abundant. Vietnam is the world's 7th largest consumer of rice, the staple diet of its people. But like many countries, Vietnam struggles with the illegal trade in wildlife. Poaching and smuggling are common, and the law is difficult to enforce. And this is where Dao Tien comes in. It's an island in the Dong Nai province, set up with the full cooperation of the Vietnamese government in 2008 to protect some of the country's most endangered species, including golden-cheeked gibbons, black-shanked Duke langurs, and pygmy loris, a tiny nocturnal primate. But unlike Monkey World, Dao Tien is not designed to provide a home for them for the rest of their lives.
The goal of Dao Tien is to support the Vietnamese government to rescue primates, increase the capacity for primate care, bring the primate care to an international standard, and then develop protocols to get these individuals back into the forests for them to survive and to contribute to wild conservation by going out there and having babies and breeding.
Dao Tien is a 56-hectare island. At its centre are the recently rescued, or Phase 1 animals. Here there are assessment units for the loris and gibbons where staff can check their health, socialise them and increase their weight and strength before they go into the larger forested areas. These form Phase 2, and there are 4 such regions on the island. This is where the gibbons go to gain true fitness before hopefully being released into the wild. At present, the centre is home to 30 gibbons and 27 loris. But today, that number is set to increase. The manager of Dao Tien is Lee Butler, who previously worked at Monkey World. He's just received a phone call from a local man on the mainland who wants to surrender 2 pygmy loris. He's been keeping them as pets, but after a neighbour's animals were seized, realised it wasn't allowed.
He heard of the confiscation and basically realised he'd got 2 pygmy loris illegally and he wanted to donate to the island. So that's where we're off to now.
In Vietnam, loris are primarily hunted for the pet trade, but also for traditional medicine, and even to be shown off as tourist attractions.
Xin chào, khỏe không? Khỏe. Tốt, tốt. Very well. Very well, OK.
But in recent years, the Vietnamese government has become more proactive in clamping down on this illegal trade. They're enforcing the law and making more confiscations. Poachers are being given large fines and even jail sentences as a deterrent.
I don't know much about the loris that we're collecting. Don't know how old they are, what condition they're in. So when we get there, we'll speak to the chap, see when he got them, see what diet he's had them on. But hopefully with the health checks and looking at dental issues, we should be able to estimate hopefully an age for them.
But when they arrive at their destination, Lee's not happy with what he finds. The loris are in a tiny cage in broad daylight with no shelter from the sun.
Just simply, we've got to do it as quick as possible, keep the stress levels down, get them into somewhere nice, dark. It's daylight, they're awake, and they should be sleeping.
Loris are nocturnal animals. During the daytime, they should be asleep in tree hollows.
Not there.
Lee has brought 2 separate boxes, one for each loris, and stuffed them with large leaves. This will keep them cool, but more importantly, keep them in the dark.
Got them into the cage, they went straight into it. It's dark, it's secluded. It should keep them nice and calm. So a little bit wet on their bodies, but, you know, let's get back them to Dao Tien now. We can get them into a cage, get them settled down, and then when the vets turn up, we can start doing our health checks.
Mr. Viet, Dao Tien's Vietnamese manager and a forest ranger in Cap Tien National Park, has accompanied Lee. He makes sure everything's in order and the paperwork transferring ownership signed.
Bao nhiêu tháng đây?
3 months.
3 months, OK. So that they've been here 3 months, caught in the wild from a farm. So yeah, let's get them back to Dao Tien and start the rehabilitation process.
Back at Dao Tien, staff are preparing for the new arrivals. Malnourished loris cannot be released into the wild as they wouldn't survive, so their diets are managed very carefully. It's recently been discovered that tree gum gives them all the minerals they need and lots of nutrients. So the team are preparing logs stuffed with gum.
They don't particularly like eating banana every day, which is what happens sadly in the pet trade. They like tree gum. They gouge into trees and eat the gum, and it's really, really sticky. So nature, being wonderful, has evolved a small secondary tongue underneath the main one, and they use this like a toothbrush, so they actually can clean their teeth on the go. Perfect.
Lee is heading back to the island with the 2 rescued pygmy loris. For the time being, they're going into a temporary rehabilitation cage until the vet arrives to perform their health checks. Lee wants them relaxed and calm following the journey so they can get used to their new surroundings. These 2 need to get into a routine. Only when it starts to get dark will Lee give them food and insects to eat. The second loris clearly has a problem with its right eye, which will need to be checked by the vet later on.
They came out relatively quick, quite surprised to be honest, but the conditions that we got them from, they're awake anyway, so it's all new, it's all happening, you know, so it's just about now feeding them tonight, monitoring their food intake, gum and insects, and then see where we are over the next week or two.
Nighttime on Dao Tien. And normally the only things stirring in the forest are insects and reptiles. But work goes on for the team, and Lee and the staff are making the first of 3 trips out this evening. It's at night that pygmy loris are wide awake. In the wild, it's their eating and foraging time, so the team stagger insect and gum feeds for them to mimic natural behaviour.
You got yours?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so if you do yours,
Yeah.
then I'll do the main cage and those 4, Claire, Fung, and the 2 new guys from that area. Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. What we're giving now is a bit of fruit, bit of vegetable, a bit of nectar, and some gum. So we're sort of all doing that now. Then later on, we'll come back out about 9 o'clock, do an insect feed, and then come back about 2 o'clock in the morning and do the final insect feed. So it's a sort of all-night thing, but we do it twice a week because we actually employ someone to do it for us, but obviously they need time off.
Their diet is tailored to what they would eat in the wild. Gum is full of the vitamins and nutrients they need to survive, and it's important that the routine they learn now will help them once released. Loris have adapted over time to the demands of the forest. They have a thick coat with sensory hairs that enable them to judge spaces. Important at night, high in the tree canopy. Their eyes have adapted so they can see better in the dark, and they've developed defences against predators as well. They have glands on the inside of their elbow that secrete a rather nasty toxin that the loris lick. They only weigh 350 grams, and this toxin is one way of protecting themselves. The final loris needing feeding tonight are the 2 that were rescued earlier in the day. Until their health checks, the sex of these 2 is unknown, so the staff have been unable to name them. But like all loris, they're at their best at night and are making the most of what Lee has to offer. Since Monkey World's sister sanctuary Dao Tien opened 8 years ago, the team has managed to rescue, rehabilitate and release into the wild more than 20 pygmy loris, 4 black-shanked Duklangers and 8 golden-cheeked gibbons. Dao Tien is very much a halfway house for the gibbons. The ideal scenario is to release them back to where they belong, but it's not always possible.
For gibbons, it's very hard. The rehabilitation process is something we have to do very carefully, and we're learning a lot as we go. We now know how to get gibbons tree fit, to get fit for release. We have 2 units of gibbons who are just amazing in the trees. So we've done the rehabilitation phase. Now we need to focus on the release site preparation. So we're looking for that release site that is the right habitat, has the right food, has the right space, and importantly, has the right protection. The rangers within that area are skilled, their capacity is good enough to deal with gibbons being reintroduced into that point, and that's what we're working on over the next year.
Sudden, thundery downpours are pretty normal in this part of the world. This morning, in the rain, the team are preparing to sedate one of the female gibbons, Bin. She currently lives with Tao, and together they make up Dao Tien's odd couple. Tao is a white-cheeked male gibbon, a species that's critically endangered. Bin is a female golden-cheeked gibbon. They currently live happily together in a large rehabilitation cage. The hope is that one day, Tao will be released into the wild in northern Vietnam, the habitat for his species. But for now, he enjoys life with Bin as his companion. However, as they're different species, they mustn't breed, so to prevent any unwanted pregnancies, Bin needs to have a contraceptive implant.
We're going to move these both to the semi-free enclosure at the top, the north of the island. She has to have an implant because she's golden-cheeked, he's a white-cheeked. So we've got to make sure that before we move them anywhere, we have control of birth control. So today, we have to try and get the implant into it. If not, we'll have to wait another time until we can actually catch her.
Savvy, a visiting vet from Ping Tung Rescue Centre in Taiwan, has been enlisted to perform the procedure and to give Bin an all-over health check as well. But first, they need to sedate her, and that's proving far from easy. Human contact with the primates is kept to a minimum, so Bin is wary. The only option for the team is to sedate her by blowpipe. But she's aware something's not right and is constantly on the move, making it hard for vet assistant Jessie to get a clean shot.
Jessie unfortunately missed. So what we're going to do, because she's getting a little bit stressed out, so what we're going to do now is put the small cage on the slide and we're going to try and get her that way. So we're all going to back away. I'm going to sit here, or Mr. Wan will stay here, one of the two of us, and then we're going to get her into the cage, into the net, hand inject, and then just get it done and dusted.
It's now a waiting game, as Lee and keeper Mr. Nguyen wait patiently for Bin to be tempted into the box. Safely secured, she's quickly injected.
Yeah. Okay.
We've injected her a couple of minutes ago. She's now going down, so we're keeping it all calm. Went very well, got into the cage, vet Mr. Wan. Nice injection, all very good.
Savvy is going to do the health check and implant in situ. She doesn't want to waste time transporting Bin over to the hospital. And because it should be a quick procedure, she's only had a light sedation. It's safer to keep her in the caged area. They immediately take a chance to check her weight, just under 8 kilograms. Next, Savvy starts checking Bin over. First her temperature, then blood samples are taken. And all the time, Jessie is keeping an eye on her vital signs. Finally, Savvy inserts the contraceptive implant between the shoulder blades, where Bin can't reach it. She's then given an injection to bring her round and put back in her box.
Achieve the goal we needed to achieve. This is going to help her for her next step, going out into the semi-free, out into the forest. You know, it's what we're here for, to give back what these guys have had taken away. It's vital that we do this. So, yeah. So we'll just leave her now, come back later, make sure she's okay, give her some food, give her some water, and then potentially put her back with Teal.
It's late afternoon and the rain has finally eased off. But for vet Savvy, her work for the day is far from over. In Dao Tien's primate hospital, she's preparing to check over the 2 new Pygmy lorries that Lee brought in yesterday. Marina and keeper Mr. Dong have gone to collect them, but overnight the condition of one of them has deteriorated.
Ô, đi.
Ô, mắt hư à?
Không sao, đi. Đi.
The loris has a significant eye infection and will need to be checked out first. Savvy wastes no time. As soon as the loris is under anaesthetic, it's quickly weighed.
260.
Next, they determine the sex.
She's a little girl, and look at her teeth. She has all her teeth, so they're a little bit worn, so she's probably around 4 years of age.
It's a relatively young female loris, which the team immediately name Rachel. She's underweight, but it's her eyes that are causing concern.
She's in a very bad way. She's a third down on her body weight, and her eyes are in a bad state.
I think it's the trauma, so I don't think this eye can be healed.
Do you think maybe she can still see a little bit through the left eye?
Yeah.
Rachel's right eye has suffered some sort of trauma that probably occurred whilst being hunted. But her left eye may respond to a new treatment recommended to Marina. It's a solution to treat damaged corneas.
It's incredibly expensive, but apparently it's wonderful. At the moment, we're kind of hoping for a miracle for her to be fit for release. This stuff has to work and we have to save one eye fully. Otherwise, she's not going to make it back in the wild.
With Rachel recovering in her box, the team start the health check on the other loris rescued yesterday.
再起来一点。300.
300 grams is still slightly underweight for a loris, but a lot healthier than Rachel's weight. It's also a female, which the team are quick to name Anne. She's in a lot better condition than Rachel, so the team can afford to take their time giving her a thorough examination. Dao Tien is only one of a handful of rescue centres that work with pygmy loris, so every bit of information they can collect is vital and helps them learn as much as possible about this vulnerable species.
And although she's slim, she has beautiful teeth, and they're all there. She has beautiful eyes with no damage. So at this point, it looks like she would be a really good release candidate. We can give her 3 to 6 months just to gain some weight. So hopefully at the end of the year, at the end of the dry season, we can let her go.
It's going to take a lot of hard work and dedication from all the staff, but it's what Dao Tien was set up to do. The rescue, rehabilitation and release of primates from southern Vietnam. And if things go well in the next few months, Anne the pygmy loris may well get the chance of living in the wild once more. Next time on Monkey Life. Rescued young golden-cheeked gibbons Vang and Hoi meet a role model who'll help them learn about life in the wild.
What we do in the next 6 months will decide their future.
And Lynn the loris has a big night out. Today on Monkey Life, rescued youngsters Vang and Hoi are introduced to a big sister who can teach them how to become wild gibbons.
What they can get from Calais is a big, brave sister who will fight for them, always be close. And this is the perfect first step to achieving that.
And Lynn the loris has a big night out.
He's taken his major step back to where he belongs. Absolutely brilliant.
This is Dao Tien Rescue Centre in Vietnam. It's the sister sanctuary of Monkey World in Dorset, and the staff here dedicate their lives to rescuing and rehabilitating endangered Vietnamese primates.
It's a new forest with a new family group of gibbons coming, and hopefully everybody will grow up and mature together.
It's a 6,000-mile journey from the UK to the centre, which lies 160 miles northeast of the capital, Ho Chi Minh City. It's early morning on Dao Tien Island, and the golden-cheeked gibbons are in full voice. For all the staff here, it's a busy time. Dao Tien has 30 gibbons that need constant care and attention, and the morning feed is no exception. The gibbons are separated into two different areas. The Phase 1 animals are kept in secure enclosures. These are gibbons in the process of rehabilitation, or who will never be fit or well enough for release into the wild. The rest of the gibbons live in semi-wild areas on the island.
This area, our semi-forested enclosure, is a Phase 2, so it's an enclosed patch of trees. It's got a 400-metre electric fence round. And the trees are cut back, so they can't escape, but it means that they can sleep in the trees, they can travel in the trees, they can do huge leaps, all these skills that they need to get before they're fit to go back into the true forest.
There are 4 forested enclosures for the gibbons on Dao Tien, 3 small ones around 4 hectares in size, and 1 large 20-hectare site.
This is actually a similar size to a wild home range. And this is where they can function as normal gibbons. The only problem is it's very, very damaged forest. There isn't enough fruit trees, as you would find in the wild. There's not enough ficus. So although they can travel the same kind of area, we provide extra fruit for them just to make this match what the wild would give them. This is the perfect place just to finish off their final education until we go for the next release.
Currently, there are 2 groups of golden-cheeked gibbons living in the semi-wild forested areas on Dao Tien. One of these is a family group of 3. Lim Win, an adult male, Mi Su, an adult female, and youngster Savvy. Lim Win and Mi Su have had an eventful few years. They were some of the first gibbons to arrive on Dao Tien, and after being successfully rehabilitated in the semi-wild area, were ready to be released together back into the wild. A suitable range was found in Cat Tien National Park, and both gibbons took to the trees. But before long, a wild male golden-cheeked gibbon arrived on their patch. Lim Win was chased and attacked by the new male and fell from the high tree canopy, and afterwards stayed low to the ground. The wild male was seeking a mate, and Mi Su went with him. The team managed to recapture Lim Win and took him back to Dao Tien. But just a few months later, after being tracked by her radio collar, Mi Su was found unwell and on her own, with no male companion. She was recaptured and brought back to the centre, where the pair were reunited. They've since had a baby girl, and Mi Su's pregnant once again. It's been a learning curve for everyone involved.
Since then, they've got a little bit older, they've got a little bit wiser, they've started their own family, and now they're in a very, very strong position for release. And we're also a lot wiser. We now know the amount of space you need to reintroduce gibbons. It has to be 4 times the potential home range area that they want. That way, any distant neighbouring groups who have an opinions, there's space for everyone. But we are learning gibbon introductions are really, really tough. And we just have to keep going
collecting as much data as possible and always looking after each and every gibbon to make sure that they get the best opportunity and get the best supportive care if needed.
And it's not just adult gibbons that need this support. Just over 6 months ago, the centre rescued 2 infants, Hoi and Vang. Hoi's a juvenile young male gibbon about 18 months old. He was transferred from a neighbouring national park where he was rescued and hand-reared. But they didn't have the correct facilities or expertise to look after him. Vang is a young female gibbon, just 8 months old. She'd also been hand-reared from a baby when her mum rejected her. Vang's start in life was far from rosy. She was kept in a small ice cream box and on arrival at Dao Tien was in a much worse mental state than Hoi. But 6 months on, the change in Vang is remarkable and she adores her adopted brother.
This little team are ready to meet an adult gibbon because that's what they want. At the moment you can see them reaching out to us for attention, for interaction, for education, and we can't give them that. The only person who can give them that, or animal, is an adult gibbon. And we have a lovely, lovely female adult gibbon lined up for them. And they're as ready as they'll ever be.
And so today, Lee, with the help of 2 Dao Tien keepers, is going to collect Calais, an 8-year-old female. She's in a holding cage on the edge of the semi-wild area. She's just going through her second colour change, so is predominantly black, but will soon be blonde like all adult females. She was confiscated by the Forestry Protection Department and came to Dao Tien 6 years ago. She spent the last 4 years living with other gibbons in the trees of the semi-wild area, so the team are hoping this experience will make her an ideal surrogate sister to look after and tutor Hoi and Vang.
We're going to transport her down to cage 5, next door to Vang and Hoi. We'll assess how they are together and then potentially tomorrow do the introductions. But we need to play it by ear. We need to see how the 2 youngsters react to Calais, which is the most important thing for us.
With the travelling crate secured, it's just a matter of time and patience to see if Calais can be tempted into the box by the fruit inside. But she's wary. She knows something's different and keeps one hand on the cage at all times as she reaches in for the fruit. After what seems like an age, she has the confidence and courage to go right inside the box.
I was about to call and say, look, let's push her in with the net. You know, it was getting to a point, I need to get a move on. But then she started coming in, so she'd reach as far as she could reach, and she took a piece of fruit and off she goes. Not a problem. On the 3rd time, she went in. And there you go. A lot of people try and do it on the 1st attempt. Big no. In my books, it's a big no. Let them go in, let them go out. Then they relax, and there you go, job done. So let's get it down to cage 5.
Calais is now safe and secure in the crate and on her way over to meet young gibbons Hoi and Vang. If the 2 little ones are ever going to have a chance of surviving in the wild, it's imperative they socialise with other gibbons and have less human contact. Having an older surrogate sister to show them the ropes could help them achieve this, and the next big step after that would be to release them all into the semi-wild area. With everything set, Lee wastes no time opening the crate. And Callie is out like a shot, straight up high where gibbons feel safest. Hoi shows no signs of nervousness and is straight over to check out the new neighbour. Callie seems to be taking a keen interest in the 2 youngsters. Vang is curious too, but looks on from the safety blanket of her hammock. Lee's delighted with how things have gone today.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. It's nice and calm. There's been no aggressive calls from Calais. She's come across, she's interacted, she's sniffed. She's sat at the mesh now, she's watching calmly. That's all good news. Fingers crossed, it stays as it is, and we can move forward tomorrow.
Today may have gone well, but Marina knows that time is of the essence for Hoi and Vang.
What we do in the next 6 months will decide their future. We so have to try and get them in the trees, and the humans taking a big step back. And any social interaction, any support that they need, they go to that adult female gibbon for it. And that has to happen now, otherwise Hoi and Vang will never see the forest, the wild forest again.
But for now, all the signs are good. At Dao Tien, the centre's main objective is the successful rehabilitation and release of rescued primates back into the wild. It takes a lot of hard work and dedication from the staff to get them ready. Many of the primates that arrive on the island have been saved from squalid conditions and have big underlying health issues as a result. One such individual is Pedro the loris. He was confiscated by the environmental police in Ho Chi Minh City and brought in a week ago with severe damage to his left leg. He was caught in a hunter's snare, and Marina's so concerned that she's called in a specialist vet to take a look. Savvy is from Ping Tung Rescue Centre in Taiwan. They have collaborated with Dao Tien for many years.
For the last week, we've had him on antibiotics and anti-inflammatories, just trying to see if we can save this leg. But I don't think we can. He doesn't have that much use left in it. It's going to hinder him more than help him. The only thing that makes it kind of all right is the fact that we know we can release three-legged loris. So if this amputation goes okay and he recovers well, he still has a chance to be a normal loris. So although it's awful, we know we can get him back to where he belongs.
After a thorough examination by vet Savvy, she confirms what Marina suspected. Injuries so bad, the only option is amputation.
Here's the bone here. So we are going to do the surgical cut from here to make sure the infection site won't be close to the surgical wound. It's not a difficult procedure, but I'm worried about the bleeding because it has a big vessel behind the leg. So we do it slowly to make sure it's not too many blood lost.
It's tragic to think that until recently, this tiny loris was fully fit and living in the wild.
We estimate, based on the police data, that 3 weeks ago he was still running around the forests of Can Hoa province, and now he's here losing a leg, skinny, in quite bad shape.
Savvy's taking her time making sure every part of the procedure is done perfectly. It's important that Pedro heals quickly.
Loris are so sensitive, they don't like, even when scabs are building and it's irritating and itchy, this just triggers the loris to keep on scratching, and they create huge holes in themselves by just any irritation. So a little bit of medication, and the challenge is on then just for him to leave it alone.
The operation's been a success, although for the next 48 hours, Pedro will have to be constantly monitored as he recovers from the major surgery. But for now, he's placed back in his box on top of a hot water bottle to keep him warm until the anaesthetic wears off.
Pedro, minus his back leg, is doing very well. He's just starting to move, but he's going to be groggy for quite a while. He put up quite a fight, so he had lots of anaesthetic, so he just needs to sleep it off. So it's our job now to get him fit and to assess him in a nice large enclosure, how good he is at hunting and how good he is at travelling. But I think 3 legs, he can still do it.
Also currently under assessment by Marina are Vang and Hoi. For the last 24 hours, they've been getting used to an older female gibbon, Callie, living next door. The hope is that all three will get on, and Callie will be able to show the two youngsters the ropes when, in the future, they get released into a semi-wild area on the island. But more immediately, Lee is about to open the slide between the two cages so that the three can meet face to face. Hoi shows no sign of nerves and goes straight in to meet his new big sister. Vang's a bit more tentative and prefers to keep her options open. But older female Callie's a lot more confident and is keen to check out the two youngsters.
This is a perfect gibbon introduction. The quiet ones are always the best. But most importantly, Hoi has full points. He's been quite laid back. And then secondly, he's giving little Vang lots of attention. He's playing, he's always going close to her, so she's remaining really strong. So this is, couldn't ask for anything better. Because they will never get a mum that they can hold on to. That part of their lives is gone. But what they can get from Calais is a big, brave sister who will fight for them, always be close. And this is the perfect first step to achieving that.
It's early days, and in the coming weeks, the team will gradually increase the length of time the three spend together. But for now, Hoi and Vang seem quite happy with a new older sister to play with. At Dao Tien, all primates that are scheduled for release are fitted with a radio collar. It enables the team to keep a track of their movements in the wild so they can monitor their health and well-being in the early months after release. This afternoon, Lee and keeper Feng are heading into Cat Tien National Park, where they're going to release a 3-year-old male pygmy loris called Lin into the wild. 4 months ago, he was confiscated from a hunter and sent to Dao Tien for rehabilitation. For the last 2 days and nights, Lin has spent his time in a release cage, getting used to the sights and sounds of the forest.
Confident about the release. Whether he'll come out as we open the door, I don't know. We'll stay there about an hour. If not, we'll pull away. Tomorrow morning, Mr. Bin or Mr. Kang will come out with the radio tracker and try and find the sleep site. So we've got to keep it quiet so that he comes out.
It's the middle of the rainy season in Vietnam, and the truck can only go so far. It's now a 3-mile trek through the forest to the release site. The area has been thoroughly assessed by the team and deemed as a suitable site for pygmy loris to make a new home. Just as important is that it's close by a Kim Lam ranger station, the custodians of the park, who will protect Lin from hunters and poachers. But when they arrive, for an anxious moment, Lee can't spot Lin. Loris are tiny animals, weighing no more than 350 grams. During the day, they curl up to sleep in tree hollows and the tree canopy, where they're well hidden and camouflaged. After a few seconds, Lee spots Lin near the top of the cage.
He's up high, which is good. Okay. Keep an eye on him, and when it goes dark, we'll let him out.
It's now a waiting game. The optimum time to release Lin is at night. This is when these nocturnal primates are at their most active, feeding on insects and gum.
It's vitally important that we rehabilitate, get them back into the wild, get them off the streets, get them out of people's homes as pets. It's not what they are, you know. They're a prosimian. Get them back in the forest where they belong. And Cat Tien is helping Dao Tien achieve that goal.
Lin is now fully awake. Mr. Kang, a Kim Lam ranger working at Dao Tien, is quietly going to open the slide of the release cage. Lee's keeping well back from the site so as not to disturb or frighten Lin. He's able to watch the whole thing on a laptop via an infrared camera. The slide is open. It's now up to Lin to seize his chance.
He's actually coming across to the slide. So he's being very sensitive, very careful. Not quite sure, which is all very good. He hasn't gone out like a bullet. He's taken the time. He's now going to take that next step. He's up with the slide, he's looking around still. This is amazing. There it goes, gone. That's absolutely brilliant. He's out, took his time, took in his surroundings, off he went. That's just absolutely awesome. You know, we've done this so many times, but to actually see that is just, you know, a massive achievement. We've got him back to weight, got him back to good condition, and he's taken his major step back to where he belongs. Absolutely brilliant.
Next time on Monkey Life, we're back at the park, where it's all changed for the Gibbons as the care team prepare to form a new all-male group.
Theo, come here. James. Gently. Yep, you got him. Good boy.
And bedtime for Hananya's chimps. But little Thelma just wants to play. This time on Monkey Life. It's all change for the Gibbons as the care team prepare to form a new all-male group.
Theo, come here. Right, go, James. Gently. Yep, you got him. Good boy.
Sammy the marmoset's health check causes concern.
She's got a massive caudal vena cava coming through from the heart through the liver here.
And bedtime for Hananya's chimps, but little Thelma just wants to play. Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
I think this one's a little boy, and I think that that one over there might be an older lady.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. It's an early start for the primate care team and a massive day for 3 adolescent golden-cheeked gibbons. Today, Mikado, Tio, and Zach are about to leave their families to form the park's first ever Bachelor Gibbon group. The 3 youngsters are going to be moved to an enclosure at the top of the park, and it's a major operation.
What we're trying to do here is not your usual Gibbon introductions. We're going to create a little bachelor trio of young men. So we've got Mikado, and then Zach, who's actually from this house, and Tio from Peanut's group down at the bottom. The planning that's gone into sort of this move has gone on for, 6 months, maybe even longer, because we knew that we were coming to a point where there were going to be social problems in the family groups, and we had to come up with a solution.
In the wild, males leave their families at around 6 years old, and more often than not, it's their fathers who kick them out. To avoid any major conflict, in captivity, these family dynamics have to be carefully managed. This can sometimes mean splitting up the males in the group and sending them to other wildlife parks.
So far, there are no suitable homes for them to go to, so we're making sure that we give them the best opportunity to have a good and comfortable life. And the best way to do that at the park right now is to create this young bachelor trio, because it means that the 3 lads are all sorted out in one go. That doesn't mean that this is going to last forever or that it'll even work on this occasion, so we'll have to wait and see how we go.
The first manoeuvre needed is for established couple Jake and Zoe to move out of their enclosure. They'll head to the main gibbon complex, leaving their son Zach behind to meet his new roommates.
There's a lot of coordination going on this morning to try and make sure everything runs very smoothly. We want to do this with all the animals fully conscious and alert, and so there is no use of anaesthetics and things like that. So that's obviously a bit of a mission. It's quite a difficult thing. We've done lots of preparation, so hopefully we just see if the day goes well. James, if you do the bottom slide there, yeah?
Jake is first up.
All right, Jakey.
The team are hoping that the weeks of training they've put in will give him the confidence to walk into his travelling crate on his own terms.
Go on, Jake. Need a bit more space, eh? Go on.
Jake takes a moment to consider his options. Before making up his mind. And once he's safely in his crate, it's the turn of his partner, Zoe. The team thinks she might be the trickiest of all to move.
Let's hope she moves to the next stage as easily as that. Come on in, Zoe. You've boxed these gibbons before.
I thought she was going to be a nightmare.
The training is paying off.
So Jake went in, a little bit of a delay when he was in the crate, but he was fine once he was in there. Not too much stress really from both of them, and then Zoe went straight forward, straight into the crate, which really surprised us because we thought that she might be a bit more difficult out of most of them. But yeah, they've both gone in really well.
So far, things have gone smoothly, and more importantly, without much stress for the 2 gibbons. As Jake and Zoe head to their new home, the care team begin preparations to move the final 2 members of the new all-male gibbon group. Family groupings at the park are varied, and with 34 marmosets calling it home, making sure the dynamics work can be challenging. These tiny South American monkeys live in pairs or small groups, like this family, made up of Jeffrey's marmosets, Luna and Fred, and common marmoset, Sammy. Sammy's been living happily at the park since 2012, when she was rescued from the pet trade. It's often tricky to know the age of rescued primates, but it's believed she's in her golden years. Recently, the primate care staff have noticed some changes in her behaviour.
She was normally quite a strong character, but she's actually become a lot quieter, which is completely out of character for her. And just keeping herself away from the other 2. Physically, we've also noticed a few changes in her. Her coat has become a bit greasy, which can be an indication of just being a bit under the weather. She's lost a bit of weight. We can feel some bones in her back, on her backbone, and she's got a distended stomach. So we just want to get her into the hospital and give her a good check over and see if we can find anything.
It's always difficult for the care team when the animals they look after show signs of losing condition or becoming ill, particularly if the vet needs to be called.
There's always worry every time you take an animal to the hospital. You worry about what you're going to find, but you also worry about anaesthetic. Every anaesthetic can carry a risk. Obviously, young, healthier animals are less of an anaesthetic risk. Older animals with potentially health problems are a bigger risk, but we can't do anything about whatever's wrong with her unless we know about it. So the best thing for her is to get her knocked down, get her checked over, and then we can deal with any problems we find.
So this morning, Karen's taking Sammy to the park's hospital for an investigation by vet Dave Harding, who's met Sammy before.
She's had various treatments over the years, but she's never really been investigated as to what might be wrong with her. So we're going to take a look at her today and give her a quick anaesthetic and hopefully do some x-rays and hopefully do the ultrasound scan as well, although she's very, very small, so it's quite difficult to get much detail on these very small animals.
Once she's asleep, Dave plans to x-ray Sammy to see what's causing her swollen stomach. It can be a sign that an animal has a tumour.
There's very poor abdominal detail. The scan will tell us whether there's any fluid in there. I might just see if I can take a little look at her heart as well, but she's so small it might be quite difficult.
The x-ray hasn't revealed what Dave needs to know, so he's going to do an ultrasound scan. High-frequency sound waves create an image that will hopefully give a clearer picture of what's going on inside Sammy.
Can you just turn the lights out, please, Jenny?
What Dave finds is not good news.
She's got a massive caudal vena cava coming through from the heart through the liver here. That's the main vein that comes in from the abdomen and comes through the diaphragm and then into the heart here. And you can see it's coming through into the right side of the heart. That means that the heart's not distributing the blood, it's backing up, which is the liver's quite big. And there's no evidence of any fluid in there that I can see. I mean, that explains quite a lot because that will cause liver enlargement.
It's a surprise for the team to discover that Sammy's distended stomach and changed behaviour is actually caused by a malfunction with her heart.
There's not going to be any solution for the underlying problem. She's got a massive heart, which we can't reverse that. The valve's abnormal, we can't reverse that. It's just managing the effects of it. I don't think we need panic about it.
Although Sammy's condition is serious, Dave's happy she's currently well enough to carry on with her daily routine, under the close supervision of the team. And it's not long before Sammy's up and about again, and back with Fred and Luna. She'll be given daily medication to help with her condition, but for now, she's just happy to be back with her family. The majority of the park's marmosets are rescued from the British pet trade. A few weeks ago, Alison went to collect common marmoset Sid, who'd been passed from pillar to post over the years. Sid finally ended up with Jackie, who immediately recognised the problems of keeping a primate as a pet.
My son acquired him in about January this year. I was absolutely devastated when my son brought him home because the first thing I said to him, it's cruel. He shouldn't be kept in a little cage like that. It's just not fair on the animal.
Jackie contacted Alison and Sid was rehomed at the park, along with another, younger common marmoset, Chuck. The new pair have settled in well together, and it was soon realised Sid, who Jackie thought was a boy, was actually a girl. So instead of just a pal to hang out with, Sid's got herself a toy boy. Today, Jackie and her sister have come to the park to visit Sid and hear the news from Alison.
So, yes, your boy has turned into a girl.
Girl. Very pleased.
Oh, yeah, I'll show you first. And she started coming outside, but only just. Okay.
Sid comes straight over to see Jackie.
Sweetheart. Go. Hello.
She seems to recognise her former owner, and it's an emotional reunion.
Why is she putting her ears back?
That's a threat.
Really? So you think you don't like me anymore?
No, it's just letting you know that this is her couch and she's now got a boyfriend.
No.
See? Hello.
It's like she's got bigger in size.
Sid suffered from rickets and as a result has permanently misshapen bones. They limit her movement, but since arriving at the park, she's had a new lease of life.
Maybe. Oh. Wait. Come on. Sit. Oh, big girl now, jumping on there. Look, got to get back now.
It's so nice for us when we see animals come good.
Yeah.
And she's always going to be runted and stunted
Yeah.
and partially crippled. But the exercise in combination with the branches and the D3 and calcium, she'll get better and her mobility will get better. She's never going to grow to be a proper size.
No.
But look at how quick she can move now.
And having a new boyfriend to chase around and play with is also an excellent tonic. The new marmoset couple are enjoying life together. And it's great for Jackie to see Sid in her new home. Sid's bad start in life has had a happy ending, and Jackie feels her journey south to see her has been worthwhile.
100% improvement, I can see. She's so much happier.
It's all go for the team at the Gibbon enclosures. They've already moved golden-cheeked gibbons Jake and Zoe to a new part of the complex, leaving their son Zach behind. Now it's time for the team to transfer Mikado and Tio into Zach's enclosure, so the three boys can start the park's first ever Bachelor Gibbon group.
The end result today is that our 3 young adolescent boys will all come together in one place and then see if we can get like a little bachelor group.
Mikado will be first to be moved. The young male arrived at the park 6 years ago as an orphaned infant. After being hand-reared by the primate care staff, Mikado was paired with an older female called Alex, who became his surrogate mum. But now it's time for Mikado to move on. The team hope having playmates his own age will help him to develop as a young adult. For the primate care staff, relocating any animal is a big job, but gibbons can be particularly tricky.
Whenever we've got a situation like this, we are, of course, really, really nervous. You do lots of preparation, but there's always something that's unexpected. But we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
To encourage Mikado into his crate, Cat has some of his favourite treats.
Come here, Mikado. Come here, bud. What's this? Come on, then.
Closing the slide on a fast-moving gibbon is tough. Mistime it, and Mikado will be spooked. There'll be no second chance.
Beautiful. Well done. He hasn't moved. Go, James. Do it. Do it. Do it. Well done. Well done. That's it. Perfect. Good boy. Good boy, Mikado. Good boy. Jeremy, we're done.
Once he's safely in the crate, the rest of the team spring into action. They're taking him along to his new home, where he'll get a first look at Zach. His initial reaction may prove a guide to whether the two boys will get on or not. Jeremy and Kat do the honours and let Mikado into his new enclosure. For now, he'll have a bedroom to himself, but he'll be able to see and meet his future housemates from behind the safety of the wire mesh.
We are on track. Everything is going okay, touch wood. Just one more to go, so fingers crossed.
With Mikado's transfer complete and Kate supervising his interactions with Zach, the rest of the team turn their attentions to their third and final bachelor, Tio.
Oh, Tio. What's going on?
At 4 years of age, Tio will be the youngest member of the new group. He's the son of Peanut and Peng Yo. They've already had a son leave home when Tien moved in with Jake and Zoe's daughter Kim just 2 years ago.
Tio! Come here. Tio, come here. Come on then. What are you doing? Hi, come on then. Come on. Tio. Right, go James, James. Gently. Yep, you got him. Good boy. Padlock. So this is Teal in the box, last one. So now all we've got to do is get him up to the house, unloaded, and everybody's where they're meant to be, so that's good.
It's been a particularly busy morning for the care team and the Gibbons, but then moving home is never easy. The reorganisation seems to have gone pretty well, but it's just the first step along the way to the trio becoming an established group.
The first round is good. Everybody's in one piece. The moves have gone down really well. Primate care staff have done just a brilliant job sort of getting the Gibbons to go into their crates without anesthetics. So I'm hopeful, but we're not even a fraction of the way of where we're hoping to be. So in the coming days and even weeks, we'll have to wait and see.
It's been a long day for all concerned. For the rest of the day, the 3 Gibbons will be left to settle down. And tomorrow, the team will decide on whether to let this all-new Bachelor group meet face-to-face. At Hananya's enclosure, the day is drawing to an end. And it'll soon be bedtime for the group. That's 19 beds for 19 chimps, meaning lots of wood wool, sheets and blankets for Katie from the primate care team to distribute around the bedroom. And as all the chimps like a snack before bed, she throws chopped up squash and tomatoes around for them to enjoy. Boss Hananya leads the way indoors and the others soon begin to follow. Patricia even brings her own bedding, while Kiki and Zeynep are considering a night under the stars. Thelma hitches a ride on Mum Cherry's back, while Evelyn's already inside, making her bed high up on the top platform. But for others, like Peggy, the bedtime snack is higher up the agenda. After all, no one wants to go to bed on an empty stomach. Jess enjoys the butternut squash, while Cherry opts for tomatoes. Thelma fancies a little nibble too. But like all youngsters, her main interest is playing. And she's going to delay bedtime for as long as she can. And Auntie Honey's happy to join in. Meanwhile, more of the grown-ups are bedding down. In the wild, chimpanzees build their beds, called nests, each evening, high up in the tree canopy. It's safer away from nighttime predators. Chimps have a strong instinct to nest build, but the youngsters need to learn the skills involved from others around them. Thelma's just getting to grips with the idea and watches how Valerie does it, as she gets her bed comfy all around her. Cookie's picked a nice red blanket to wrap herself up in. Chimps love a good night's sleep, and the better the construction of the bed, the more comfortable and cozy they'll be. So everyone makes the final touches to ensure a good night's sleep. Last to settle down for the night are Cherry and Thelma. Cherry's making a bed for 2, which takes a bit longer. She piles her nest material high, and as soon as it's ready, little Thelma decides she's tired after all. There's nothing like snuggling up close to Mum and being tucked in before drifting off after a long day playing with her family. Next time on Monkey Life, Gibbons Mikado, Tio and Zach discover what life's like hanging out with the boys.
Zach is just playing. He's just having fun with a stick.
And baby orangs Rieke and Bulu meet maternal matriarch Xiao Kuai. This time on Monkey Life. Baby orangs Rieke and Bulu have a special play date.
We have seen a lot of them confidently going off and playing with individuals on their own, separate from each other. Rieke's actually taking quite a shine to Tao Kwai.
Gibbons, Mikado, Tio and Zach discover what it's like to hang out with the boys.
Hopefully we will see 3 happy boys having a great time together.
And life is sweet for the Bachelor chimps.
They're not going to last particularly long for the chimps, but they are something that they'll really enjoy. There's lots of treats inside.
Monkey World in Dorset, buried deep in the English countryside, is the largest sanctuary of its kind on the planet. The team, led by Dr. Alison Cronin, rescue and rehabilitate abused and unwanted primates from all over the world.
That's one been grabbed.
The park provides a home for more than 250 monkeys and apes from 20 different species. For the park's 2 youngest orangutans, it's been a very busy summer, full of new adventures. After difficult starts in life, Bulu Mata and Rieke, now both almost 2, were hand-reared at the park's creche for orphaned orangutans. Bulu was born at Budapest Zoo, but his mother sadly died when he was just a few days old. At the tender age of 3 months, he arrived at the park. A few weeks later, Rieke came from Berlin Zoo, where she'd been rejected by her mother. So the babies were raised together by the park's care team and became the firmest of friends. As they've got older, the pair have spent less time with the primate care team and more time together, exploring new playrooms and even the great outdoors. They've grown in confidence and have been introduced to new friends. Firstly, 6-year-old Sylvester, and then adult female O'Sheen, who both live in the Orangutan Nursery. There are 3 other members in this group. 4-year-old Awan, who they've met, and her adopted mum Xiao Kwai and her 6-year-old son Jin, who they'll meet today. It's good for all the orangutans in the nursery group to meet each other. It's hoped they'll all get on together and that everyone will grow up learning how to live with other orangs. And today's going to be Bulu Mata and Rieke's first day visiting the whole gang.
They have built up quite a nice relationship with O'Sheen and Sylvester so far, so hopefully that will continue.
Firstly, Jin is joining them in the bedrooms. As always, when anything new is happening, the youngsters stick close together. It might be a wise idea.
Jin can be a little bit more boisterous. He is kind of the more robust animal in this group. And the babies just have to get used to the fact that Jin's a little bit of a tough nut, really, and you've just got to get on with it. You know, he's actually a great playmate if you can tolerate the slapping initially.
As Jin is a little bit rough and tumble, the team decide it's time to let all 7 orangs in together and give them access to a bit more space. So they head out into the tunnel that leads to their outdoor enclosure. Rieke and Bulu lead the way, followed closely by Jin, Sylvester and Awan. Awan's keen to play. And so is Jin. The next big character for the pair to meet is their mum, Xiao Kwai. She heads straight to the pair to check them out, making a gentle approach. And it's confident Rieke who shows some attitude. Sylvester thinks it might be too much too soon, so positions himself between them. He's spent quite a bit of time with them now and is becoming like an older brother.
Sylvester's being a little bit of a guardian angel. He's actually become a little bit protective over them, which is quite good. So whenever Jin or perhaps one of the other adults gets a bit too rough, Sylvester's actually getting in there, protecting them, pushing them away, and then having a wrestle with Jin for a little bit, and then they go back together. So it's actually working out quite well.
After the initial meeting, it's Rieke who seems to have taken a bit of a shine to the big female, as she playfully bops her on the head with wood wool. Xiao Kuai is an experienced mum, and, for the moment, seems interested in the new youngster. While Rika's occupied with Xiao Kuai, Bulu's finding his own fun.
Bulu has actually been quite a rough and tumble character. He's absolutely enjoyed playing absolutely loads with Jin, wrestling with Sylvester and Awan as well, so it's really good for them all to be using up all of their energy and having lots of orangutan wrestles.
Rieke and Bulu have rarely been out of each other's reach, but today they're gaining independence and making more new friends. It's a great sign.
We have seen a lot of them confidently going off and playing with individuals on their own, separate from each other. So we've seen Bulu interacting with Jin and with Sylvester, and Awan, and Rika's actually taking quite a shine to Xiao Kuai.
The baby orangutans seem to like their new family. Rieke and Bulu start heading towards the outdoor area. But their new playmates are still in the tunnel, and they change their minds. They want to stay close to Jin, Awan, and Sylvester. Eventually, they all decide it's time to take the play outside. Rieke heads straight out this time and gets her turn to play with Awan. But Bulu's a bit distracted. Starting life as orphans was tragic, but both Bulu and Rieke seem to have found their place with their new adopted family. A few days ago, a major move took place at the park. Mikado, Tio, and Zach, adolescent male golden-cheeked gibbons who had outgrown their family groups, were put together to form the park's first ever Bachelor Gibbon group. Zach stayed in the enclosure he'd been living in already, and Mikado and Tio transferred from theirs. Since then, the boys have had a few brief meetings indoors. And they've all been given solo access to the outside. But today, they're going out all together for the first time. It's the next step, but it's a concern for the primate care team.
So when you look at these gibbons, you know, they look skinny and fragile and quite a sort of soft and fluffy looking cute little thing. So you wouldn't think that they're actually an aggressive animal or anything like that. But they are. When they do have a fight, it is very quick. They go fast, they're furious, and they are armed with these extremely dangerous teeth. You're talking about some serious injuries down to the bone very quickly. So it's still a worrying time right now that we want to watch out for that kind of behaviour happening, and it could happen very easily.
Every step of the process will be closely monitored by the staff who know the gibbons and the subtleties of their behaviour very well. With everything ready, it's time to head outside.
Tio! Come here, buddy.
First out will be Tio. Aged almost 5, he's the youngest and most nervous of the trio. Next out is Zach. He's a confident 6-year-old. He grew up in this enclosure, but he's going to have to get used to his new housemates. Last, it's Mikado. Also 6, he's the eldest of the group. He's an assertive gibbon, but unlike Zach and Tio, who were raised by their parents, he was orphaned at a zoo in France and is more human-focused than the other two. And he quickly comes to see Cat at the fence.
Good boy. He just wants me to hold his foot, and that kind of just reassures him that life's okay. It gives him a little bit of comfort.
With Mikado feeling reassured, Zach tries to catch his and Tio's attention.
Zach is just playing. He's just having fun with a stick. You know, it's showing off all his best moves and his acrobatic skills, and, you know, it's just showing he's a good, fun guy, and he wants to play. The other two boys were both really interested. We saw Tio sticking his head out, looking up, watching what was going on, and at some point, hopefully, they'll go kind of, yeah, I want to join in that game.
Tio isn't ready to join in just yet. Instead, he's found himself a hiding place. Mikado, however, is up for some fun and chases Zach around the enclosure. After a short time, a tentative Tio gets the confidence to come out for a quick look around. The young gibbons are beginning to get used to each other's presence, and Mikado is relaxed enough to break into song. It's a great sign and shows that he's feeling more content in his new situation. It's still early days for the new group, and only time will tell how they'll do long term. But so far, Kat's pleased with how things are going.
It's such a relief to be at this point. So we just hope now that it continues to go from strength to strength, and hopefully we will see 3 happy boys having a great time together.
At the Bachelor Chimps enclosure, the primate care team are preparing an intriguing surprise for the sometimes rowdy group. Sean and Lisa are filling these colourful papier-mâché balls with some of the chimps' favourite snacks, then topping them up with runny honey. Before letting the chimps out, they're going to tie them all around their enclosure.
They're basically replica beehives, so we want to really encourage the chimps' natural behaviour, breaking apart beehives to get to honey and rewards that are inside.
There are enough for all 15 chimps to have at least one each. In the wild, chimps are known to enjoy honey, and the park's chimpanzees are equally fond of the delicacy.
They're not going to last particularly long for the chimps, but they are something that they'll really enjoy. There's lots of treats inside, so because it's new, they will have a lot of fun with them.
The boys rush out, with Mojo leading the way, and immediately spot the colourful hives, prompting lots of excited calls as they race up the climbing frame. They've never seen anything like this before. Half-brothers Buxom and Jester share their puzzlement as they examine one of the mock hives. Paco's collected one, and he's taking it off to examine in peace. Chimps are very curious by nature. Sammy watches with interest while Buxom busily investigates what's inside these strange objects. Meanwhile, Kiko's trying to pull one through the cargo net, but that's just not going to work. Paco's found a second ball. He's pretty pleased with himself, but doesn't want anyone else close by while he inspects them. And at last, Kiko's managed to get the ball. But a bit of a squabble breaks out. He's not involved, but still loses his hard-earned prize. It's very frustrating. Lisa and Sean have hidden the treats among straw and cardboard to make them harder to find. But chimps are highly intelligent and will investigate anything new until they fully understand what it is. And if it involves food, they'll keep going until every last morsel is eaten or licked up. Ben considers using his find to put on a display, but no one's watching, and the lure of the treats inside is too much. He might as well work out how to open it. Mojo's hive contains dried spaghetti. He's not impressed. But when he digs deeper and finds some of it's covered in honey, it's a different story. Chimps have a very sweet tooth. The bachelors are making short work of the papier-mâché balls and their contents. The only ones left are harder to reach. In the wild, chimps go to great lengths to forage for highly priced foods, and the park's primates don't give up easily either. The replica hives have been a great hit, leaving the Bachelor boys feeling life is, well, sweet. In recent weeks, there have been quite a few newly rescued monkeys arriving at the park. The latest two are common marmosets Chuck and Sid. Originally said to both be boys, Alison spotted Sid is in fact a girl.
I think it's a girl.
Sydney.
Yeah. How funny.
The park needs all available space for rescued animals, so to avoid the patter of tiny marmoset feet, Chuck recently had a vasectomy operation. The new pair, who both began life as part of the pet trade, had previously been living alone, but now they're enjoying each other's company.
They're a really good couple, Sid and Chuck. They get on really well. Sid does look over to Chuck for reassurance. Chuck's the more kind of dominant, in-charge character, and she'll just follow him around. And Chuck, I think, does look after her as well, so it's a good bond going on.
As the couple have hit it off so well, they've recently gained a new sense of freedom and started exploring the great outdoors for the first time. At their former homes, neither had outside space, so it's a new experience for them, which each day the care staff make extra special.
This is something that we provide as enrichment. On a daily basis for all of our animals, we usually hang up something or hide something around. It encourages their natural behaviour and just, keeps them interested, really. It's just exciting for them.
Today, Hannah's got cups full of wood wool with insects hidden inside, and coconut shells with cereal and jam.
Sid! Chuck! Come on, you two!
Chuck's first out.
Come on, Sid!
Sid pops her head out for a look around, but still finds the outdoor enclosure a little intimidating. Confident Chuck is out like a bullet and straight to the insects. He devours a tasty waxworm. It's full of nutrients and would be part of their natural diet in the wild.
Come on, Sid.
Next, Chuck finds the cereal and jam. They're a bit trickier to get hold of. Chuck's getting all the goodies to himself right now, but Sid loves being close to him and plucks up the courage to head out to see what he's up to. Warily, she starts to explore. She's much more interested in getting close to Chuck than the breakfast treats. And he reciprocates her affection. Chuck's in pretty good shape, but Sid has some serious mobility issues as a result of rickets. It may help to explain her more cautious personality.
Sid is a little bit nervous. It's because it is a new area still for her, so she's still getting used to her surroundings. But because she is quite fragile as well, her bones aren't as strong as Chuck's. Chuck's a bit more confident moving around, but she still needs to get used to moving around on the branches. So it's just letting her gain that confidence to do that.
It may take Sid a little longer than Chuck to gain her self-assurance, but the future is looking positive for the pair as they enjoy their new life together. Sid and Chuck aren't the only marmosets to have arrived at the park over the last year. Early in the summer, Alison collected black-tufted marmoset Ruby from a family in Grimsby.
Hi, you. Are you a good girl?
She had the run of the household and even popped next door to see the neighbours. Before long, Ruby, the biggest marmoset the park has ever had, found a friend in Oscar, the smallest. Other new arrivals this year included Dino the Capuchin, who had never met a female Capuchin before, but settled happily with male Winslow and 4 girls. Azzy the squirrel monkey arrived from Wales and moved in with the other squirrel monkeys, plus Jethro the Saki monkey, who shares their enclosure.
Hello.
And there was a surprise arrival for Jethro, female Saki Chloe from France. But love was not on the menu. Chloe was up for a tete-a-tete, but Jethro's not the romantic type. Sadly, there have been some goodbyes at the park too, including elderly squirrel monkey Samantha and dominant male woolly monkey Oscar, dad to newly born little Olivia, and chimp Tico, Hananya's second in command. It was a big shock when he died of a heart attack, but the group soon settled down again, helped by the presence of baby Thelma, whose antics mean there's always fun to be had. A chimp was at the centre of an extraordinary medical operation when Lola had her sight restored after it was discovered she had cataracts.
We'll be doing the right eye.
The operation was a real success.
Fantastic, thank you everyone.
So much so that next in line was Gibbon Ella.
That's just about as hard a cataract as it's possible to do, that is.
All in all, it's been a busy year for the park's primates.
OK, you have that bit then.
And their carers.
Good boy.
But the work of the team at Monkey World is never finished. There are still more primates around the world needing help and a home. And the park's role as European creche for orphaned orangutans is due to come into play again in the very near future. Little Lauren from Russia will hopefully arrive soon to join Rieke and Bulu and the other youngsters in the Orang Nursery.